With the deal sealed, Don didn't see the need to linger any longer. He had a whole week of summer being nice to make further progress, so there was no point in pushing things tonight. It was best to leave while he was ahead. "You can have my remaining chicken pieces and the sauce," he said, standing up and stretching his arms. Summer looked up at him, surprised. "Really?" She narrowed her eyes, clearly suspicious. "What's the catch?" Don smirked, shaking his head. "Unlike you, I don't need to be blackmailed to be nice." Summer's eyes flashed with irritation, and for a moment, it looked like she was about to tell him exactly where he could shove his chicken. But she caught herself just in time, remembering the deal they had made. Her jaw clenched as she forced herself to say the words, "Thank you," though it was clear it took every ounce of willpower not to bite back. Don's smirk widened. "Good girl," he teased, reaching out to give her a condescending pat on the head. Summer's response was immediate. She swatted his hand away with a huff, her frown deepening. "Don't push it," she muttered, before moving from the door. She opened it and gestured for him to leave. "You can go now." Don chuckled as he made his way to the door, but as he passed her, he couldn't resist one last jab. "Is it because you don't want to miss your podcast?" Summer's cheeks flamed red as she scowled at him. Before she could retort, she gave him a firm push, practically shoving him out of the room. "Good night, Donnie," she said sharply before shutting the door behind him, her voice full of embarrassment. Don didn't resist and let himself be pushed out, grinning all the while. "Good night, Summer," he called out through the closed door. Then, remembering something, he added, "Oh, and Mom said to take the plates down when you're done." "Thanks in advance for taking mine." There was a moment of silence before the door flew open again, and Summer's voice followed him down the hallway. "Hey!" she yelled, her tone accusatory. "You only gave me your pieces because you don't want to take the plates, didn't you?" Don paused by the door to his room and turned back to give her a nod, his expression utterly unapologetic. "That's exactly it," he replied with a grin. "Good night, Summer." Before she could respond, he slipped into his room and closed the door, leaving Summer fuming on the other side. He could hear her frustrated "hey" through the door, but he simply chuckled to himself as he leaned back against it, feeling rather pleased with how things had gone. "Not a bad start," he muttered to himself, stretching his arms overhead and letting out a satisfied sigh. The day had been productive, and he'd managed to make some headway with Summer, despite the rocky moments. But there was still work to be done. His mind drifted to Aunt Amanda. He hadn't spent much time with her yet, but he knew that building a connection with her was just as important. After all, she was a key figure in his new life, and having her on his side could make things a lot smoother. Don suddenly remembered that he'd gotten Amanda's number on his first day in the city when she'd called to check on him. He'd been so focused on the more complicated aspects of his plan that he'd almost forgotten about the simple things. "Guess I've been overthinking things," he murmured, rubbing the back of his neck. He made a mental note to reach out to Amanda sooner, maybe even set up a time to visit her farm. If nothing else, it would be a good opportunity to learn more about her and, perhaps, see if she had any other special sauces up her sleeve. But that could wait. For now, Don walked over to his bed and sat down, feeling the weight of the day's events settle in. As much as he wanted to relax, he knew there was still something else he needed to do before calling it a night. Mental conditioning exercises, he reminded himself, the words slipping out in a quiet sigh. He had promised himself he'd stay disciplined, and that meant training when possible, even when he was tired. Meanwhile, in a dense and eerie forest on the outskirts of the city, a strange green glow pulsed from within a cave hidden among the twisted roots and old trees. The air was filled with a sense of foreboding, the silence broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of night creatures. The entrance to the cave was almost entirely obscured by thick, overgrown vines that seemed to pulse with a life of their own, twisting and curling like the tendrils of some malevolent beast. As one ventured deeper into the cave, the green glow grew brighter, revealing a labyrinthine network of tunnels that snaked and wound their way far beneath the earth. The walls of these tunnels were lined with more of the strange, living vines, their surfaces slick and pulsating, as if they were feeding off the very essence of the cave itself. The air was damp and heavy, carrying with it the scent of earth, decay, and something far more sinister. At the end of this winding maze stood a large, rusted door, its surface mottled with age and neglect. The door was marked with a strange emblem, a circle entwined with thorny vines, with a single, menacing eye at its center. The emblem seemed to stare into the soul of anyone who dared approach, a silent warning. Beyond the door was a vast, primitive hall. The ceiling arched high above, supported by massive stone pillars wrapped in the same vine-like growths that covered the tunnel walls. The floor was rough and uneven, littered with the remnants of past gatherings of discarded bones, dried leaves, and the faint, lingering traces of rituals long since completed. The hall was dimly lit by bright green flames that flickered in braziers positioned around the room, casting eerie, dancing shadows on the walls. In the center of the hall stood a stony stage, elevated above the rest of the chamber. All attention was focused on this stage, where a gathering of green thorns stood in rapt attention, their eyes gleaming with fervor and anticipation. This particular group of green thorns were motley, their clothes tattered and patched, their skin marred with the scars of battles fought in the name of their cause. They stood in silence, waiting, as the flames reflected off their wild eyes. On the stage, a woman stood tall and commanding, her presence demanding the attention of every soul in the room. She was dressed in nun's robes, but these were no ordinary vestments. The robes were adorned with thorns and vines, giving them a wild and untamed appearance. Her pale skin seemed to glow faintly in the green light, and her eyes were a startling shade of bright green, almost luminescent in the darkness. Her face was dominated by a wide, unsettling smile that revealed too many teeth, but a smile that never reached her cold, calculating eyes. This was Sister Rose, a figure both revered and feared among the green thorns. She raised her hands high, her smile widening as she prepared to speak. Her voice, when it came, was clear and sharp, with a clipped, formal tone to it, giving her words and feeling of both authority and menace. "A great tragedy hath befallen us this night," she began, her voice echoing through the hall, silencing the murmurs of the gathered crowd. "Our dearest brother, chosen by Mother Nature herself, hath been thwarted in his holy mission, a mission most sacred, to cleanse this world of its blight, to restore the purity that hath been so cruelly defiled." The green thorns shifted uneasily, their eyes fixed on Sister Rose as she continued. Her tone was mournful, yet there was an undercurrent of barely restrained fury. "But fret not, my brethren, for though our brother hath been hindered, his mission shall not falter. Nay, it shall flourish under mine own hand. For I, Sister Rose, am the vessel through which Mother Nature's will shall be fulfilled. And those who dare oppose us, who dare stand in the path of righteousness, shall perish. They shall be returned to the earth from whence they came, their bodies naught but nourishment for the roots of the new world we shall bring forth." Her words were met with murmurs of agreement, the green thorns nodding fervently. Sister Rose's smile grew, her eyes gleaming with a fanatical light. "Green justice!" she suddenly yelled, her voice rising to a fevered pitch. "Green justice!" The green thorns echoed, their voices rising in unison as they began to chant. The sound filled the hall, reverberating off the stone walls, growing louder and more fervent with each repetition. "Green justice! Green justice! Green justice!" The following morning, Don woke up to his ringing alarm, which he had set the previous day for 4:30 a.m. He let out tired yawned as he rose up from his bed and sat on the edge, taking a moment to stretch his limbs and look around. "I don't know why a small part of me thought I'd wake up back in my dorm room." Don let out a sigh as he shook off those necessary thoughts and stood up. He grabbed his watch from the dresser and quickly used it to check his schedule as he walked to the wardrobe. Meditation at 5 o'clock and then running at 5:30 till 6:30 a broken bar. Fuck. This definitely sounded easier in my head. Or maybe I'm just being lazy, Don muttered as arrived at the wardrobe before undressing and changing into a bathing towel. He then left his room and with no surprise he found that he was the only one awake. "I could wake up Samantha to help me bath, but it's probably better I ask for that later after my run. There's no telling if Summer who has school may wake up soon and disturb the session." Don quickly gave up on the idea and went to take a quick shower. His body at this point was feeling much better, but the excuse of Samantha bathing was too good of a bonding opportunity to abandon so early. After the shower, he went back to his room, and after dressing up in some track pants and a hoodie, retrieved his contact lenses. Upon wearing them, he sat on the floor cross-legged and asked Gary Assist, "How do I go about the meditation exercise?" Don sat cross-legged on the floor of his room, feeling the cool surface beneath him as he settled into position. The early morning light was just beginning to filter through the curtains, casting a soft, pale glow across the room. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, letting the air fill his lungs before releasing it slowly, allowing the tension to drain from his body. "Gary Assist," he murmured, "how do I go about the meditation exercise?" A soft chime sounded in his ear as Gary Assist activated, the calm, artificial voice guiding him. "Begin by focusing on your breathing, sir. Inhale slowly through your nose, hold for a few seconds, then exhale through your mouth. Let your mind clear as you concentrate solely on the rhythm of your breath." Don followed the instructions, his breath coming in long, deliberate intervals. With each exhale, he imagined the weight of the world lifting from his shoulders, replaced by a sense of calm and clarity. "Now, shift your focus to your surroundings," Gary Assist continued. "Feel the air around you, notice the subtle sounds of the morning, the way the light touches your skin. Allow yourself to become aware of the present moment, nothing more." Don's awareness expanded, his senses sharpening as he listened to the faint rustling of leaves outside, the distant chirp of birds greeting the dawn. He could even hear the gentle sounds of the house, the creak of the floorboards settling as the building adjusted to the morning's coolness. Each sound was distinct, yet together they formed a soothing symphony of life waking up around him. "Good," Gary Assist praised before providing more instructions. "Now, visualize your goals. See yourself achieving what you desire: strength, control, mastery. Picture it vividly in your mind's eye, as if it's already within your grasp." Images began to form in Don's mind, him mastering his abilities, surpassing obstacles with ease, gaining the strength and power he sought in this new life. The vision was clear, almost tangible, and it filled him with a sense of purpose. "Hold on to that image," Gary Assist instructed, "and let it ground you. Remember this feeling of focus and clarity, and carry it with you throughout the day." After a few more moments of deep breathing and visualization, Gary Assist's voice gently brought him back. "Whenever you're ready, you may open your eyes." Don slowly opened his eyes, feeling a deep sense of calm and readiness. The room looked the same, but something inside him had shifted to a sense of centeredness that he knew would serve him well. He stood up, stretching out his limbs as the last traces of sleepiness left his body. "Gary Assist," he said, "can you outline a safe route for my run?" "Of course, sir," Gary Assist responded smoothly. "A route has been outlined on your phone. I recommend carrying it with you and wearing your contact lenses for real-time directions. The earbuds are optional if you wish to listen to music or receive verbal cues." Don considered the options briefly, deciding against the earbuds. He had no particular taste in the music of this world, and he preferred to stay attuned to his surroundings during the run. "I'll stick with the lenses. Let's keep it simple." "Very well," Gary Assist acknowledged. "You're all set." "Safe travels." Don nodded, slipping his phone into his pocket and heading toward the door. It was just a little after 5:34 when he stepped out of his room, but before he left, he grabbed a sticky note and scribbled a quick message: "Gone jogging for an hour." He stuck it on the door where it would be easily visible. Better safe than sorry, he thought. Samantha worried easily, and while he doubted anyone would knock on his door this early, it was worth covering his bases. Satisfied, Don made his way downstairs, the house still shrouded in the quiet of early morning. He opened the front door and stepped outside, the cool, crisp air greeting him as he descended the steps. He took a deep breath, savoring the freshness of the air, and then began jogging down the walkway. The sound of his feet hitting the pavement, coupled with the faint rustle of leaves and the distant chirping of birds, created a calm backdrop as he settled into his pace. The contact lenses guided him subtly, a faint overlay of arrows and markers in his field of vision indicating turns and paths to take. "All set." Don had barely settled into his pace when a voice, feminine and unmistakably flirty, called out from behind him. "Oh, Dooney. He instinctively raised an eyebrow and glanced over his shoulder. Striding toward him with a confident sway in her step was Cassie, the woman he vaguely remembered as Donald's mother and, more notably, Samantha's least favorite neighbor. She was dressed in a pair of snug, black running shorts that accentuated her toned legs and a matching sports bra that hugged her chest, leaving little to the imagination. Her skin glistened faintly with a light sheen of sweat, and a pair of oversized sunglasses perched on her nose, adding a touch of playfulness to her appearance. Don slowed his jog, coming to a stop as she approached. He wasn't entirely sure what she wanted, but the fact that she was here, and now, didn't exactly put him at ease. He watched her with guarded curiosity, inwardly admitting that she had a rather impressive figure, slender yet curvy in all the right places. Cassie finally reached him, lifting her sunglasses to rest atop her head, revealing her sharp blue eyes. She placed a hand on her hip, her posture oozing confidence and flirtation. "Good morning, Donnie," she greeted in a playful tone. "You're the last person I expected to run into this early." Don gave a polite nod, keeping his expression neutral. "Morning, Cassie." Cassie tilted her head slightly, her smile widening. "Donald and I came by yesterday after we heard about the Central Mall attack, but your mom said you were sleeping." "Yeah, I wanted to get some rest early," Don replied smoothly, still feeling sore from the whole thing. "Oh, I can imagine how tough it must have been," Cassie said, her tone full of exaggerated sympathy. She took a step closer, her hand drifting up to rest lightly on his chest. Her touch was warm, almost too warm, and her fingers lingered longer than necessary. "You should come by sometime, you know. I used to be a professional massage for celebrities. I'd be happy to treat you to a massage." Wow, she's forward, Don thought, mildly impressed by her boldness. The offer was tempting, no doubt, but he knew better than to jump at such an invitation. Given how disliked Cassie was, it wouldn't be a stretch to say she was trying to use him for some ulterior motive. And even if she wasn't, the last thing he needed was to be seen as someone easily manipulated or allured by a pretty face. Maintaining his neutral expression, Don nodded. "I might take you up on that offer sometime." Cassie's smile broadened, pleased with his response, but before she could say more, Don quickly added, "Sorry, but I need to get back to my run. I'm already behind on time." "Of course, no problem," Cassie replied, but then she tilted her head slightly, her eyes narrowing in an almost calculated manner. "Mind if I join you? I usually have company, but my usual clique is away at some wedding I couldn't be bothered to attend." She can't take a hint, Don thought with mild irritation. He wondered if she just wasn't invited to the wedding somehow. That seemed more likely. But instead of voicing his suspicion, he simply nodded, keeping his tone polite but distant. "Sure, if you want." Cassie took this as encouragement and immediately fell into step beside him as they resumed jogging. Don kept his pace steady, hoping she would tire out or find some excuse to leave. But Cassie was relentless. She matched his strides with ease, her breath barely quickening, as if she did this kind of thing every day. Then, without warning, she picked up speed and ran ahead of him, her slender frame moving with a grace that was almost mesmerizing. Don's gaze involuntarily drifted down, taking in the way her shorts hugged her ass, accentuating every curve as she jogged. The way her hips swayed with each stride was undeniably alluring, a sight designed to draw attention. "This woman is tenacious," Don thought, more amused than anything, a real-life cougar. The rest of the jog was anything but peaceful. Cassie, ever persistent, began peppering Don with questions, her tone light and conversational, but there was an undercurrent of something more. She asked him about his life, his interests, what he liked to do for fun, all the while maintaining an air of friendly curiosity. Don, however, wasn't fooled. He knew she was fishing for something, and he wasn't about to give her any real bait. So he fed her half-truths, mixing in a few outright lies where it seemed necessary. He kept his answers vague and uninteresting, giving her little to latch onto. Whenever she tried to probe deeper, he deflected her with ease, making it clear he wasn't interested in sharing more than the bare minimum. Cassie, however, was nothing if not determined. She dodged his attempts to ask about her own life, skillfully sidestepping his questions with a shrug or a laugh, and always steering the conversation back to him. It was like a game of cat and mouse, but Don was beginning to think this particular cat had a lot of practice. "She's definitely trying to use me," Don concluded as he jogged alongside her. Someone as self-centered as her shouldn't be one to pass up the opportunity to talk about herself. The fact that she's avoiding it means she's got an agenda. He considered his options. Outmaneuvering her with manipulation was tempting, but it was also risky. Cassie wasn't new to this game, and there was no telling how good she really was. If he miscalculated, it could backfire spectacularly. No, it was better to take a different approach, one that didn't involve playing into her hands. If she's trying to seduce me with her body, it means she's confident in her charms, Don thought, glancing at Cassie as she ran a few paces ahead of him, her slender figure still moving gracefully. "She's used to people being drawn to her, so if I don't show any interest, it might throw her off." He maintained a casual, almost indifferent demeanor, keeping his focus on the road ahead rather than on her. He answered her questions with the bare minimum, not offering any more than necessary, and let the silence stretch out between them. Sure enough, after a little while, Cassie began to hesitate. Her questions became less frequent, and she seemed to lose some of her earlier enthusiasm. She even let out a light, almost nervous laugh, glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. "Sorry if I'm being nosy," she said, her voice taking on a more subdued tone. "I'm just trying to get to know Donald's friend." "It's fine," Don replied, still keeping his voice neutral. "I'm just not in the mood to talk much. Got a lot on my mind." Cassie put on a show of understanding, nodding sympathetically as they continued their jog in silence. The shift in the dynamic was subtle, but Don could tell that his strategy was working. Cassie's confidence seemed to waver, and she no longer pushed for conversation. By the time they arrived back at his driveway, the tension had eased, though Don could still feel Cassie's gaze on him as they slowed to a stop. She stretched her arms overhead, her body language still attempting to be inviting, but the once confident spark in her eyes had dimmed slightly. "That was fun," Cassie said, her tone light as she smiled at him. "Remember my offer, okay?" "I'll keep it in mind," Don replied, giving her a polite nod. Cassie jogged back toward her house next door, glancing back over her shoulder with a playful grin. "Don't forget," she called out, blowing him a kiss before disappearing inside. Don watched her go and felt immediate relief. "She's going to be trouble," he thought with a sigh, turning away from her house. He could already tell that this wasn't the last he'd see of her. She was tenacious, and people like her didn't give up easily. Don walked back inside the house, his mind already shifting away from Cassie and focusing on the next steps in his plan. He was met with the soft shuffle of footsteps as Samantha, still half asleep, made her way toward the kitchen. She was dressed in a loose pajama set to a light pink tank top with thin straps and matching shorts that barely reached mid-thigh. The fabric was thin, clinging lightly to her curves, and the set was clearly designed for comfort, with its soft, worn-in look. Samantha rubbed her eyes, letting out a yawn as she caught sight of Don. "Donnie?" she asked, her voice thick with sleep. She blinked a few times, clearly surprised to see him. "Where are you coming from this early?" Don quickly realized she must not have seen the note he'd left on his door. "I went out for a run," he explained, keeping his tone casual. "I left a note on my door in case anyone came looking for me." Samantha's eyes widened slightly in surprise. "Oh, I must have missed it," she admitted, looking a bit flustered. "I didn't expect you to be up so early. I was planning on heading out early myself to sort out the details of my leave in person. And I was going to pick up some painkillers and ointment for you on my way back." Don appreciated her concern, but he couldn't resist the opportunity to play on her guilt a little. He saw the perfect opening to make her feel more invested in him. As she asked him if he wanted anything for breakfast, a tab appeared in this augmented reality, displaying his training plan's recommended breakfast: oatmeal with mixed berries and almonds. "Do we have oatmeal, mixed berries, and almonds?" he asked, keeping his expression neutral. Samantha looked at him curiously, her brow furrowing slightly. "Are you on a diet or something?" she asked, clearly puzzled by the request. Don seized the chance to deepen the guilt. "No, It's just what I used to eat to help myself recover from jobs back in Colombia, he said, adding a slight edge of nonchalance to his voice. And it was cheaper. I'm just used to it now. Samantha's expression softened, and he could see the flicker of guilt in her eyes. The thought of him having to endure such hardships made her feel inwardly hurt. Oh, she murmured, her voice full of uncertainty. She clearly didn't know what to say, and the image of Don struggling alone in a harsh environment weighed heavily on her mind. There was a moment of silence as Samantha processed what he had said. Eventually, she offered, I'm not sure if we have all that, but I can buy them for you. Or I could leave my card, and you can go with Amanda once she wakes up. Don considered his options, quickly realizing that the latter suggestion was perfect. It would give him a chance to interact with Amanda, an opportunity he couldn't afford to pass up. Going with Aunt Amanda sounds like a good idea, he replied, giving her a small, appreciative smile. Thanks, Mum. Samantha nodded, still looking a bit lost in thought, her guilt lingering as she watched Don head toward the stairs. She wanted to say something more, to alleviate the weight of what she was feeling, but the words didn't come. Instead, she watched him go. Don, for his part, didn't alleviate her guilt. He simply walked up the stairs, leaving Samantha to her thoughts. Don reached the top of the stairs, feeling satisfied with how his morning was shaping up. But just as he rounded the corner, he nearly collided with Summer, who was groggily making her way to the bathroom. She was barely awake, her hair tousled from sleep, and clutching a towel loosely around her chest. The sudden encounter startled her, and in her half-asleep state, she almost dropped the towel. But she managed to catch it just in time, clutching it tightly against herself as she glared at Don. Watch it, she snapped, her voice sharp despite her drowsiness. Don raised an eyebrow, unfazed by her outburst. First of all, you bumped into me, he replied coolly. And second, remember the deal from yesterday? Summer grumbled something unintelligible under her breath, clearly not in the mood for a confrontation but unwilling to let it go completely. Whatever, she muttered, shifting her grip on the towel to ensure it stayed in place. She eyed him suspiciously, as if expecting him to pull another stunt. Why are you up so early anyway? I went for a run, Don answered, shrugging nonchalantly. You should try it sometime. It might help with those thunder thighs of yours. Summer's eyes widened in outrage, her sleepy haze dissipating in an instant. Thunder thighs? She yelled, her voice echoing down the hallway. She looked ready to throw something at him, but Don simply smirked and reminded her again, remember the deal, Summer. She clenched her jaw, visibly restraining herself. You're such a jerk, she hissed, her voice low and venomous. But instead of continuing the argument, she turned on her heel and stormed toward the bathroom. As Don started to walk toward his room, the door opposite his creaked open, and Aunt Amanda stepped out. She was wearing a short, silky nightie that hugged her curves, her hair slightly mussed from sleep. She rubbed her eyes and blinked at the two of them, clearly still waking up. What's with all the racket? Amanda asked, her voice still thick with sleep as well. She gave Don a sleepy smile, shaking her head in mock disapproval. I forgot how noisy mornings were when the two of you are under the same roof. Summer pointed an accusatory finger at Don, her eyes still smoldering with irritation. He started it, she declared, as if that justified her outburst. Don rolled his eyes, crossing his arms over his chest. Seriously? Are you still 5? Summer opened her mouth to retort, but then she hesitated, clearly remembering the deal she'd made. Instead of lashing out, she shot him a frustrated look, spun on her heel, and marched into the bathroom. I don't care, she muttered loudly enough for him to hear. Don smirked, knowing he had her trapped. That's not something someone who's nice would say, he replied, enjoying teasing her. Summer froze in place, her hand on the bathroom door. For a moment, it looked like she might explode, her frustration boiling over. But instead, she forced a tight, strained smile onto her face and said through gritted teeth, what I meant to say was, bye, dear brother, and good morning. With that, she entered the bathroom and slammed the door behind her. Amanda raised an eyebrow at the exchange, clearly curious. What was that about? She asked, her tone playful but with a hint of suspicion. Don just shrugged, feigning ignorance. Beats me, he replied, keeping his expression neutral. Amanda didn't look convinced, but she let it slide. "Ah," she murmured, before changing the subject. "So, why are you up so early?" "I went out for a run," and Don proceeded to tell Amanda what he and Samantha had talked about. Amanda's face brightened upon hearing the information. "That's perfect," she said. "We can get most of what you need from my farm. Fresh produce, eggs, whatever you're looking for." Don nodded, thinking that would work out perfectly. He hadn't expected the day to line up so well, but it seemed like he'd have a productive day ahead. "Sounds great. I'm looking forward to it." As Don prepared to head back to his room, another scene was unfolding in a lush park near the Chanel Hills community. In a secluded corner of the park, hidden among the tall, swaying trees and vibrant foliage, a figure sat alone on a wood bench. The early morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The figure was clad in a simple jogging attire, black leggings that clung to her slender legs and a matching sports jacket that concealed her form. A pair of sunglasses shielded her eyes, and a face mask covered her mouth, leaving only her bright green eyes visible. It was Sister Rose, her usually wild and untamed look masked by the appearance of a casual jogger. In her hands, she held a small bag of birdseed, which she scattered methodically on the ground in front of her, attracting a small flock of birds. They fluttered and pecked at the seeds, oblivious to the malevolence hidden beneath her calm exterior. As she sat there, seemingly engrossed in feeding the birds, a man in similar jogging attire ran past her. He didn't slow down or acknowledge her, but as he passed, he discreetly dropped a folder on the bench beside her. The exchange was seamless, unnoticed by anyone else in the park. Sister Rose waited a moment before reaching for the folder. She opened it with casual slowness, her eyes scanning the contents with an eerie calmness. Inside was a profile, Don's profile. A slow, chilling smile spread beneath her mask as she studied the information. "Before justice can begin," she murmured to herself, her voice barely audible, "an example must be made. The scales of righteousness shall be balanced, and those who oppose the will of nature shall perish." Don stepped out of the bathroom with a towel slung low around his waist, feeling the cool air brush against his damp skin. He ran a hand through his wet hair, glancing at the clock on the wall just outside the bathroom door. The red digits glowed 6:48 a.m. He frowned slightly, realizing that his mid-morning exercises might have to be postponed. He wasn't on a strict timeline, but he was already beginning to appreciate the importance of sticking to a schedule. As he walked down the hallway, his thoughts turned to practical matters. "I should probably invest in a proper way to get around," he thought, considering his options. Borrowing Samantha's car seemed like a quick fix, but the idea of getting his own vehicle began to take root. The family seemed well off, and if he played his cards right, maybe he could convince Samantha to buy him one. The thought brought a small smirk to his face, though he quickly dismissed it with a quiet chuckle. "Maybe I shouldn't push my luck just yet." Reaching his room, Don entered and quickly dressed in a pair of black jeans and a plain white shirt. The simplicity of the outfit suited him. He wasn't looking to draw unnecessary attention, especially after the Central Mall incident, which he hoped people would forget quickly, as he really didn't want to be in the spotlight at the moment. While thinking of the Central Mall incident, he remembered they weren't able to get any clothes because of it. He made a mental note to ask Samantha for some shopping money when he headed downstairs. His wardrobe could use a few additions, and now was as good a time as any to ask. Once dressed, Don made his way downstairs, the wooden steps creaking softly under his weight. As he entered the kitchen, he immediately noticed Samantha. She was bent forward near the counter, her loose pajama set clinging to her ass and curves in a way that accentuated her figure perfectly. The light pink tank top she wore was thin, the fabric hugging her back and revealing the subtle outline of her bra. Her shorts were equally revealing, barely covering her upper thighs, and as she reached forward to grab something, the movement caused the fabric to tighten, leading to her ass being fully outlined for Don to see. Don couldn't help but stare for a moment, his eyes tracing the curve of her waist as she worked. The sight was undeniably alluring, and for a brief second, he allowed himself to appreciate the view. But he quickly shook off the thought, reminding himself of his priorities. Before he could say anything, Samantha straightened up and turned around, her expression shifting from concentration to surprise. "Oh, Donnie," she said with a soft laugh, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. "I didn't hear you come in." Don shrugged, playing it cool. "Guess I'm quieter than I thought. I was wondering why you're not singing today. I thought I might catch you in the act." Samantha's cheeks flushed slightly, and she laughed again, this time more self-consciously. "It's embarrassing when people are around," she admitted, though there was a playful tone to her voice. Feigning being hurt, Don placed a hand over his heart. "Oh, so I'm just people now? I see how it is." Samantha's eyes widened slightly, and she quickly shook her head. "That's not what I meant, and you know it," she replied, giving him a look that was half amused, half exasperated. "Why are you so interested in hearing me sing all of a sudden?" Don shrugged again, keeping his tone casual. "Just curiosity, I guess. You always seem so happy when you're singing." Samantha gave him a warm smile, but before the conversation could delve any deeper, Don shifted the topic. "By the way," he began, "I'm running low on clothes." Samantha's smile faltered as she recalled the events of the previous day. "Oh, right," she said, a hint of concern creeping into her voice. "We weren't able to buy clothes because of the attack on Central Mall. I'll give you my card once I'm done here, and Amanda can take you shopping." Don nodded, but before he could say anything, Samantha added, "Do you still have your driver's license, or do you need to start from scratch with driving classes?" For a moment, Don was caught off guard by the question. But then he remembered that he'd already done some research on the driving laws in this world. They were essentially the same as in his previous life, and he felt confident that he could manage. The only thing he lacked was a familiarity with the roads, but that could be easily solved with GPS. "I'll check my things," he replied. "But I should be fine." "Why do you ask?" Samantha shifted uncomfortably, her gaze drifting to the side as she considered her words. "Well, since you'll need to be getting around a lot, it's probably best if you have a car of your own," she explained, her voice hesitant as if she wasn't sure how he would react. "When your father and I divorced, I ended up with 3 of the 5 cars we owned. I sold one, but the other has just been collecting dust in the garage." Don blinked, momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events. "Luck really is on my side today," he thought, barely able to contain his surprise. He'd been considering asking to borrow Samantha's car, but the idea of having his own vehicle, especially one that was just sitting unused, was far better than he could have hoped for. Samantha looked at him, her expression a mix of uncertainty and hope. "If you're interested, I can show it to you later. It might need a bit of maintenance, but it should still be in good condition." Don nodded, not really needing to consider it for too long. "That sounds perfect." "Thanks, Mum." Samantha smiled, visibly relieved by his positive response. "I'll get everything ready after breakfast," she promised, turning back to the counter to finish preparing the meal. In the next moment, Summer came down the stairs, now fully dressed in her school uniform and looking much more awake. Her hair was neatly tied back, and she had her phone in hand, tapping away at the screen with quickness. She barely glanced up as she entered the kitchen, heading straight for the fruit basket on the counter. With a quick grab, she picked out one of the apples, her focus still primarily on whatever she was doing on her phone. "I might be home late," she said absent-mindedly, bringing the apple to her lips for a bite. "Don't wait up." Samantha, who had just finished the final preparations for breakfast, paused and looked at Summer with a furrowed brow. "Why can't you just sit down and have breakfast with us?" she asked, her tone holding mild frustration. Summer rolled her eyes, finally glancing up from her phone. "I'm rushing for my club, Mum. Besides, we're not kids anymore," she said dismissively. She then turned her gaze to Don, trying to pull him into the conversation as an ally. "Right, Donnie?" Don, who had been leaning casually against the doorframe, shrugged as if the decision wasn't that significant to him. "I don't mind having breakfast with the family sometimes," he replied nonchalantly. "It's a good practice." Summer let out a small groan of annoyance, clearly not getting the support she had hoped for. "Ugh, I knew you'd side with Mum." "I'm not taking any sides," Don countered. "I just don't mind eating with family sometimes. Then other times, alone. If anything, It's kind of weird to live in the same house but never sit down for a meal together. Samantha gave Don an appreciative nod, glad to have his support. Exactly. Don seized the moment, deciding to push just a little further. But at the end of the day, it's a personal preference, he added, glancing back at Summer. Maybe Summer just doesn't like it, so maybe we shouldn't hound her about it, Mum. He deliberately worded it in a way that would make Summer feel guilty, the subtle implication being that her behavior was somehow lacking in the respect department. Summer opened her mouth, clearly ready to defend herself, but before she could speak, the sound of a car horn blared from outside, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Samantha frowned deeply, turning her attention back to Summer. I asked you to tell your friends not to hoot the horn like that. It can disturb the neighbors, she scolded gently, the lines on her forehead deepening with worry. Don looked at Samantha, his expression thoughtful. Would you like me to talk to them instead? He offered. Summer's eyes widened slightly, and she quickly shook her head. That won't be necessary, she said, her tone a little sharper than before. She then shot Don an annoyed look. Why are you siding with Mom on everything? Don tilted his head slightly, his expression one of mild curiosity. It's not about taking sides, he said, keeping his tone even and unruffled. It's about respect. Your friends are showing a lack of it by honking the horn like that when Mom clearly said not to. I know you and Mom aren't on the best of terms, but I at least expected you to look out for her. The words hit their mark, deepening the guilt Don had been aiming to cultivate. Summer looked visibly taken aback, her posture stiffening as she struggled to find a retort. Samantha, sensing the brewing argument, quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. It's okay, Donnie, Samantha said, her voice gentle but firm, as if trying to reassure both of them. She didn't want the conversation to escalate into a full-blown argument, especially not so early in the morning. Don nodded, though the expression on his face remained one of faint disappointment. If you say so, he replied, his voice carrying a tone of reluctant acceptance. I'm going to head to the garage and check out the car. He turned and walked away, leaving Summer standing there with a mix of emotions playing across her face, here frustration, guilt, and perhaps a touch of regret. As Don made his way down the hallway, a small smile crept onto his lips. He soon made his way to the garage, the door creaking slightly as he pushed it open. The space was neat, but it had that telltale sign of neglect, with a thin layer of dust coating most surfaces. Boxes were stacked neatly in one corner, labeled with faded handwriting, and tools hung on the wall, organized but untouched for what looked like months, maybe even years. The faint smell of oil and rubber lingered in the air, a scent that reminded him of old memories, though not his own. At the center of the garage was a car, covered by a black car cover that had gathered dust over time. The shape beneath the cover hinted at a classic design, something with a bit of history. Don paused for a moment, hoping the car underneath wasn't in terrible shape. With a quick motion, he grabbed the edge of the cover and pulled it off, revealing the car beneath. A sleek, black 1969 Ford Mustang Boss 429 stood before him. The deep, glossy paint gleamed even under the layers of dust, the sharp lines of the body showing a sense of power and style that was unmistakably vintage. The iconic hood scoop, the aggressive front grille, and the muscular stance of the car all came together in a design that screamed raw, unfiltered performance. The chrome accents gleamed under the dim garage light, and the wide tires hinted at the car's potential. On the open road, "Whoa," Don muttered under his breath, genuinely surprised by what he had uncovered. He took a step back to fully appreciate the car. He hadn't expected to find a muscle car, let alone one in such good condition. It wasn't a supercar, but there was something about its style that made him look forward to driving it. There was a certain allure to the simplicity and power of a car like this, something that modern cars just didn't have. And he couldn't deny, there was something undeniably fun about driving a manual transmission. He started to walk around the car, admiring its appearance from every angle. It's no supercar, he thought to himself, but this is something else. There's just something about its style that gets to you. Just as he was about to pop the hood and take a closer look at the engine, he heard a soft voice from behind. "Hey," Summer said in a low tone, her voice catching him off guard. Don turned around to face Summer with a bit of confusion, his eyebrows raising slightly. Huh? Oh, hey, how come you haven't started off for school yet? He asked, genuinely curious. He had fully expected her to be long gone by now. Summer stood there awkwardly, her hands fidgeting slightly. I don't need to hurry for club today, she said, her voice a little hesitant. So, I thought I'd have breakfast with you guys first. Don was inwardly surprised. He hadn't expected his words to have such a big impact on her. He had aimed to make her feel a little guilty, sure, but he hadn't anticipated that she would actually stay behind to have breakfast with them. It was a surprising change, and he wasn't entirely sure how to respond. Summer avoided eye contact, her gaze shifting to the floor as she spoke again. I'm sorry, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Don tilted his head slightly, unsure of what she was apologizing for. What are you sorry for? He asked, his tone gentle but curious. Summer struggled to find the right words, her voice faltering as she tried to explain. I don't know, just for everything, I guess, she mumbled. It's not that I don't want to spend time with the family, but sometimes it just feels like no one gets me. She sighed, her frustration evident as she shook her head. I'm not making sense, am I? Just forget it. Don thought about it for a moment, realizing that his earlier words had left her feeling more guilty than he had intended. But her apology, especially directed at him, made him feel like she was starting to warm up to him. There was no need to push it any further. I get it, Don said, offering her a small, reassuring smile. Don't worry about it. I didn't mean it in a bad way. Summer visibly relaxed, her shoulders loosening as she nodded. All right, she said, her voice sounding lighter. Let's go eat then, since the food's ready. She started to turn toward the door but then paused, her eyes falling on the car. Wait, why are you looking at that car? She asked, her tone shifting to one of curiosity. Don smiled, glancing back at the Mustang. Mom's thinking of giving it to me, he replied casually, still admiring the car's sleek lines. Summer's expression went from awkward to surprised in an instant. What? She exclaimed, her voice a mixture of disbelief and frustration. That's not fair. Without another word, she spun on her heel and marched out of the garage, yelling as she went. Mum, why is Don the one getting Dad's old car? Samantha, who was in the kitchen setting plates on the dining table, let out a sigh. She had almost forgotten how these two could find something to argue over even during breakfast. Donnie will need it more since he'll be moving around a lot, she answered back, her tone calm but firm. And he's older. Don appeared in the doorway just as Samantha finished speaking. Exactly, he agreed, crossing his arms and leaning against the doorframe again. He then glanced at Summer, a teasing glint in his eye. Besides, do you even know how to drive a manual? Summer's face flushed slightly as she fumbled for a response. I can learn, she declared, though her tone lacked the usual confidence. Don couldn't help but laugh, more to tease her than anything else. Don't worry, he said, his tone light and playful. I'll give you rides whenever you want. Samantha smiled at Don's words and added, see, you can count on your brother. Summer looked at Don, her expression softening slightly. You mean it? She asked, sounding almost hopeful. Yeah, Don replied, though he couldn't resist adding with a grin, for a small fee. Summer's brief moment of happiness quickly turned into a frown. I knew it, she muttered, rolling her eyes. In the next moment, they all proceeded to the dining area to eat. Don settled into his seat at the dining table just as Amanda descended the stairs, joining them with her usual upbeat energy. She was dressed in her familiar jean shorts, paired with a crisp white top, and a flannel shirt layered on top. Her casual attire, along with her radiant smile, brought a certain warmth to the room. Good morning, Amanda greeted cheerfully, her eyes scanning the table before landing on Summer. She paused, her brows lifting in surprise. Am I seeing things, or is that really Summer sitting down for breakfast? Summer rolled her eyes, her tone full of sarcasm as she replied, ha ha, very funny, Aunt Amanda. Amanda chuckled as she took a seat next to Summer, her amusement clear. I'm just surprised, that's all. It's been a while since you joined us for breakfast. Don, curious, looked over at Amanda. Is it really that rare for her to stay for breakfast? Amanda nodded, her smile widening as she spoke. "Oh, absolutely. It's probably been over a year since I last saw her do it." Summer immediately objected, her voice rising defensively. "That's not true." Don raised an eyebrow, amused by her reaction as he took another bite of his breakfast. "Wow," he said, his tone teasing as he continued to eat. "I'm impressed." "It's not true," Summer insisted again, her frustration evident. Don merely shrugged, a playful grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Why do you care what I think?" Summer huffed, crossing her arms over her chest. "Because it's lies. This is why I don't stay for breakfast. Everyone gangs up on me." Don chuckled, shaking his head. "You're so dramatic. Just eat before you're late for class." Summer shot him a glare, clearly wanting to say something sharp in return, but she bit her tongue, remembering the deal they had made. Instead, she reluctantly picked up her fork and focused on her food. Samantha, sensing the tension easing, smiled gently at Summer. "Take your time, sweetie. I'll drop you off at school on my way to work." She then glanced at the clock, her eyes widening slightly. "Speaking of which, I better go get ready." She quickly stood up, grabbing her plate and placing it in the sink before hurrying out of the kitchen and up the stairs. The sound of her footsteps faded, leaving the three of them at the table. After Samantha left, Amanda turned her attention to Don, a curious glint in her eyes. "So, Donnie, what's the plan after we visit the farm? Any ideas?" Before Don could respond, Summer interjected, looking genuinely puzzled. "Wait, you're actually serious about helping Aunt Amanda with the farm?" Don nodded, finishing his bite before replying. "Unlike some people, I actually enjoy helping others." Summer rolled her eyes again, clearly not buying his altruism. "Yeah, right. What's in it for you?" Amanda laughed lightly, patting Summer's arm. "He's getting some fresh produce for his diet." "What's wrong with that?" Summer's confusion deepened as she looked between the two of them. "Diet? What's he on a diet for?" Don merely shrugged, not offering any explanation, which only seemed to frustrate Summer further. "Whatever," she muttered, clearly deciding it wasn't worth the effort to pry. She then turned to Don, her expression softening slightly. "Since you're getting Dad's old car, can you pick me up from my friend's place later today?" Amanda looked surprised, her eyebrows shooting up as she addressed Don. "You're really getting Shelley?" "Shelley?" Don repeated the name in his mind, realizing that it must be the car's name. He gave a nod, smiling faintly. "Yeah, Mom offered it. But it looks like Shelley hasn't run in a while, so I'm not sure if she'll even start." Amanda scoffed, waving off his concern. "Don't worry about that. If there's one thing your father did right, it was taking care of Shelley. You might need to take her in for servicing, but that's about it." Don nodded thoughtfully, his mind already considering the logistics. "I'll look into getting that done after our trip to the farm." He was eager to try the car out, maybe even use it for the drive to Amanda's farm, but he wasn't willing to risk it without knowing the way. Having Amanda drive them there would give him a chance to learn the route for future reference. The conversation shifted to random topics as they continued eating, with Don occasionally teasing Summer, much to her chagrin. The banter was light, the kind that filled the room with a sense of familiarity and warmth. It felt like the kind of morning that brought the family closer, even if they wouldn't admit it out loud. Finally, Don finished his breakfast, wiping his mouth with a napkin before excusing himself from the table. "I'm heading back to my room," he announced, pushing his chair back. As he stood, Summer called out to him, "Don, don't forget to be on the lookout for my call later, okay?" Don waved a hand dismissively as he began walking toward the stairs. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out," he replied with a smirk, making his way up the stairs. As he ascended, he was pleased with how things were playing out. He had managed to subtly push Summer into reconsidering her attitude without coming off as too forceful, and now he had an entire day planned out with Amanda. Once back in his room, Don closed the door behind him with a soft click, the noise from the rest of the house fading into the background. He let out a breath as he walked over to his bed and sat down on the edge, the mattress sinking slightly under his weight. Don knew he had some time before Samantha would be ready to leave, so he decided to make use of it. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out his phone and tapped the screen. The device lit up, and he quickly navigated to the app that connected him with Gary Assist. "Gary," he said quietly, his voice barely above a murmur. Can you map out where I go today? I want to make sure I'm efficient with my time, Don asked, choosing not to make it known that he didn't know the way. A soft chime sounded from his phone, and Gary Assist's calm, artificial voice responded, of course, sir. That won't be a problem. I'll start mapping your routes now. Don nodded to himself. Thanks, Gary, he said, more out of habit than necessity. He knew the AI didn't require gratitude, but it felt natural to him to maintain a polite tone, even with an artificial assistant. As he leaned back on the bed, propping himself up on his elbows, Don let his mind wander for a moment. The plan for the day was falling into place, and things were progressing smoothly with the family. Don soon drifted off into a light nap, the calmness of the room and the weight of the morning lulling him into sleep. His mind floated in the soft haze of slumber until a sudden knock on the door startled him awake. He blinked, disoriented for a moment, before the second knock sounded, this time accompanied by Samantha's voice calling out softly, Donnie, are you awake? Don quickly sat up, running a hand through his hair as he tried to shake off the lingering grogginess. Yeah, I'm awake, he replied, his voice a bit rough from sleep as he swung his legs off the bed and stood up. He padded over to the door and opened it. The sight that greeted him made him pause for a brief second. Samantha stood there, looking every bit the image of a sophisticated yet undeniably sexy MILF. She wore a form-fitting office attire, a neat, charcoal grey pencil skirt that hugged her hips and thighs in all the right places, stopping just above her knees. Paired with it was a white blouse, the top few buttons undone, offering just a hint of her cleavage. Over the blouse, she had on a tailored blazer that accentuated her narrow waist, and her legs were elongated by a pair of black stiletto heels. Her hair was styled neatly, and she wore just enough makeup to highlight her natural beauty. Don's eyes briefly took in the whole picture, appreciating the way she looked as a whole. As much as Don was enjoying the view, he quickly snapped his gaze back to her face, not wanting to be caught staring. Sorry, I must have dozed off while lying down, he explained, his voice now more alert. Samantha gave him a gentle smile, nodding in understanding. You still don't seem fully recovered. Maybe you should stay home if you're not feeling well, she suggested, her tone showing concern. Don shook his head. I'm fine. A little exercise might help me feel better, he replied with a reassuring smile, though he could see the worry still lingering in her eyes. Maybe you're right, Samantha conceded, though she didn't sound entirely convinced. She reached into her purse and pulled out a silver credit card, holding it out to him. Here, use this to buy some clothes and anything else you need. Just make sure you get what's necessary. Don took the card, taking note of its features out of curiosity. Thanks, I appreciate it, he said, his tone genuine. Then, he added casually, I don't have any proper bank accounts of my own yet. Samantha nodded, already anticipating his response. That's fine. Just use this for now, and I'll deposit some more money into it later. But don't tell Summer, alright? You know how she can be, and I don't want you two fighting over it. Don agreed easily, though inwardly he recognized that Samantha was doing this out of a mix of guilt and a subconscious need to treat him favorably, or perhaps to make up for what she perceived as past wrongs. It was a delicate balance he was playing, and he knew he had to tread carefully. On the surface, though, he just smiled and said, Don't worry, I understand. Thanks, really. Samantha's smile softened, and she looked relieved by his acceptance. You don't need to worry about getting a job just yet, she added quickly, as if reading his thoughts. While you're living under my roof, it's my responsibility to take care of you. I owe you that much. Her words confirmed Don's suspicions that guilt was driving her actions, though she might not even realize it herself. He couldn't help but feel a bit of guilt of his own for manipulating her emotions, but he pushed it aside like he had before. It was necessary, part of the plan to keep her focused on him and ensure his place in this new life. Sure, Don replied, his tone light and agreeable. There was no need to argue when things were already working in his favor. Samantha's smile brightened, and she reached into her purse again, this time pulling out a set of keys. These are for the Mustang in the garage, she said, handing them to him. Did you find your license yet? Don hadn't actually checked, but he knew better than to lie about something so easily verifiable. "Not yet," he admitted. "But don't worry, I'm not planning on driving without it." "I'm not that eager." Samantha gave him a playful, yet suspicious look, as if weighing his words. "You better not be. That car's a classic, and I'd hate to see it wrecked because someone was too eager to show off." Before Don could respond, Summer's voice echoed from downstairs, yelling, "Mum, I'm going to be late." Samantha sighed, the sound a mix of exasperation and amusement. She looked back at Don, her expression softening. "Call me if you need anything, okay?" "Will do," Don replied, stepping back into his room as Samantha turned to leave. "Bye, Donnie," she called out over her shoulder before hurrying down the hallway, her heels clicking softly against the floor as she made her way downstairs. After Samantha left, Don returned to his room, closing the door behind him. The soft click of the latch was the only sound as he moved toward his dresser, where a small stack of documents sat neatly organized. Gary had ensured that all his essential paperwork was in order, including his ID, passport, and other necessary documents. He sifted through them quickly, his fingers brushing against the smooth surfaces of the laminated cards. Among them, he found what he was looking for: his driving license. He held it up to the light, examining the details. It looked perfectly legitimate. "Gary is a lifesaver," Don murmured to himself while showing a small smirk. He picked up both his ID and driving license, slipping them into his wallet alongside the silver credit card Samantha had given him earlier. Exiting his room, Don made his way down the hallway. As he approached the stairs, he spotted Amanda making her way up. "Oh, Donnie," Amanda said, her voice carrying a bit of surprise. "I was just coming to ask what time you wanted to head out." Don glanced at his watch, noting that the morning was still young. "Now's a good time," he replied. He was eager to get moving, to see what Amanda's farm was like and to start laying the groundwork for the day. Amanda nodded, her smile widening. "Great, let's go then." With that, they both descended the stairs and exited the house. Don caught a glimpse of Samantha's vehicle in the distance, disappearing down the road. Amanda quickly locked the front door behind them before turning to lead the way to her pickup truck, and Don followed her as they walked across the driveway. Amanda unlocked the truck and climbed into the driver's seat while Don rounded the front of the vehicle and pulled open the passenger door, sliding into the seat beside her. The interior of the truck was clean but had the lived-in feel of a vehicle that had been well used. The faint scent of leather and a hint of something earthy, probably from her farmer, lingered in the air. Once they were both settled, Amanda started the engine, the truck roaring to life with a deep, rumbling sound. She shifted into gear and pulled out of the driveway. As they drove, Don leaned back in his seat. The day was shaping up well, and he felt more in control of his situation than ever. Now, he just had to make sure everything continued to go according to plan. Meanwhile, back in the forest on the outskirts of the city, Sister Rose walked with a slowed pace down a gloomy, narrow trail. The path was littered with the bones and carcasses of various animals, their remains scattered haphazardly among the twisted roots of old trees. The air was thick with the stench of decay, mingling with the dampness of the earth, creating an atmosphere that would have sent shivers down the spine of any ordinary person. But Sister Rose was anything but ordinary. She was still clad in the sporty attire she had worn at the park, black leggings and a matching sports jacket that concealed her form, a pair of sunglasses perched atop her head, and a face mask that had since been lowered to reveal her unsettling smile. In one hand, she carried the folder containing Don's profile, her fingers gripping it tightly as she navigated the eerie trail. Strange noises echoed around her, the low growls and distant howls of unseen creatures lurking in the shadows, but Sister Rose was entirely unfazed. If anything, the unsettling ambience seemed to amuse her. After a short walk, she reached a clearing. The ground here was stained with dried blood, the scent of it still faintly lingering in the air. The foul smell of rot and death was more potent in this place, thick enough to taste on the tongue. Sister Rose looked around, her bright green eyes narrowing as she muttered, "Where art thou?" After Sister Rose spoke, there was a moment of silence, and then the bushes on the far side of the clearing rustled violently. A deep, guttural grunt echoed from the shadows, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. The ground trembled as something massive approached, its presence causing the very air to vibrate with malice. Suddenly, a creature leapt into the clearing, landing with a thunderous crash. The impact sent a shockwave through the ground, nearly knocking loose the trees that bordered the area. The creature was a monstrous sight to behold, standing at least 10 feet tall. Its emaciated frame was covered in matted fur and rotting flesh. Its limbs were long and spindly, ending in sharp claws that dug into the earth with each step. Its face was a grotesque mockery of a human's, with hollow eye sockets glowing with an unnatural light and a maw filled with jagged, blood-stained teeth. The creature opened its mouth wide and let out a bone-chilling roar, the sound reverberating through the forest like the death knell of 1,000 souls. The roar sent a spray of foul-smelling drool splattering across Sister Rose's face. Her expression remained neutral, but there was a flicker of annoyance in her eyes. With a sharp motion, she wiped the drool from her face and then, without hesitation, smacked the creature's nose with the back of her hand. The impact produced a wet thud, and the creature recoiled, letting out another roar, this one tinged with confusion and pain. Sister Rose removed her sunglasses, revealing her piercing green eyes as she stared the beast down. "Behave thyself, foul beast," she commanded, her voice icy. "Mother Nature's patience doth not extend to thee." The creature hesitated, its glowing eyes flickering as it processed her words. Despite its size and fearsome appearance, it backed away, lowering its head in a display of submission. Sister Rose's presence, though diminutive compared to the towering monster, was one of undeniable authority. With the creature seemingly subdued, Sister Rose opened the folder and reached inside. From within, she produced a small, torn piece of clothing stained with dried blood. She held the cloth up to the creature's nostrils, her expression calm. "Here," she said softly, "take in the scent of thy new prey." The creature inhaled deeply, its nostrils flaring as it absorbed the scent. Its eyes glowed brighter, a menacing light filling them as the primal urge to hunt was awakened within it. Sister Rose smiled. "I want him," she continued, "and anyone who is with him, torn to utter shreds. But let them suffer first, for that is the will of Mother." The creature growled low in its throat, a sound that seemed to convey understanding. It reared back on its hind legs, its massive form looming over Sister Rose as it prepared to carry out her command. Sister Rose reached up and patted the creature's nose, her touch oddly tender. "Good," she whispered, her voice a deadly caress. "Now, go." With a final huff, the creature spun around and bolted into the forest. It moved with surprising agility for its size, navigating the dense underbrush and twisted roots with ease. The trees seemed to part before it, as if the very forest bent to its will. The sound of its retreating footsteps faded into the distance, leaving the clearing eerily silent once more. Sister Rose stood alone in the clearing for a moment longer, her eyes fixed on the spot where the creature had disappeared. She then tossed her sunglasses and turned, making her way back down the gloomy trail. Several kilometers away, on a highway leading out of the city, Amanda and Don were still en route to the farm. The scenery around them had shifted from the dense urban sprawl to the more open expanses of the countryside. The road was flanked by vast fields of crops, the tall stalks of corn swaying gently in the breeze, while sunflowers turned their bright faces toward the morning sun. Inside the truck, the atmosphere was relaxed. Amanda had turned on the radio, and for a while, they had driven in comfortable silence, the sound of the engine and the hum of the tires on the asphalt filling the space between them. The radio station was playing a news report about the Central Mall attack, urging listeners to be cautious as authorities believed there were still others at large who shared Nightshade's radical beliefs. Amanda's expression tightened as she listened to the report. She glanced at Don, concern evident in her eyes. Without a word, she reached over and switched the station to music, hoping to lighten the mood. She didn't want to bring up the attack, especially not after everything Don had been through. As a soft rock tune filled the cab, Amanda tried to strike up a conversation to keep things from getting awkward. "So, what inspired this diet you're on?" she asked, her tone light and curious. Don could see through her attempt to steer the conversation, but he didn't let on. Instead, he played along, answering her question with a shrug. Just figured it's best for my body. Helps me stay in shape, Amanda chuckled, her eyes briefly flicking from the road to Don. I wish I had your discipline. But I love junk food too much to give it up. Can't go a day without some juicy meat, you know? Don smiled faintly, though his mind was already working on how to deepen his connection with Amanda. He considered asking her to join him on his diet, but quickly dismissed the idea. Pushing too hard might backfire. Better to bide his time and wait for a more natural opportunity. For now, he kept the conversation light, answering Amanda's questions and throwing in a few of his own. He made sure to pay attention to any tidbits she revealed about herself or the old Don, each one a potential piece of the puzzle he was slowly piecing together. About 40 minutes later of driving, the landscape around them began to change, with most buildings shrinking in the rearview mirror as they drove deeper into the countryside. The fields stretched out on either side of the road, a sea of green and gold with the occasional piece of heavy farm machinery at work in the distance. Amanda soon took a right turn onto a gravel road, the tires crunching as they left the pavement behind. A few minutes later, they arrived at the farm where the house and outbuildings were nestled among the fields. Here we are, Amanda announced with a smile as she pulled the truck to a stop. Don stepped out of the truck, his boots scrunching on the gravel beneath him as he followed Amanda toward the house. The farm stretched out around them, a sprawling expanse of land that seemed to go on forever. To the left, rows of corn swayed gently in the breeze, their tall stalks rustling softly. To the right, a field of sunflowers stood tall and proud, their golden faces turned toward the sun. In the distance, large pieces of farm machinery, tractors, harvesters, and plows stood idle, waiting for the day's work to begin. The house itself was a charming two-story structure, painted a soft white with green shutters and a wraparound porch. The porch was lined with potted plants and wicker furniture, giving it a welcoming, homey feel. As they walked toward the house, Amanda glanced at Don with a smile. Not much has changed around here, so no need for a tour, she said. Let's just quickly grab what you need so we can head into town to shop for your clothes before traffic gets hectic. Don nodded, falling in step beside her. Sounds like a plan. Amanda led him toward a storage shed that stood off to the side of the house. The shed was a simple, weathered structure with a slanted roof and wooden walls that had seen better days. The paint was chipped and peeling in places, revealing the raw wood beneath, and the hinges on the door creaked as Amanda pushed it open. Inside, the shed was neatly organized, with various tools and equipment hanging on the walls or stacked on shelves. Gardening tools, sacks of fertilizer, and bins filled with seeds lined one side, while the other held larger items like a lawnmower and a wheelbarrow. Amanda reached for a pair of overalls hanging from a hook on the wall and handed them to Don, along with gloves and boots. Here, you should be able to fit into these, she said. Don accepted the clothing with a nod, but before he could say anything, Amanda began to undress right there in the shed. She first unbuttoned her flannel shirt and shrugged it off, revealing a simple white bra beneath. Don couldn't help but stare for a moment, surprised by how casual she was about it. Amanda, for her part, seemed completely unfazed. She folded her shirt neatly and set it aside before reaching down to unbutton her jean shorts. She's really not shy at all, Don thought, his eyes involuntarily tracing the freckles scattered across her shoulders and down to her lower back. It was clear from the way she went about changing that this was nothing out of the ordinary for her. No hidden intentions, just the practicality of getting into work clothes. Realizing he was staring, Don quickly began to change as well. He slipped out of his shirt and pants, pulling on the overalls she had given him. As he dressed, he couldn't help but steal the occasional glance at Amanda, who was now in just her bra and panties. Her body was lean and toned, her skin lightly tanned from days spent working outdoors. Freckles dotted her shoulders and the curve of her ass cheeks, adding a touch of youthfulness to her otherwise mature appearance. As Don finished dressing, Amanda turned to him, her eyes sweeping over his form with a look of mild surprise. Wow, you've really grown, she remarked, a note of nostalgia in her voice. Feels like just yesterday you were half my height. Don chuckled at her comment, wondering why she seemed so open and comfortable with him. He assumed this was how she had always acted around the younger Don, and despite his age now, she saw no need to change the dynamic. I shouldn't complain, he thought. This will make getting closer to her easier. But I'll need to be crafty about it. Not everyone can stay forever young like you, Don quipped with a playful grin on his face. Amanda laughed, the sound light and genuine. Oh, I don't feel so young anymore, she replied, reaching for the overalls. I doubt I could even outrun you like I used to. Don decided to take a small risk, turning to look at her while she was still in her underwear. You look pretty in shape to me, he said, trying to sound casual but appreciative. To his surprise, Amanda didn't seem to mind him looking. In fact, she struck a pose, one hand on her hip as she raised an eyebrow at him. You really think so? 100%, Don replied, his grin widening. You could pass for a teenager. If I ever need to pretend I have a girlfriend, I'm coming to you. Amanda burst out laughing, clearly amused by his boldness. You've become even more cheeky and bold, she said, shaking her head in mock disapproval. But what makes you think a babe like me would date you if I'm as attractive as you say? Don shrugged, maintaining his playful demeanor. I'm the only one who can handle your wildness. Amanda laughed again, clearly enjoying their banter. All right, Mr. Charmer, let's get what you need, she said, finally pulling on her overalls. Don noticed how she glanced at him one last time before fully dressing, her eyes lingering a bit longer than necessary. She was definitely eyeing me with more than just curious eyes, Don thought. But he decided not to read too much into it, at least not yet. Let's just see how close we can get, he thought with a small smile on his lips. As they finished dressing, Amanda led the way out of the shed, ready to gather what they needed from the farm. Meanwhile, miles away on the same road that Don and Amanda had driven down not long ago, an old pickup truck carrying hay rumbled along, driven by an elderly farmer whistling a cheerful tune. The sun was just beginning to rise higher in the sky, casting long shadows across the fields as the truck made its way down the road. The farmer, a grizzled man with a weathered face and a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes, was in high spirits, humming along with the radio as he navigated the familiar route. But his contentment was short-lived. Without warning, a powerful force slammed into the side of his truck, sending it careening off the road and into a nearby field. The farmer barely had time to react, his hands gripping the wheel tightly as he tried to regain control. What fear he began, but his words were cut off as a loud thud echoed from the roof of the truck, denting it downward with a sickening crunch. Panic seized the farmer, his heart racing as he tried to make sense of what was happening. The truck shuddered to a stop, and the only sound was the heavy breathing of the terrified man and the distant rustle of the wind through the crops. Then, he heard a low, guttural growl, a sound that sent a chill down his spine. Before he could react, a massive hand, covered in matted fur and ending in razor-sharp claws, reached down and ripped the roof of the truck open like it was made of paper. "Aha!" The farmer let out a scream, but it was cut short as the creature's hand grabbed him, yanking him out of the cab with brutal force. The farmer's hat flew off as he was lifted into the air, his eyes wide with terror as he finally caught a glimpse of his assailant. The creature's face was inches from his own, its hollow eye sockets glowing with an ominous light. Its mouth opened wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth dripping with saliva, and it let out a roar that rattled the very ground beneath them. The farmer's screams echoed through the empty fields, but there was no one around to hear them. The creature's grip tightened, and with a savage snarl, it hurled the farmer's body into the distance, sending him crashing through the corn stalks like a ragdoll. The creature watched for a moment, tilted its head as if listening for any signs of life. When none came, it let out a satisfied growl and turned, bounding off into the fields with unnatural speed and agility, disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. The only evidence of its presence was the mangled truck, now lying on its side in the field, and the trail of destruction left in its wake. Back on Amanda's farm, Don wiped the sweat from his brow as he and Amanda finished loading the last basket of fresh produce into the back of her truck. The midday sun beat down on them, casting long shadows across the farm. The air was thick with the earthy scent of soil and ripe vegetables, and Don could feel the heat seeping into his skin. Amanda, standing beside him, adjusted her hat and leaned against the truck bed, catching her breath. "So," she said with a teasing smile, "how do you feel after a little farm labor?" Don shrugged, trying to play it cool. "It's okay. But working like this in the sun every day? That's got to be something else." Amanda laughed, the sound light and easy. "It is, but thankfully the farm isn't that big, and after a hard day's work, there's nothing better than a dip in the lake nearby." She paused, giving him a playful look. "You wanna try it?" Don's interest was piqued, and he was about to respond when the sound of tires crunching on gravel caught his attention. He turned to see a police patrol car slowly making its way down the dirt road toward them. The car was standard issue, with black and white paint, the local department's insignia emblazoned on the doors, and the light bar on top, though it wasn't flashing. Don inwardly cursed the timing. He could tell Amanda was about to ask him about going for a swim, maybe even skinny dipping, and now that opportunity was slipping away. But more than that, the sight of the police car filled him with a sense of unease. Something about this didn't feel right. Amanda, however, didn't seem too surprised. She pushed off the truck and casually walked toward the car as it came to a stop beside them. Don followed suit but kept his senses high alert. The door of the patrol car swung open, and out stepped a young-looking officer. He had blonde hair neatly combed under his hat, sharp brown eyes hidden behind aviator sunglasses, and a toothpick dangling from the corner of his mouth. As he approached, he adjusted his belt, his hand brushing against the holster at his side. "Hiya, Charlie." Amanda greeted him with a familiarity that suggested they'd crossed paths more than once. "What brings you here?" Charlie didn't return the greeting. Instead, his gaze shifted to Don, his expression hardening with suspicion. "Who's this?" he asked, his tone far from friendly. Don raised an eyebrow, wondering what this guy's problem. He kept his face neutral, but he could feel the tension building in his muscles, ready to spring into action if needed. Amanda's eyes narrowed at the question, and she crossed her arms over her chest. "That's none of your business, Charlie," she said, her voice firm. "Did you drive all the way out here just to ask me that? Because if you're here to ask me out again, the answer's still number." Don almost smirked as he realized what was going on. Charlie was clearly interested in Amanda, and now that he saw Don with her, the officer's jealousy was obvious. Charlie frowned, spitting out the toothpick with a flick of his tongue. "It is my business," he shot back, leaning against the side of his car. "As an officer on duty, it's my job to ask about any suspicious-looking people, especially after the murder." Amanda's expression shifted from irritation to concern. "Murder?" she repeated, her arms uncrossing as she took a step closer. Charlie adjusted his hat, then leaned back casually as he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. He took a slow drag before speaking. "Yeah, you didn't hear? Old man Barney was found dead by the road near Mackenzie's fields just a few minutes ago. Hevra or Waitevra got him tore up his truck real bad. Came by to check on you, make sure everything's alright." "But now," he added, his gaze sliding back to Don, "I'm starting to think I might have found a suspect." He puffed a cloud of smoke in Don's direction, the insinuation clear. Don felt a surge of anger and the instinctive urge to defend himself. His entire body tensed, and for a moment, he considered putting Charlie in his place. But before he could act, something else caught his attention. His ears twitched as a rustling sound came from the fields near Amanda's house, followed by the unmistakable sound of a low growl. He didn't have time to question what it was. The creature's roar echoed through the air, sending a chill down his spine. In an instant, the monstrous form burst from the tall grass, charging toward them with terrifying speed. Charlie's cigarette dropped from his mouth as his eyes widened in shock. "What intonation is that?" he yelled, fumbling for his gun. Amanda's face drained of color as she took a step back, her voice trembling as she yelled, "It's a mutant!" The creature's roar reverberated through the air, the sound that sent shivers down everyone's spine. It was massive, towering over them with its hunched, grotesque form, its eyes glowing with a menacing red light. Its sharp, jagged teeth dripped with saliva as it charged forward, its claws tearing up the earth with each thunderous step. "Run!" Don yelled, grabbing Amanda's arm and pulling her with him as they bolted toward the house. Charlie, still fumbling with his gun, snapped out of his shock and followed close behind. Shit! The creature was fast, too fast. It closed the distance between them with terrifying speed, its snarls growing louder as it homed in on its prey. They barely made it to the porch when the creature lunged, its claws slashing through the air where they had just been standing. Don kicked the door open, shoving Amanda inside before diving in after her. Charlie barely made it and slammed the door shut behind them, locking it with trembling hands. The creature's body slammed into the door with a deafening crash, the wood splintering under the force. The entire house shook, dust falling from the ceiling as the beast clawed at the door, trying to rip it off its hinges. That thing's gonna break through. As Amanda shouted, Don looked around the room, his mind racing. The house was small and sparsely furnished. There was no way they could hold off the creature if it got inside. "We need to keep moving," he said, grabbing a nearby chair and wedging it under the door handle as an extra barrier, though he knew it would only buy them a few more seconds at most. As they bolted into the kitchen, Don searched for anything they could use to defend themselves. He grabbed a cast-iron skillet from the stove, while Amanda armed herself with a large kitchen knife. Charlie, pale and sweating, stumbled into the room after them, still clutching his gun. "We're not gonna make it," he panted, his eyes wide with fear. "Speak for yourself," Don snapped, trying to ignore the sinking feeling in his gut. He glanced at Amanda, who was doing her best to stay calm despite the terror in her eyes. The creature's roars grew louder as it finally tore through the front door. The sound of wood splintering and the door crashing to the floor sent adrenaline surging through Don's veins. They had to move, and fast. "Back door," Amanda yelled, pointing toward the rear of the house. They sprinted toward it, but as they reached the door, the creature burst through the kitchen wall with a ferocious snarl, sending debris flying. "Look out!" Don shouted, pushing Amanda out of the way just as the creature's claws slashed through the space where she had been standing. She hit the floor hard. The wind knocked out of her, but she was unharmed. The creature turned its attention to Don, its eyes narrowing with predatory intent. It lunged at him, its jaws snapping inches from his face. Don swung the skillet with all his might, striking the creature across the head. The impact echoed through the room, but the beast barely flinched. Instead it roared in anger, swiping at Don with a massive claw. He ducked just in time, the creature's claws slicing through the air above him. He knew they couldn't keep this up much longer. They needed to get out of the house and find better cover. "Aunt Amanda, go!" Don shouted, his voice strained as he dodged another attack. Amanda scrambled to her feet, her eyes wide with fear. She bolted for the back door with Charlie right on her heels. The creature turned to look at them and Don made use of the opportunity. He hurled the skillet at its head, the heavy pan clanging off its skull. The beast roared in fury, spinning back around to face him. Don's heart pounded in his chest as he faced the creature, trying to think of a way to buy them more time. The creature lunged again, its claws aiming for his chest. He quickly sidestepped the attack, but one of its claws caught his arm, tearing through his shirt and leaving a deep gash. "Fuck!" He bit back a cry of pain, stumbling back as blood dripped from the wound. Suddenly, Amanda came back with her kitchen knife in hand. She slashed at the creature's leg, the blade biting into its flesh. The creature howled in pain, staggering back just enough for Don to get some distance. "Donnie, we need to get to the bunker," Amanda shouted over the creature's roars. Don nodded, gritting his teeth against the pain in his arm. They made a break for it, dashing out the back door and across the yard. The bunker was a small, reinforced structure near the edge of the property, originally built as a storm shelter. If they could just reach it, they might have a chance. But the creature wasn't giving up that easily. It tore through the back wall of the house, sending planks of wood and pieces of furniture flying as it pursued them. Its eyes were filled with a murderous rage, its powerful legs propelling it across the yard with terrifying speed. Don and Amanda ran as fast as they could, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. The bunker was only a few yards away, but the creature was gaining on them with every step. Charlie reached the bunker first, yanking open the heavy metal door with his hands still trembling from fear. Amanda and Don were only steps behind, but just as they reached the door, Charlie's panic took over. He slammed the door shut, locking it from the inside, leaving them outside to face the beast. Amanda screamed in frustration, pounding on the door with her fists. "Charlie, "You fucking coward! Let us in!" But Charlie's only response was a muffled cry of fear from inside the bunker. Don cursed under his breath, knowing they had no time to waste. The creature was almost upon them. In that moment, something deep inside Don awakened. The fear and desperation triggered a surge of power he hadn't fully understood until now. Without thinking, he raised his hand toward the creature, his eyes narrowing with focus. The air around him seemed to pulse with energy as he concentrated, his hand trembling slightly. The creature lunged at them, its claws outstretched, but before it could strike, Don's power surged through him. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a burst of telekinesis, sending the creature flying backward. The force of the attack flung the beast several feet back, crashing it into the ground with a heavy thud. Don felt a sharp pain in his head, a splitting headache from the exertion, but he couldn't stop now. The creature was already struggling to get back on its feet. Ignoring the pain, Don focused his power once more. He gritted his teeth and flung the creature again, this time directing it toward the police car. The beast slammed into the car with enough force to crumple the metal, the impact reverberating through the farm. The creature lay stunned for a moment, its body twitching as it tried to regain its senses. But Don could see that it wasn't down for good. It was already starting to rise, its eyes glowing with fury. Then, without warning, the police car exploded. The force of the blast sent the creature flying through the air, its body engulfed in flames. It crashed to the ground, writhing and screaming as the fire consumed it. Don staggered back, the headache pounding in his skull, but he couldn't tear his eyes away from the sight. The creature's roars turned into desperate, agonized cries as it burned, its once powerful body reducing to a charred husk. Even in its final moments, the creature tried to reach out, its flaming claws grasping at the air as if trying to pull itself toward them. Amanda clung to Don, her face pale with horror as they watched the beast's final, pitiful attempts to survive. Finally, the creature fell still, its body collapsing into the flames. The fire crackled and popped as it consumed the last remnants of the mutant, leaving nothing but ash and scorched earth in its wake. Don's breath came in ragged gasps as the adrenaline slowly drained from his body. He could still feel the lingering ache in his head, but the pain was fading, replaced by a sense of grim satisfaction. The creature was dead. Amanda held onto him tightly, her body trembling with a mix of fear and relief. "Donya broken bar, you saved us," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the crackling flames. Don nodded, though he wasn't sure what to say. The power he had used was still unfamiliar to him, and the fact that it had surfaced in such a dire situation left him with more questions than answers. But for now, all that mattered was that they were alive. The sound of the bunker door creaking open drew their attention. Charlie peeked out, his face pale and his eyes wide with fear. "Isa broken bar, is it over?" Amanda shot him a look of pure venom. "You coward, you locked us out." Charlie's mouth opened and closed as he searched for an excuse, but Don cut him off with a cold glare. Charlie could see words wouldn't work, so he backed away, stumbling over his own feet as he fled the scene, leaving Don and Amanda alone. About an hour later, the once peaceful setting of Amanda's farm was disrupted by the flashing lights of police cars and an ambulance parked near the scene of the battle. Officers and paramedics moved about, assessing the situation and gathering evidence. Amanda and Don were seated on the back of the ambulance, their injuries being tended to by a paramedic while an officer questioned them. The officer, a middle-aged man with a stern expression, short brown hair, and a square jaw, jotted down notes on a small notepad as Amanda finished recounting the events. "And that's how that thing died," Amanda concluded, her voice steady but full of exhaustion. The officer paused in his note-taking, narrowing his eyes at her. "Your story is inconsistent with what Officer Gates reported." Amanda blinked in confusion. "Inconsistent? How is my story different from Charlie's?" She glanced at Don, who looked equally perplexed. "I'm not lying about him hiding in my bunker and leaving us out to die." The officer's gaze remained skeptical as he continued, "There are other parts of your story that don't add up, like how a trained officer like Gates did nothing despite having a firearm. It doesn't make sense." "His side of the story, where he was forced to protect the two of you, is more believable. Don could hardly believe what he was hearing. His irritation quickly turned into anger. Do we look like we were protected? He challenged, his voice rising with frustration. If Charlie was so brave, why do I have injuries, while he doesn't have a scratch on him apart from some stains on his uniform? The officer's expression hardened as he warned, watch your tone, son. Amanda, sensing Don's rising anger, placed a calming hand on his shoulder. It's fine, Donnie, she said softly before turning back to the officer. If there's nothing else, I'd like you to leave my property. The officer shook his head. We'll leave when we're done with our investigation into the creature. These things don't usually come this far from the forests, let alone reach farmland. We need to ensure there's no nest or den nearby. Amanda frowned but knew there was no point in arguing. The thought of more of those creatures lurking nearby was too terrifying to dismiss. She simply nodded and said, fine. Do what you need to do. The officer added, it's in your best interest to have officers here until we reach a conclusion. Our department will formally send a request to have this area taped off for investigation. Amanda sighed, knowing the officer was right despite her frustration. She glanced at Don and said, let's go. They moved away from the ambulance and toward Amanda's truck. As they walked, Amanda rubbed her hands together nervously. This is a mess, she muttered, her voice filled with frustration. Why my farm of all places? She paused, then sighed again, this time with a hint of guilt. I shouldn't be so insensitive, considering someone died. We should count ourselves lucky. Don, however, wasn't so sure. Throughout the ordeal, he couldn't shake the feeling that the creature had been particularly targeting him. He mulled over the events, knowing that guessing wouldn't get him anywhere. If he wanted to guarantee the safety of himself and the family, he would have to agree to the offer from the Elite Hero Program, EHP. He remained silent, his thoughts heavy as they reached the truck. Amanda, visibly shaken, turned to him and said, we should probably not say anything to Samantha about this. She won't let the police off the hook, especially if she finds out what that bastard Charlie did. Don was reluctant to agree. He saw this as an opportunity to get Samantha even more invested in him. But he respected Amanda's wishes and figured she had her reasons. You're right, he said, nodding. But what should we tell her instead? Amanda thought for a moment before replying. I'll just say a mutant was loose and caused a casualty in the area, so they're investigating to see if there might be more. That way, Samantha won't be too concerned, especially if I tell her I'll be staying with you all longer. You just need to wear long-sleeved shirts until your wound heals. Don considered her plan and realized it might not be such a bad thing if Amanda stayed around the house more. It would give him more opportunities to build on their relationship. All right, he agreed, though he was still considering other possibilities in the back of his mind. Amanda nodded, relieved. I should probably go grab some more clothes from the house, she said, looking back toward her now wrecked home. Could you check if the truck still starts? It was shaken up a bit when the police car exploded. She handed Don the keys before heading toward the house. Don watched her go for a moment, then turned his attention to the truck. Before he could get in, his eyes caught sight of Charlie, who was in the midst of giving his report to other officers. To Don's irritation, Charlie was even getting a pat on the back from some of his fellow officers, who were praising him for his good work. With his enhanced senses, Don could hear them telling Charlie how brave he was, completely oblivious to the truth. Don's eyes flickered with hate, and he clenched his fists, thinking to himself, Charlie will get what's coming to him. I'll make sure of that. He slid into the driver's seat of the truck, gripping the steering wheel as he tried to calm his anger. But the image of Charlie's smug face wouldn't leave his mind. Don knew he had to play it smart, but the urge to make Charlie pay was growing stronger by the second. 30 minutes later, Don and Amanda were back on the road, heading into town. The truck moved steadily along the highway, but inside, both passengers were silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Don stared out the window, his irritation simmering beneath the surface. The encounter with the creature and the frustrating conversation with the police officer replayed in his mind, making him question if it really was just a coincidence. He couldn't shake the feeling that something more sinister was at play. Amanda, on the other hand, was still visibly shaken by the ordeal. Her knuckles were white as she gripped the steering wheel, thinking back to how close they had come to losing their lives. Despite her best efforts to appear composed, the tension in her body was evident. She couldn't help but think about how different things might have been if Don hadn't been there. But not wanting to burden Don with her worries, she attempted to lighten the mood. Santa's City is beginning to become more dangerous by the day, huh? She remarked with a weak chuckle, her voice trying to carry some casualness. Don nodded, agreeing with her assessment but not offering much more. He wasn't in the talking mood, even if he knew this could be a good opportunity to strengthen his bond with Amanda. The thoughts in his mind were too numerous and too complex to make sense of just now. As they drove on, the skies began to darken, thick clouds gathering overhead. Amanda glanced up and muttered, "Shit, it looks like a heavy one is coming." Don didn't comment, but his eyes flicked toward the darkening skies. He wondered if those clouds meant something beyond just rain. With everything else that had been happening, he hadn't even bothered to check what the weather in this world was typically like. Not wanting to seem strange, he nodded in agreement. "Yeah, looks like it." Amanda's concern, however, was more practical. "It's risky driving in the rain with this truck. The steering isn't as responsive as it used to be." Don's mind shifted, realizing she wasn't thinking of some freak weather event but rather the very real danger of driving an old vehicle in a storm. "Should we head home, then?" he asked, his tone even. Amanda nodded, though there was disappointment in her voice. "That would be for the best." "Sorry if that ruins your plans." Don, despite his sour mood, held back from responding rudely. He was disappointed, but he understood. "It's fine. After what just happened, you're right. We should get some rest. A shower wouldn't hurt either." Amanda sighed, looking relieved that Don wasn't upset. "Yeah, a shower sounds really good right about now. I'm just disappointed that our day got cut short like this." Don offered a small, reassuring smile. "There'll be other days. The most important thing is that we're alive." As he said it, he thought about the silver lining in the encounter. As much of a mess as it was, he had managed to make an impression on Amanda by saving her life, especially when another man had acted so cowardly. He was sure she'd see him differently now. More importantly, he knew that when they got home, he needed to retrieve Benjamin's card and make the call to discuss joining the Elite Hero program. Whether or not the attack was a coincidence, Don felt that he needed to put safety measures in place, and the EHP was his best bet. They eventually arrived back at the Chanel Hills community, the truck pulling into the driveway just as the first drops of rain began to fall. By the time they parked and stepped out, the rain was starting to come down in earnest. Amanda hopped out first, quickly glancing at the sky before turning to Don. "Let's get those baskets out of the back before the rain really starts coming down." Don followed her lead, and together they hurried to unload the baskets of fresh produce from the truck and carry them into the house. The rain soaked through their clothes as they rushed, and by the time they had the baskets on the kitchen counter, they were both damp and dirty from the earlier encounter at the farm. Amanda looked down at her clothes, shaking her head with a sigh. "We should change." "You can use the main bathroom. I'll take the one in Sam's room." Don nodded. "Sounds like a plan." He watched as Amanda headed upstairs, then made his way to the main bathroom. The hot water was a welcome relief as he showered off the grime and stress of the day so far. Once he was clean and dressed, he retrieved Benjamin's business card from the drawer in his room. He stared at the card for a moment, contemplating the decision he was about to make. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out his phone and dialed the number. After a few rings, the call connected. "Hello?" came Benjamin's voice from the other end. "Hey, it's Don Bright," Don began, his voice steady. "I'm calling about the EHP." Yes," Benjamin replied, sounding pleased. "Have you come to a decision?" "Yeah," Don said, nodding to himself. "I'm interested in joining the program." Benjamin's excitement was almost evident, even over the phone. "Perfect!" he exclaimed, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "I knew you'd make the right choice, Don." Don leaned back against his bed, keeping his tone measured despite the eagerness in Benjamin's voice. "So, what do I need to do?" "Nothing much," Benjamin replied, the confidence in his voice unmistakable. "I'll handle everything on my end to arrange all the documents and paperwork. All you need to do is show up and sign them." Don paused to think for a moment. He considered pushing for a sooner meeting, perhaps even today, but he quickly dismissed the thought. If he appeared too eager, it might give Benjamin the upper hand, making Don seem desperate. Instead, he decided to hedge his bets. "Sounds good," Don said evenly. "But I should mention, my mother will likely want me to go over the documents with our lawyer, just to be on the safe side." "Is that going to be okay?" There was a slight pause on Benjamin's end before he responded with a laugh that didn't quite hide the nervousness. "Of course, Don, that's perfectly fine. We want everything to be above board, after all." Don's sharp ears picked up on the subtle shift in Benjamin's tone, a hint of nervousness slipping through. He'd expected this. If he had gone alone, there were bound to be loopholes in the documents or clauses that would favor Benjamin and his superiors. But Don wasn't about to let that happen. "Great," Don said casually, maintaining his calm demeanor. "When and where should we meet?" "I'll be in touch soon to confirm the details," Benjamin answered. "Just keep your schedule open." "Not a problem," Don replied before the call ended. As he lowered the phone, Don's thoughts shifted. Now what? He wasn't about to take the Mustang out in the rain, especially after everything that had happened today. If it broke down, it would just add to his already sour mood. As he pondered his next move, a sudden system prompt appeared in front of him, its text hovering in the air as if mocking him. Quest reminder. Sign up and successfully create a VR FPS avatar. Don's eyes narrowed slightly as he read the reminder. "Oh, right." "The quest," he muttered to himself. He'd been so wrapped up in the events of the day that he'd almost forgotten about the system entirely. It wasn't exactly reliable in its appearances, which only added to the frustration. Sighing, Don picked up his phone and scrolled through his contacts, searching for Donald's number. His finger hovered over the call button for a moment, his mind briefly considering what to say. With a quick tap, Don initiated the call. The phone rang a few times before Donald's voice answered on the other end, his tone casual and slightly surprised. "Hey, Don." "What's up?" Don kept his tone light. "Hey, Donald. Just wanted to check in about something." "Got a bit of time?" "Sure. What's on your mind?" Don leaned against the windowsill, glancing out at the rain now falling steadily against the glass. "I was thinking about getting started on that VR FPS avatar we talked about. Figured now's as good a time as any." "Awesome." "I was wondering when you'd get around to that," Donald replied, his excitement evident. "I've been fine-tuning my own setup, so I'm more than ready to help you out. But there's a big software update being done, so the servers are down, but we can still make you a character." "You at home?" "Yeah, I'm here," Don confirmed, absently watching the raindrops race down the window. "Figured I'd make the call since the weather's not great for anything else." "Alright, cool. Well, you can come on over and we can at least get your avatar prepped." Don ended the call with Donald and immediately started preparing to leave. The steady rhythm of the rain tapping against the windows made him reconsider his wardrobe choice. He pulled out a warmer outfit, a dark hoodie, and a pair of jeans. As he got dressed, he couldn't help but wonder where they kept umbrellas in the house, considering the weather was turning more severe. After getting dressed, Don stepped out of his room and walked down the hallway to stand in front of Samantha's room. He hesitated for a moment before knocking lightly. "Aunt Amanda, are you there?" he called out. A moment later, the door opened, and to his surprise, Amanda appeared in the doorway, topless and wearing only a pair of simple cotton panties. Her skin glistened slightly with the remnants of a recent shower, her hair still damp and clinging to her shoulders. Despite her modest figure, her ample breasts swayed slightly as she moved, catching Don's attention more than he would have liked. "Is something wrong?" Amanda asked, her tone casual, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. Don froze for a moment, taken aback by her lack of concern about her state of undress. He quickly forced himself to focus, clearing his throat. No, nothing's wrong. I just wanted to ask if we have any umbrellas." Amanda seemed to think for a moment, then nodded. "Yeah, we do." "But are you really planning on going out in this rain?" She looked a bit puzzled as she folded her arms under her chest, causing a subtle but noticeable lift. Don averted his eyes, focusing on the floor to keep himself from staring too long. "Yeah, I'm going to see a friend who lives next door," he explained. Amanda's expression changed to one of understanding. "Oh, silly me. I forgot Samantha mentioned that you're friends with Cassie's son." "What's his name again? A broken bar?" she muttered to herself before snapping her fingers in realization. "Oh right, Dodo." Don couldn't help but correct her. "It's Donald." Amanda blinked in confusion. "Really? I could have sworn Cassie called him Dodo." As she spoke, Amanda's modest yet ample breasts bounced slightly, catching Don's attention once again. He wondered if she was really this comfortable around him or if she was doing it on purpose. It was hard to tell, and he realized that reading people wasn't always as straightforward as he had thought. Amanda eventually shrugged off the name mix-up. "Well, all right then. The umbrellas are in the storage room near the stairs. You should remember it." Don smiled, trying to play off his earlier distraction. "I just wanted to be sure." Amanda didn't seem to think too much of it and accepted his answer with a nod. "Okay, then. Will you be back by lunch? We could watch the semi-finals of the Pro Bikini Mud Wrestling together. And since you're all grown up now, you don't need to worry about Samantha lecturing you." Don blinked, a bit thrown by the offer. I should be back by lunch, unless something comes up." Amanda beamed. "Perfect. Have fun, kiddo." With that, she gave him a wink and closed the door. As the door clicked shut, Don couldn't help but think about how quickly Amanda had seemed to move past the traumatic encounter at the farm. He had hoped she might be a bit more shaken, enough to seek comfort from him as a protector. But it seemed that close brushes with death weren't as uncommon in this world as he had assumed. Pushing the thoughts aside, he headed downstairs to retrieve an umbrella from the storage room. The rain was still light, but the sky had darkened considerably. With the umbrella in hand, he stepped out of the house and onto the walkway, the cool air brushing against his face. The short walk to Donald's house felt longer under the looming clouds. As Don approached the gate, he noticed how well kept the house was. It was a modest, single-story home with a neat garden in the front. The rain had begun to pick up, drumming against the leaves and the roof. Don opened the gate and let himself in, but as soon as he stepped into the yard, his ears picked up a low, menacing growl. He turned his head and saw a large Doberman standing in the middle of the yard, its sharp eyes locked onto him. The dog's muscular frame tensed as it bared its teeth, the growl growing louder. Don stopped in his tracks, actually a bit relieved as he had thought that another mutant-like creature had appeared for a moment. Just great, he thought. Can't catch a break, can I? The Doberman slowly advanced, its eyes never leaving Don's. But then, as if on cue, the front door of the house swung open, and Donald's voice rang out. "Rex, heel." The Doberman instantly stopped, its ears perking up as it turned its head toward Donald. The growling ceased, and Donald stepped out onto the porch, looking between Don and the dog with an amused grin. "Sorry about that, Don." Rex can be a bit protective. Don let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding, relaxing his stance. "No problem," he replied, though he couldn't help but feel a bit rattled by the encounter. "He's got a strong broken bar presence." Donald chuckled as he walked over, giving Rex a pat on the head. "Yeah, he's a good boy, just doesn't like strangers." "You can come in now." Don nodded, lowering the umbrella slightly as he followed Donald toward the house. As they walked, Rex kept a close eye on him, but the tension was gone, replaced by a wary curiosity. Once inside, Don shook off the umbrella and leaned it against the wall by the door. The interior of the house was warm and cozy. Donald led the way into the living room, where a large TV and gaming setup dominated the space. "Make yourself at home," Donald said, plopping down onto the couch. "We can get started whenever you're ready." Don took a seat beside Donald as the latter began setting up the gaming system. The setup was more than just a simple console. It was a sleek, high-tech piece of equipment that looked like it belonged in a sci-fi movie. The central unit was larger than a typical console, with various blinking lights, cooling fans, and holographic displays that projected different game stats and system updates. The controllers, though wireless, had a sophisticated design, with customizable buttons and adaptive triggers that adjusted to the game being played. Don watched as Donald turned on the setup, paying close attention to every move he made. Not because he was particularly interested in the process, but because he knew it would be strange for someone his age to be completely ignorant about gaming in this world. At least, if he came off as ignorant, it was better that it happened in front of Donald, who seemed more forgiving and less judgmental. Plus, Don recognized the potential in keeping Donald close. He was easy to convince, didn't have many other friends, and lived right next door. In Don's mind, Donald was the perfect ally, someone who could be easily manipulated if necessary. As he calculated the various ways he could use Donald to his advantage, a bit of guilt crept in. After all, Donald was kind and eager for friendship. But then Don reminded himself that he had died because of misplaced trust in his former life. He knew better now. He wouldn't be the one getting used. If anything, should the need ever arise, Donald could be the one to take the fall. While Don was deep in thought, Donald was having an entirely different internal struggle. He wondered if he should offer Don some snacks, but then remembered his mom only stocked the house with gluten-free options. He briefly considered cooking something, but worried that might come off as weird, especially since Don hadn't said he'd be staying long. Finally, he thought about ordering a pizza, but the weather made him concerned about how long it would take to arrive. Realizing he was overthinking it, Donald quickly turned on the setup and grabbed 2 controllers. "Sorry about that," Donald said, handing Don a controller. "My setup was disconnected." "Don't you just hate it when your mom's cleaning and unplugs everything?" Don didn't miss a beat, replying, "Can't relate. I didn't really grow up gaming much, aside from Call of Responsibility." Donald laughed nervously, kicking himself for making assumptions. He thought he'd made things awkward, but Don added, "I'm really interested in starting, though. I hope it's not an inconvenience showing me the ropes." Donald's face lit up with excitement. "No problem at all," he said, perhaps a bit too eagerly. Realizing this, he coughed to play it cool. "I mean, it's no problem at all. I'll definitely help you get up to speed before the school league opens." Once the gaming setup hummed to life, with the holographic interface displaying a variety of options, Donald navigated through the menus, explaining each step to Don, who nodded along and took mental notes. They then started the process of creating Don's VR FPS avatar and account. As Donald typed in the necessary information, a browser window suddenly popped up, displaying a rather questionable site filled with muscular naked women. Donald's face turned beet red as he scrambled to close the window. "That's, not supposed to be there," he stammered. Don simply smirked, trying not to laugh. "I won't judge. Everyone has their tastes." "Yeah, well, let's just forget that happened," Donald muttered, focusing back on the game. They went through the customization options for Don's avatar. Don chose a simple but intimidating look, a black balaclava with a skull imprint on it and a basic special ops attire. "Why the skull mask?" Donald asked curiously. "It's from a character I liked in an old game I used to play," Don replied nonchalantly. Once they finished creating the avatar, Donald handed over the credentials to Don. "You can log in with these whenever you want. Since you don't have a VR pod of your own, you can use mine. The ones at school will likely be packed most of the time, and the only way to get one of your own is to rank in the top 100 after the semester ends." Don nodded, appreciating the information. "Thanks, Donald. I'll definitely take you up on that." With the account setup done, Donald hesitated before asking, "You want to try out a few games or something?" he finally asked. Don considered it for a moment. It would look bad if he left immediately after creating the account, and he could sense that Donald wanted to spend more time together. "Sure," Don agreed, picking up the controller. "Let's see what you've got." They played for just over 30 minutes, the sound of gunfire and explosions filling the room. Don found himself genuinely enjoying the experience. For a brief moment, he felt like a normal guy again, free from the constant calculations and life-or-death situations that had been plaguing him recently. He even began to wonder if this was what life could be like, here, simple, straightforward, and fun. Just as that thought crossed his mind, his phone buzzed, pulling him back to reality. He paused the game, and then checked his phone. It was a text from Amanda. "Food's ready, Dooney. Get your ass home." Donald noticed Don checking his phone and asked, Is it something important? Don stood up, putting his phone away. No, just my aunt. She's done with lunch, so I've got to head back. Donald seemed a bit disappointed, but he forced a smile. Sure, man, I'll walk you out. Don't want Rex getting any ideas. Don chuckled. Yeah, that might be a good idea. Thanks for helping me set up the account. They made their way to the front door, with Rex eyeing Don warily as they passed by. Donald walked him to the gate, offering a quick goodbye before Rex could start growling again. As Don walked back to his house, the rain started to pick up, each drop falling heavier than the last. He pulled his collar up slightly, trying to shield himself from the worst of it, but the cold, wet sensation seeped through his clothes regardless. Just as he was approaching the front door, a system prompt appeared in his field of vision, catching his attention. Quest complete. Create VR FPS character. Reward, 5 idle points. Don mentally acknowledged the reward, though he couldn't help but feel it was a bit underwhelming. 5 points, huh? He thought to himself with a faint helpless smile on his lips. I guess it's all about compounding rewards. No point in being greedy when I've already got something that gives me an edge. He dismissed the prompt as he entered the house, shaking off the excess water from his jacket. Inside, the warmth of the living room immediately enveloped him, a stark contrast to the cold, dreary weather outside. He found Amanda already seated comfortably on a sofa, surrounded by an array of food and snacks laid out on the coffee table. She looked up from the TV as he entered and gave him a welcoming smile. Hey, you're back. I hope I didn't interrupt your fun? She asked, her tone a bit light and teasing. Don shook his head. Not really. Donald and I were just passing the time with some games, he replied casually, moving toward the sofa. Amanda's smile widened slightly. Making friends already, huh? I suppose, Don said with a non-committal shrug. Well, go wash your hands and come dig in. I made some chicken, rice, and egg salad. Hope that's okay with your diet, Amanda said, gesturing to the food. Don appreciated the consideration but quickly reassured her. I'm not that strict about it. It's something I'm gradually building on. He knew there was no point in overcommitting himself to a rigid routine. The less people expected from him, the more flexibility he had to maneuver. Amanda nodded, satisfied with his response. Don took the opportunity to wash his hands before returning to the living room. As he sat down beside her, he noticed that the TV was already tuned into the bikini mud wrestling match he had been looking forward to. She seemed engrossed in the spectacle, her eyes following the action on the screen with keen interest, though her expression lacked the excitement he had expected. Don began eating in silence, his thoughts moving back to the earlier events of the day. He couldn't help but wonder if Amanda's subdued demeanor was due to their near-death encounter on the farm. Perhaps she was trying to put on a brave face for his sake. After all, if it weren't for his unfazed trait, he might have been more shaken by the experience as well. It was in moments like these that he realized the true value of his traits, something he felt he had previously taken for granted. As he continued to eat, Don's mind began to connect the dots. His unfazed trait allowed him to remain calm in situations that would normally elicit strong emotional responses, and his thinker trait gave him the ability to analyze situations deeply. It dawned on him that when dealing with others, he needed to avoid using himself as a baseline. His traits made him an outlier, and he couldn't assume that others would react the same way he did. Lost in thought, Don didn't even notice when the match ended until Amanda patted him on the shoulder, snapping him back to reality. You okay, Donnie? You've been staring off into space for a while, she said, her voice filled with concern. Don blinked, looking at the now black TV screen. Yeah, I'm fine, he replied, handing her his empty plate. Just got lost in thought. Amanda took the plate and stood up. All right, I'll take these to the kitchen. You've been through a lot today. As she walked away, Don noticed that the rain had lessened considerably. He decided to use this as an opportunity to take the Mustang in for a checkup. I'm going to take the Mustang in for servicing. Tomorrow I might be too busy, he said, standing up and stretching. Amanda paused and looked back at him with a hint of concern in her eyes. Are you sure you want to go out again? It's still raining. Don nodded. I'll be fine, it's just a quick check, and I'll be back before you know it. Amanda gave him a small, reluctant smile. "All right, just be careful." Shelley's been sitting idle for a while, Don assured her with a nod before heading to the garage. The Mustang sat there, still covered in a thin layer of dust from its long period of inactivity. He approached the car and began a quick check, inspecting the oil, coolant levels, and battery connections. Everything seemed in order, though he could tell the car hadn't been run in a while. After confirming that the basics were intact, Don climbed into the driver's seat and turned the key. The Mustang rumbled to life, its engine growling with a powerful, albeit slightly stiff, roar. Satisfied, Don opened the garage door and carefully backed the car out onto the driveway. Amanda had stepped out of the house, watching him with a mixture of nostalgia and concern. "How's she feeling?" she called out over the noise of the engine. "A bit stiff, but she'll be fine," Don replied, giving her a thumbs up before driving off. A few hours later, Don found himself at a local service shop, talking to the mechanic who was inspecting the Mustang. The shop was a no-frills, old-school kind of place with the smell of oil and grease permeating the air. Tools and spare parts were scattered about, and the mechanic, a grizzled man in his 50s with a grey beard and a blue work shirt, seemed to know his way around classic cars. "This old girl's in pretty good shape," the mechanic said, wiping his hands on a rag as he finished his inspection. "You'll want to keep an eye on the belts and hoses, though. They're showing some age. Might want to think about replacing them soon." Don nodded, taking mental notes of the advice. "Anything else I should worry about?" The mechanic shook his head. "Nah, nothing major. She's fit for the road. Just treat her right, and she'll treat you right back. If you want to make her even fitter, give me a call." "Here's my card." Don accepted the card and glanced at it before slipping it into his pocket. "Thanks. I appreciate the help." The mechanic smiled and turned to head back to the office. "I'll get your receipt." "Won't be long." As the mechanic walked away, Don's phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out and saw a message from Summer. "Hey jerk, can you pick me up from school?" Don raised an eyebrow at the message, though he couldn't help but smirk at the tone. He didn't reply immediately, letting the request hang for a moment as he considered his next move. Perfect, he thought. Picking Summer up would be an excellent way to keep strengthening their relationship, especially since she was the one reaching out to him. When the mechanic returned with the receipt, Don thanked him again before making his way back to the Mustang. He took a moment to respond to Summer. "On my way. Send your location." Satisfied, Don slid into the driver's seat, started the car, and drove off. After Don sent his reply to Summer, he walked over to his car and started the engine. The familiar roar of the Mustang echoed in the service shop, a sound that was both comforting and exhilarating. Just as he was about to shift into gear, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw Samantha's name. With a sigh, he picked it up and answered. "Hey, Mum." Samantha's voice came through, calm but with an undertone of concern. "Hey, Donnie, did you manage to get your shopping done?" "Not yet," Don replied, keeping his tone even. "We got held up at the farm. Aunt Amanda can explain more when you get home." "Right now, I'm at the service shop, just finished getting the Mustang checked out, and I'm about to pick up Summer. I might get the shopping done after that, or maybe with her, but I won't let her know the card I'm using came from you." Samantha paused for a moment, likely weighing the situation before she responded. "As long as you're okay, that's what matters. I managed to get a few more days off, so I'll be on my way home soon. But listen, since you'll be with Summer, can you try to convince her not to stay out too late? It's getting more dangerous in Santos City these days." Don nodded to himself, already planning on staying cautious after the attack earlier. "You don't have to tell me twice," he replied. "Thanks, Donnie." "I'll see you soon," Samantha said before ending the call. With the phone call over, Don quickly saw a reply from Summer and typed in the name of her school into his GPS, placed the phone on the dashboard, and started following the digital assistant's directions. Meanwhile, Summer stood outside the school gate, tapping away at her phone with Sylvia beside her. The stream of students exiting the school was steady, the usual chatter and noise filling the air. Summer barely paid attention to it, her focus mostly on her phone. That was until the sound of a loud horn caught their attention. Both Summer and Sylvia looked up to see a large 4x4 truck pulling up in front of them. The truck was imposing, with its black and silver exterior. It was filled with a group of hyped-up young men wearing sports jackets, some of them shirtless, clearly reveling in their victory. The driver, a young man with short dark hair and piercing blue eyes, leaned out of the window and called out, "Hey, Sylvie, you and Summer coming to the party tonight?" Summers gave the group a quick, disinterested glance before turning her attention back to her phone, while Sylvia offered a small, polite smile. "Sorry, Michael. We've got other plans," she said, her tone polite but firm. One of the guys in the back leaned out of the window, clearly more intoxicated than the rest, and shouted, "Come on, you'll have the time of your lives." Some rolled her eyes and shook her head, muttering, "Day drinking, really? Aren't you geese celebrating winning the semis a bit too hard?" Michael chuckled, clearly not taking the hint. "It's the first time our school's made it to the finals in nearly 10 years. We're practically legends already." "Yeah, sure," Summer replied with a hint of sarcasm, not bothering to look up from her phone again. Sylvia just nodded in agreement. "You guys have fun." Michael looked like he was about to say something else, but the sound of another car horn cut him off. Don pulled up behind the truck in the Mustang and honked once more, rolling down his window and gesturing at Summer. Some of the students still lingering around the school gate turned their heads to look at Don, their curiosity piqued. A few of the girls even exchanged admiring glances, whispering among themselves. Summer glanced up, muttered, "About time," and nudged Sylvia. "Let's go." As they started walking toward the Mustang, Michael leaned out of his truck again, his expression turning sour. "Who's that guy?" he asked, his tone carrying suspicion. Sylvia smirked mischievously and shrugged. "Who knows?" she replied, not giving Michael the satisfaction of an answer. Once inside the car, Summer immediately began complaining. "You could have at least taken it to the car wash," she said, frowning at the slight layer of dust on the dashboard. Don didn't even glance at her as he replied, "First, remember the deal. Second, you can always walk if you want." Summer grumbled under her breath while Sylvia, sitting in the back seat, leaned forward with a curious look. "What deal?" she asked before adding, "Hey, Don. I'm Sylvia, by the way. I'm your sister's best friend." "We never formally introduced ourselves." Don glanced at her in the rearview mirror and gave a small nod. "Don. Nice to meet you, I guess." "It must be tough dealing with Summer every day." "You're either really patient or crazy yourself." Summer immediately shot back, "Who are you calling crazy?" Sylvia laughed, clearly enjoying the banter. "Careful, Summer. People might think you're having a lover's quarrel right outside the school." As if on cue, they could hear some of the students outside making comments, mostly the girls whispering things like, "Oh my god, he's so cute. And is he her boyfriend?" Meanwhile, the guys were muttering their sympathies to Michael. "Damn, that's rough." "It's always the guys in classics. He looks older too, there's no competing with that." Michael, hearing the comments, visibly bristled with anger. His hand shot out of the window, giving the Mustang a middle finger as he revved the truck's engine. The exhaust spat out a thick cloud of smoke, which blew directly toward Don's car. Summer yelled, "What the fuck?" while Sylvia shouted, "Michael." In surprise, Don narrowed his eyes, his patience wearing thin. The long day had already put him in a foul mood, and this juvenile stunt was the last straw. Without thinking too much about it, he focused his telekinesis on the rear tires of Michael's truck, intending to give them a little nudge. However, instead of just nudging them, one of the tires suddenly popped with a loud bang. The sound startled everyone nearby, causing heads to turn in shock. The truck swerved violently, spinning out of control before ramming into the school's perimeter wall, nearly hitting a group of students. Sylvia and Summer both gasped in surprise, their eyes wide with shock. "What the hell just happened?" Sylvia asked, her voice filled with disbelief. Don quickly composed himself and replied, "Tire must have been overinflated or had a weak spot. With the way he was driving, it's not surprising it blew out." He tried to keep his tone nonchalant, though inwardly he was relieved that the incident hadn't caused more damage or drawn too much attention. The last thing he needed was to expose his abilities this early on. Not wanting to linger, Don shifted the car into gear and drove off, leaving the scene behind as quickly as possible. He'd have to be more careful in the future, much more careful. After driving away from the school, Don navigated his way toward East End Park Mall, one of the better-known shopping centers in that part of Santos City. He'd taken care to memorize the directions earlier, not wanting to appear out of place by relying on GPS, especially with Summer and Sylvia in the car. The two girls were still chatting about the accident Michael had just had as they left the school, with Sylvia expressing concern over whether anyone had gotten hurt. "I hope no one got injured," Sylvia said, her voice carrying a bit of worry. "For Michael's sake, someone better not have, or he'll be in big trouble." Summer nodded, glancing at her phone. "Yeah, but no one's talking about it in the school chat servers, so maybe it's fine." Sylvia let out a small laugh, the tension in her voice easing. "It'd be interesting to see how he tries to buy his way out of that mess. His daddy's money might not be enough this time." Don listened silently, filing away the details about Michael. From what Sylvia had just revealed, Michael seemed like the type of person who could be trouble if left unchecked. Don made a mental note to look into Michael later, just in case their paths crossed again. Sylvia then leaned forward between the front seats, her curiosity clearly piqued. "So, Summer tells me you're going to Santos Hero University, Don. If you don't mind me asking, what are your powers?" "I'm curious to know how strong the hero of Central Mall really is." Don sighed internally, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the question. He wasn't sure if Sylvia was genuinely curious or just being nosy. Either way, he wasn't about to reveal too much. "I'm just a little stronger than the average guy," he said, downplaying his abilities. "The real hero of the Central Mall attack was Red Star." Sylvia raised an eyebrow, a smirk appearing on her lips. "Humble, are we?" Before she could press further, Summer, who had been focused on her phone, suddenly cut in, her voice full of irritation. "Don't inflate his ego, Sylvia." Don saw an opportunity to tease her and took it. "You sound jealous, Summer." Summer's eyes widened as she turned to face him, flustered. "Jealous of you? Gross." Don chuckled, deciding to push her buttons a little more. "I never said you were jealous of me. I meant you were jealous that your friend was chatting with me instead of you. But since you jumped to that conclusion first, it must be true." "I can't blame you," thought Ufa, perfection personified and all that. Summer's face turned a shade redder as she realized she'd walked right into his trap. She wanted to curse at him, but the deal they made previously held her back. Instead, she crossed her arms and muttered, "Whatever." Sylvia laughed at the exchange, reaching forward to give Summer a comforting hug from behind. "Don't let him get to you, Summer. You know I'll always choose you over some hot guy in a muscle car." Out of everything Sylvia said, only one part seemed to register with Summer. She turned to Sylvia, disbelief in her voice. "Hot guy in a muscle car?" Don is anything but. Don, grinning, simply hummed a reminder about their deal, cutting off any further retorts from Summer. She grunted in frustration, knowing she was trapped by her own words. Sylvia, still laughing, asked, "What's this deal about, anyway?" "Now I feel left out of all these sibling secrets." "It's not a secret," Summer muttered, glaring at Don. "Just Don being our broken bar thing." "Wow," Don replied with mock offense. "If calling someone a thing is being nice, I can't imagine what being mean would look like." Sylvia burst into laughter again, while Summer, glaring daggers at Don, shot back, "Are you laughing at his dumb jokes?" The rest of the drive was filled with similar banter, the tension from earlier gradually easing into a more comfortable, albeit playful, atmosphere. Before long, they arrived at East End Park Mall. Don found a parking spot with little trouble, though he noticed the mall was unusually crowded for a rainy afternoon. Summer voiced her irritation as she glanced around. "Great, with Central Mall getting repairs, everyone on the east side is coming here." "What a pain." Don didn't comment, simply parking the car and turning off the engine. After they all exited the vehicle, Don turned to Summer. "I'll text you when I'm ready to go." Summer frowned, clearly not liking that idea. "Why do we have to go when you say so?" Don lifted his hand, ticking off his reasons. "First, it's my car. Second, you didn't put any gas in it. Third, it's my car. Summer looked like she wanted to strangle him but restrained herself. Sylvia, sensing the brewing tension, decided to intervene. So, what are you planning to do, Don? She asked, her tone light and curious. Just some shopping, Don replied. Oh, fun, Sylvia said with a grin. She then linked arms with Summer, pulling her along. We'll join you, then. I've always wanted to see how guys shop. Don was a bit put off by the idea, but to his surprise, Summer didn't argue. She just kept sulking, which from her was as good as saying she didn't mind. He thought it might be an opportunity to further his plans, but he couldn't help but wonder what Sylvia's angle was. As they walked into the mall, it didn't take long for Don to spot a trendy-looking store that caught his eye. The mannequins in the window were dressed in outfits similar to the ones he'd seen at Mikasa when he went shopping with Samantha. He made a turn into the store, with both Summer and Sylvia following him in. The interior of the store was modern, with polished floors and minimalist displays that showcased a variety of stylish clothing. As they entered, a cute teenage girl greeted them with a shy but friendly smile. She had short, curly brown hair, big blue eyes, and was dressed in the store's uniform, a simple black shirt with the store's logo and dark jeans. Welcome, she said, her voice slightly nervous but polite. What can I help you with today? Don took a moment to scan the store before replying, his tone decisive. I'm looking for a few things. I need a couple of fitted shirts, preferably in darker colors, so black, navy, maybe charcoal. Some slim-fit jeans, also in dark colors, and a jacket, something versatile but stylish. Maybe a leather bomber or something similar. The girl blinked, clearly impressed by how specific he was. Oh, sure. I'll see what we have. She looked like she was about to rush off to find the items but stopped herself, realizing she hadn't asked for his sizes. Oh, silly Mia, what sizes are you? Don chuckled, finding her nervousness endearing. Large for shirts and jackets, 32 for jeans. Got it, she said, quickly jotting down the information before scurrying off to find the clothes. As she hurried away, Don noticed Summer mimicking the girl's dazed behavior behind her back, clearly irritated. Sylvia, on the other hand, bit her lip slightly, her eyes narrowing in thought. She was starting to find Don more interesting than she initially thought. While they waited for the girl to return, Don glanced around the store, noticing the attention to detail in the clothing displays and the overall ambience. He couldn't help but think that the store had a similar vibe to some of the high-end shops he'd seen in his previous life, though with a more youthful and trendy twist. The girl soon returned, her arms full of clothes that matched Don's description. Here you go, she said, a bit out of breath but smiling. I brought a few options for you to try on. Don took the clothes from her and nodded in approval. Thanks. I'll give these a try. The girl looked like she wanted to say something else but seemed too shy to continue. Instead, she quickly pointed toward the fitting rooms. The fitting rooms are just over there. Let me know if you need any different sizes or anything else. Don nodded again and made his way to the fitting rooms, with Summer and Sylvia following behind him. As Don was walking towards the fitting rooms, he paused and glanced back at Summer and Sylvia, raising an eyebrow. Are you two planning to follow me into the fitting rooms? He asked, his tone half teasing, half curious. Sylvia grinned mischievously. I wouldn't mind, she replied, her voice playful. Summer scrunched her face in disgust. Gross. We'll just wait outside the store, she said, already looking like she was done with the whole shopping trip. But Sylvia wasn't having it. That won't work. We need to give him advice as he tries on outfits. You know, help him pick the right stuff. Summer rolled her eyes. Why should I care? She muttered. Don cleared his throat pointedly and said, deal, under his breath, just loud enough for Summer to hear. Her expression shifted to one of irritation as she crossed her arms. Fine, I'll help or whatever, Summer said begrudgingly, clearly not thrilled but knowing she had no choice. Don suppressed a smirk, thinking this wasn't quite what he had in mind. He would have preferred if they stayed outside and let him shop in peace. But this wasn't so bad either. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. What if he offered to do the same for them? pay for a couple of items as a way of returning the favor. But he quickly dismissed it. That might make him seem too eager, and he didn't want to set a precedent of spending too much money on them. Better to keep things simply, maybe treat them to food or buy them one small item each, but nothing more. Just then, the store clerk returned with a few more clothes, holding them out with a smile. "Here you go. Just call for me if you need anything else." Sylvia took the clothes on Don's behalf, grinning. "Fashion show time," she said excitedly. But Don wasn't about to give in that easily. "I'm not trying on everything," he said, matter-of-factly. "Just a few to see if the fabric and size are right." "Boring," Sylvia pouted. "Good," Summer countered. "Means we can leave quicker." Without further delay, Don took a few of the clothes and entered one of the fitting rooms, pulling the curtain closed behind him. The store clerk went back to her duties, leaving Summer and Sylvia outside. The soft rustling of clothes could be heard as Don began to change. A few moments passed before Sylvia leaned in close to Summer, whispering, "BSST, hey, come here." Summer frowned but moved closer as Sylvia whispered something into her ear. Summer's eyes went wide. "Gross." "No way." Sylvia just smiled and whispered, "We could make him do whatever we want if we have it." Summer looked intrigued but still hesitant. After a moment of internal debate, she finally sighed and said, "Fine," before whispering to Sylvia, "Hand me the stupid phone." With Sylvia's phone now in hand, Summer crouched down, trying to sneak the phone under the curtain with the video app open. She was so focused on her task that she didn't notice Sylvia inching closer behind her until it was too late. Sylvia suddenly shoved her forward, causing her to tumble into the fitting room with a surprised off. Don, who had just taken off his trousers, was standing there, not startled by the sudden intrusion. Summer, now right near his crotch, froze in place, her face inches away from the bulge in his underwear. Her mind went blank, completely at a loss for words. Don wasn't particularly fazed, but he was definitely surprised. Narrowing his eyes, he glanced at Summer's phone, easily deducing what was going on. His enhanced hearing had already clued him in on their little plan, but he hadn't expected Sylvia to push Summer into the room. Well, Don said calmly, looking down at Summer. "Spying on me, are we?" Summer looked like a deer caught in headlights, unable to move or speak. Don, seizing the opportunity, quickly snapped a photo of her in that compromising position. The sound of the camera's shutter broke Summer out of her daze. "Hey!" she exclaimed, her voice a mix of anger and panic. Don put a finger to his lips, shushing her. "Keep it down, or they'll hear you." "We'll both get in trouble." Summer's eyes darted nervously as she asked, "What's that picture for?" Don shrugged nonchalantly. "Since you were trying to record me changing, I figured I'd need some proof for Mum." Summer's eyes widened in horror. "You wouldn't dare?" "Oh, I would," Don replied coolly. "It would teach you not to try anything funny against me." "It was just a prank," Summer hissed, clearly uncomfortable. She tried to shift away from Don, but she was already pressed against the wall, unable to move far from his proximity. "We weren't going to do anything with it, I swear." At that moment, Sylvia, who had been eavesdropping from outside, peeked into the fitting room. She put on an exaggeratedly guilty face. "Please don't tell Mrs. Bright. It was all my idea." However, her tone didn't sound genuinely apologetic. Instead, she seemed almost amused by the situation. Then, with a sly smile, Sylvia added, "If you promise not to tell, a broken bar a broken bar suck you off." Summer's expression shifted from worry to pure shock, while Don, equally surprised by the offer, couldn't help but think to himself, "Well, this is a wild turn of events." Before Don or Sylvia could say anything, Summer expressed her shock in whispered tone of surprise. "Sylvia, what the hell?" Sylvia turned to face her surprised best friend for a moment but put on a cute face as if what she had offered to do wasn't incredibly absurd. "What?" she asked innocently. "I'm just trying to make up for it since it's my fault." "I'm sure your big tilted brother agrees." As she said this, she brought one hand to Don's crotch and casually rested her palm against his bulge, feeling it out slightly as she spoke. Don could never have predicted the situation escalating to such a point so quick, so he was at a loss for what to say. On one hand, it was a very tempting offer, but on the other he wondered if it would negatively impact his relationship with Summer. Before he could reach a conclusion, Sylvia began to progress on her own, not even waiting for Don to consent to the offer. She quickly went from merely resting her hand against his bulge to holding the edge of his boxers, which she began to slowly slide off. Summer's eyes widened as she saw this and her cheeks turned beet red. She was not only flustered, but completely flabbergasted at what she was seeing. She then found herself raising her head to look at Don, but upon seeing that he wasn't against what Sylvia was doing, she frowned. "Are you just gonna agree to that?" "What the hell?" she asked, occasionally stealing glances at Don's crotch as she did so. Don didn't really know what to say in response, so he could only shrug and pass the blame elsewhere. After all, it wasn't as if it was his idea. "What? She's your friend and you're the ones who decided to break in here." Summer felt a bit embarrassed by Don's reply, as she couldn't really argue with his point. But when was that ever an issue for girls in arguments? However, before she could say any nonsense in defense, Sylvia finally lowered Don's boxers enough to allow his cock to pop out into the open, fully erect and hard. Exclamation mark. Both Sylvia and Summer expressed surprise at the sight to a varying degree. Sylvia looked more excited, whereas Summer seemed even more shocked. "That's his cock. Why is it so fucking huge?" Summer thought while staring at Don's cock with wide eyes. As if the sight of it alone weren't enough, an eager Sylvia leaned slightly forward more and used both her hands to hold Don's cock by the shaft. Well, hello you." Sylvia looked up at Don while maintaining an innocent face. She gave him a small smile and began to gently move her hands up and down in slow gentle motions, stroking his cock. "Well?" she asked in a teasing tone. "You still haven't told me whether we have a deal or not?" Almost immediately Sylvia asked this, Summer raised her head to look up at Don with expectant gaze. Don glanced at her in the corner of his eye and thought himself, "Well, no risk no reward." He then glanced down at Sylvia and replied, "Well, since you offered, it would be rude of me to say number." Sylvia smiled mischievously at the answer and tightened her grip around Don's cock before replying, "True, it'd be such a shame if my best friend got in trouble because of naughty little me." Just as she replied, Sylvia leaned closer to Don and opened her mouth before wrapping it around the tip of his cock. Summer was in disbelief and quickly looked away to face the wall. "That's so fucking gross, Sylvia," she muttered in a low annoyed tone. Sylvia looked her way in the corner of her eye and tried to reply while sucking on the tip of Don's cock. "It's not so bad, Shumchi." Summer couldn't help but look Sylvia's way out of curiosity. The sight of her best friend stroking and sucking on her brother's cock left her feeling very strange. It was an emotion she couldn't express in words. She remained quiet, but her gaze remained fixated on Sylvia as she continued to pleasure Don. Don also saw this in the corner of his eye and thought, "Wow, she's really watching. Maybe she's more interested than she lets on." Though a possibility, Don felt it was too risky putting it to the test. The best he could do was observe her and her reactions to gain some takeaways from all this. With that in mind, he decided to take a slightly more active role and brought one of his hands forward to hold Sylvia by her head. She let out a soft moan and rolled her eyes to look up at him in a seductive way. Don met her gaze as he began to guide her movements. With Don helping with that aspect, she kept her focus on twirling her tongue around his tip as she sucked and slurped on it. Sylvia began to moan more and more softly, her sweet cute voice causing Don to feel his cock get even harder. Don quickly found himself wanting to feel more of Sylvia's mouth around his cock, so he no longer held her by the head gently but began to use slightly more force to bring her head toward him. Sylvia quickly understood what Don was trying to do, and so she moved both her hands from his shaft and allowed him to bury his cock deeper into her mouth. Glork glork. However, much to Don's surprise, she had trouble just taking even half of his cock into her mouth, even going as far as to accidentally brush her teeth against his shaft. Don stopped moving her head once she did that, and he looked at her with a bit of confusion. Despite her earlier eagerness, it now became clear to Don that she wasn't at all good at this. Sylvia, however, didn't seem the least bit dissuaded as she proceeded to hold his shaft with both her hands again before leaning forward and allowing the warm meatiness of his cock to brush against her face as she said, "Whoopsie, sorry about that. It's my first time trying out a real cock. It's nothing like my toys, but don't worry, I'm a quick learner." She winked at Don before pulling his cock away from her face and opening her mouth again. This time, before directly taking it in, she used her tongue to lick it from all sides, slowly running her tongue from below the base of his balls to the top of his cock, where she proceeded to open her mouth and take in his tip once again. She paused for a moment there and began to use one hand to vigorously stroke his cock while passionately sucking on the tip. Slurp glurk. Summer's face was now completely red, but oddly enough she was still watching the scene quite intently, though her expression of surprise didn't fade in the least. "Fuck, why does this look so hot? This is so wrong," Summer thought to herself as she brought her legs closer together, finding herself feeling tingly in her lower areas the longer she watched this. At this time, Don wasn't glancing her way, and so these subtle shifts in her posture went unnoticed. Wow, her hands are really soft, and her mouth a broken bar. Although it was plainly clear that Sylvia wasn't as good as someone like Trixie at doing this, Don found that she had her own unique sensation to give, which brought him incredible pleasure. He groaned out as he felt Sylvia's mouth get even wetter, with her tongue constantly being twirled around the tip of his cock. Summer couldn't help but slightly bite her lip as she saw this, causing her to bring her legs even closer together. "Fuck. Why am I getting turned on by this?" she thought, feeling very confused about what she was feeling. Meanwhile, as good as the current fellatio from Sylvia was feeling, Don still wanted to bury his cock a little deeper. So once again, he held her head more firmly and thrust his hips forward. Glurg! Sylvia's eyes widened as she suddenly went from only sucking his tip to feeling a large part of his cock stuffed in her mouth. She instinctively placed her hands on Don's hips, trying to pull her head a little bit away so she could breathe and recompose herself. However, Don's grip was firm and he didn't allow her to move away, keeping her head in place as he began to thrust his hips forward and back. Glurg! Sylvia's eyes became watery and remained wide as she looked up at Don in surprise while he pounded her mouth with his cock, though still not fully thrusting it in. Don would occasionally feel some of her teeth, but with a body as durable as his it was more of a lighter irritation than anything else. And so he didn't overly mind it, and for Sylvia, her attempts to back away were quickly replaced by muffled moaning that began to resonate in the entire fitting room. Fuck. Why does this feel so amazing? My whole body is getting hot, Sylvia thought. She found a strange pleasure in having her mouth used this way, a very different experience from toys. Summer even began to rub her legs slightly together as she felt the subtle moistness on her own panties, which left her feeling both ashamed and embarrassed. However, she was unable to look away. The entire situation was incredibly sensual, and so Don found himself quickly reaching his limit. "Fuck a broken bar," he muttered before giving one final thrust while still holding Sylvia's head in place as he reached his climax, blowing his load into her mouth. As Don's cock began to throb, Sylvia panicked slightly and pulled her head away, causing his cock to pop out of her mouth just as he climaxed. This caused him to shoot some of his cum onto Sylvia's face, with a little landing on Summer's cheek. Summer's eyes immediately widened and she was about to say something, but then they could all hear footsteps outside the fitting room before the store clerk's familiar voice asked from outside, "Is everything okay?" Sylvia and Summer both showed panicked expressions while Don couldn't be fazed by just this, and so he managed to form a quick reply saying, "Yeah, I just accidentally snagged a bit of my skin while trying to zip on some pants." Have the two girls I was with come back yet?" "Oh, I didn't see them go out." "Maybe they're in the restroom." "Do you need me to go get them for you?" the store clerk offered. "I would appreciate that." "No problem," the store clerk replied, and in the next moment, they could hear her footsteps as she walked away. Summer, whose heart was now beating incredibly fast, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, whereas Sylvia used one finger to trace the cum-off face before looking up at Don and saying, "I hope you keep your end of the deal." After saying that to Don, Sylvia quickly turned away and peeked out of the fitting room. Seeing the coast was clear, she reached out to grab a still confused Summer's hand before pulling her out, whispering urgently, "Come on, Let's go. Coast is clear. Don found himself alone in the dressing room once again and quickly pulled up his underwear, his mind spinning. Well, that wasn't awkward at all, he thought sarcastically, the reality of what had just happened settling in. As the post-nut clarity washed over him, he couldn't help but wonder if he had made a mistake. He quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. What's done is done. He looked over at the pile of clothes he still had to try on and thought, glad I didn't come this way. Meanwhile, outside the fitting room, Summer, still in disbelief over what had just happened, hit Sylvia on the shoulder and whispered harshly, "What the hell was that?" Sylvia put on a playfully innocent expression and shrugged. "I was just helping, Summer." "You don't need to thank me." "Thank you?" Summer hissed in an outraged but low tone, trying to avoid drawing Don's attention. She felt mortified just standing near the fitting room where everything had occurred. Locking hands with Sylvia, she quickly pulled her friend away from the scene, whispering, "Come on, let's go." Inside the fitting room, Don had been listening to their conversation the entire time, his enhanced hearing making it impossible to miss. Summer sounds more embarrassed than angry, he guessed, feeling relieved that she wasn't likely to tell anyone. But Sylvia was unpredictable, and that made her dangerous. He knew he'd have to keep an eye on her, maybe even look into her background. "She's definitely strange," he concluded, shaking his head at the thought. Minutes passed, and the store clerk eventually returned, looking around with a puzzled expression. "They're not in the bathroom," she said, slightly confused. "Maybe they stepped out when I wasn't looking." Don, already still trying out outfits, gave her a quick reply. "All right, no problem." The clerk's gaze shifted to the fitting room with a hint of suspicion. She convinced herself that she needed to check for the sake of store policy and quietly moved the curtain aside, just a little. She managed to catch a glimpse of Don as he was taking off his shirt, alone in the fitting room. Her cheeks immediately flushed red, and she quickly pulled away, clearing her throat nervously. "Call for me if you need anything else," she said before hastily leaving. Don, who had heard the subtle shuffle of her feet and the slight movement of the curtain, shook his head in mild amusement. "People in this world are definitely more perverted than in mine," he thought as he finished changing, then gathered the clothes he had decided to purchase. Meanwhile, in one of the many bathrooms at the mall, Summer and Sylvia were in one of the stalls, with Summer sitting on the toilet, the seat down, as she vented her frustrations. "That was super weird, Sylvia." "And with me the too. What the actual fuck?" Summer exclaimed, her voice hushed but intense. Leaning against the stall door, Sylvia maintained her calm demeanor and even had a slight smirk on her lips. "I've been wondering what a real dick feels like, so I just thought, why not?" She paused, her expression softening slightly. "Plus, I wanted you to be there with me when I did it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have felt safe." "Your brother also seemed like a good guy, so please don't hate me." Summer sighed, her face still flushed with embarrassment. "I don't hate you, but you could have at least warned me." Sylvia rolled her eyes, her voice full of sarcasm. "Sure, imagine me coming to you and saying, 'Hey Summer, I want to taste dick, but I need you there because I'm a big scaredy cat.'" Despite herself, Summer couldn't help but laugh a little. "And your plan was better?" Sylvia groaned. "Don't remind me. I followed a script from a porno, thinking it would work if I just went with it." "Your brother probably thinks I'm a slut." Summer looked at her friend with a small, amused smile. "Well, what did you expect after a broken bar, doing that in front of me?" Sylvia rolled her eyes again, but this time with a hint of self-deprecation. "You're never going to let me live this down, are you?" Summer shrugged, still smiling. "So a broken bar?" Awkward question. "A broken bar. How did it feel?" For the next 10 minutes, Sylvia described her experience in more detail than Summer had expected or wanted, really. Despite her embarrassment, she couldn't deny a certain morbid curiosity. Just as they were finishing their conversation, Summer's phone buzzed. She checked it to find a text from Don. "I'm ready to go." "You coming along?" Summer frowned, showing the message to Sylvia. How can he be so casual after what just happened? Sylvia shrugged, offering a nonchalant explanation. "Guys are simple creatures, or so my mom says." Summer shook her head, still processing everything. That jerk couldn't even apologize for getting some of his broken bar gunk on me. The ride home is gonna be so awkward. Sylvia laughed. Don't stress. I'll be right there with you. Unless you want to get an Uber? Summer sighed, deciding against it. No, it's fine. Let's just go. As they exited the stall, they nearly bumped into a janitor who was just walking in. The man quickly apologized, looking startled. Sorry, didn't think anyone was in here. Sylvia flashed him a smile. No worries, we were just leaving. Both girls washed their hands quickly and exited the women's restroom. As they left, the janitor headed straight into the stall they had just vacated. Closing the door behind him, he took a deep sniff of the air, his eyes fluttering in pleasure as he muttered to himself, "Smells very moist." With a creepy grin, he quickly undid his pants, ready to engage in a different kind of work. However, his moment of twisted satisfaction was short-lived. Another janitor, a stockier man with a bald head, walked into the women's room a moment later. He froze as he heard the sounds coming from the stall. "Steve, are you kidding me? We talked about this," he shouted in exasperation. Meanwhile, Summer and Sylvia, oblivious to what was happening behind them, walked briskly back to the store, ready to rejoin Don and put the whole awkward experience behind them. A broken bar. Hopefully. Don, already dressed and ready, was waiting by the counter with his selected clothes in hand, his expression neutral but his thoughts busy. The girls approached him, and he turned to them with a calm smile, pretending as though nothing out of the ordinary had happened. "Ready to go?" he asked. Summers gave him a reluctant nod, avoiding eye contact, while Sylvia just smiled, her expression as cheerful as ever. Before either Summer or Sylvia could answer Don, a soft but commanding feminine voice called out, "Sylvia?" The voice carried a strict elegance that made heads turn, prompting everyone to look toward its source. A striking woman stood there, wearing an elegant black hat adorned with a white ribbon. Her outfit was equally elegant, composed of a form-fitting black dress, black lace gloves, and pearl jewelry. Her short black hair framed a pale, almost porcelain-like face. Black lipstick contrasted sharply with her gray eyes, which were both mesmerizing and intimidating. Beside her stood a large bald bodyguard, whose mere presence amplified the woman's aura of authority and power. Don immediately thought, "Who's this?" But he didn't have to wonder for long. Sylvia turned her head and, with a cheery tone, said, "Hey, Mum." The shock hit Don so hard that he almost let his surprise show, but he managed to keep his expression neutral. "That's her mother?" he thought, incredulous. "They seem nothing alike." "She has to be adopted, right?" Sylvia's mother maintained a stoic expression as she regarded her daughter. "What are you up to, dear?" she asked, her tone impeccably refined, almost musical, yet hinted with a quiet authority that demanded respect. She took a moment to glance at Don, her gaze piercing and calculating. Don felt a chill run down his spine as he met her eyes. The intensity of her gaze made him feel as if she could see through him, into the very core of his being. "She looks like the type who kills people for a hobby," he thought, his unfazed trait barely keeping him from breaking eye contact. "But if I look away now, I'll look suspicious." The silent exchange lasted only a few seconds, but to Don, it felt like an eternity. Finally, she turned back to Sylvia and said, "You never mentioned you had any male friends." Don couldn't help but feel like she had referred to him as some sort of exotic animal rather than a person. Despite the overwhelming presence of Sylvia's mother, Sylvia herself remained cheerful and unfazed. "Oh, Mom, this is Summer's brother, Don." "We're just out shopping." Summer, who had been standing with her hands held together nervously, nodded respectfully. Sylvia's mother shifted her attention to Summer, her gray eyes narrowing slightly. "Oh," she said delicately, as if the word were wrapped in silk. "I had no idea the bright girl had a brother." Summer started to respond, "Oh, yeah," but before she could finish, the woman's gaze returned to Don, scrutinizing him more closely. Her eyes flicked over him, trying to find a resemblance to Summer. Then she asked in that same refined yet commanding tone, "You, boy, what is your name, and how come I'm only hearing of you now?" Don could practically feel the weight of her words, which felt like they were wrapped in the politeness of high society. Is she asking or commanding? He wondered, how does one sound so pushy and polite at the same time? Noting Summer's nervousness, he realized it would be wise to tread carefully, but he also didn't want to come off as completely subservient. In a respectful tone, he replied, "My name is Don Bright, Mom. As for why you've never heard of me, it's a sensitive family matter, one I'm not comfortable discussing in a first meeting." The bald bodyguard beside Sylvia's mother tensed, his eyes narrowing into a deathly stare. Summer looked at Don in disbelief, clearly shocked by his response. But Sylvia's mother simply raised a hand, and the guard immediately relaxed. She then straightened her posture with a precision that only enhanced her allure. "I see," she said, her tone measured. "Then I shall consider this a formal introduction. You may call me Miss Claire." Don nodded politely. "The pleasure is mine," he said, trying to keep his voice steady. Miss Claire's gray eyes lingered on him for a moment longer, as if assessing his worth, before she turned to Sylvia. "Sylvia, darling," she began, her tone softening slightly, "care to join me for a little shopping, or will you be staying with your friends?" Sylvia's eyes lit up. "Shopping!" she exclaimed, but Miss Claire quickly shushed her. "Not so loud, dear," she said with a hint of reprimand. "You'll attract unsavory stares." She then glanced back at Summer and Don. "Until next time," she said, her voice smooth as velvet, before turning elegantly and walking away, her bodyguard close behind. Sylvia skipped along beside her mother, clearly excited. As they walked away, Summer inwardly cursed, "Sylvia, you traitor. How the hell am I supposed to drive home with Donnie alone without things getting awkward?" Arg. Don turned to Summer, wanting to ask her about the strange encounter, but he felt the eyes of Miss Claire's guard still on them, so he decided against it. Instead, he said, "Well, let's get going," and handed her a small bag. "Oh, and I got you this." Summer, who had been feeling anxious, looked surprised. "Huh? What's this for?" Don shrugged. "I had a little change, so I bought you something." Summer opened the bag and found a simple silver bracelet inside. She blushed slightly. "You didn't have to buy me anything, beauty broken bar whatever, I'll take it." Don couldn't help but respond with a sarcastic, "How noble of you." Summer glared at him, but before she could say anything, Don reminded her, "Remember, you have to be nice." Grumbling, Summer reluctantly said, "Whatever, let's just go." As they began walking out of the mall, Don felt a sense of satisfaction. "I handled that situation really well," he thought, feeling he deserved some sort of reward from the system. But then he shook his head. What a stingy system. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a system prompt appeared in his field of vision. New objective launched. Here's your aura. Objective: seduce Miss Claire in 1 year's time. Rewards: 5,000 aura. New ability: flight. Don stopped in his tracks, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What the fuck? A year? I don't think I could do it in 5. Now you're just being petty." As if the system were responding to his thoughts, another prompt appeared. Objective updated: seduce Miss Claire in 6 months' time. Don was left speechless, his mind reeling at the impossible task set before him. As Don and Summer drove back home, the car was filled with silence, save for the low hum of the radio playing a soft tune. Summer, sitting in the passenger seat, was furiously tapping away on her phone, her mind still replaying the events from the fitting room incident. The awkwardness of the situation was making her restless, but she tried to focus on her conversation with Sylvia. "Summer, he still hasn't said anything about what happened." "I can't believe it." "Sylvia, lol. Isn't that what you wanted?" "It's a good thing." "Summer, yeah, I guess. But it pisses me off that he has the audacity to act like nothing happened." "Sylvia, lol. Though maybe he's still thinking about how good my mouth felt." Summer, the inverted exclamation mark. "That's even worse." Meanwhile, Don was lost in his own thoughts. 6 months. How the hell am I supposed to do that in 6 months? Where do I even start? Damn it. Eventually, they arrived home, and as Don pulled into the driveway to park, he noticed Samantha's car blocking the way up. He stopped the car and was about to honk when Samantha emerged from the house, dressed in cozy casual pants, a brown turtleneck, and Crocs. "Oh, sorry, dear. The rain was a bit harsh when I was parking," she said apologetically. The rain had considerably lessened since the afternoon, and now, in the evening, the sky showed faint rays of light as the sun began to set. Summer seized the opportunity to jump out of the car, quickly muttering, "Thanks for the ride, I guess," before walking off toward the house. As she walked past Samantha, Samantha tried to ask her, "Oh hey, dear, how was school?" But before she could finish, Summer cut her off, saying, "It was fine, Mum. But I'm tired and have a lot of assignments to do, so just leave some food in the fridge for me." Without waiting for a response, she walked into the house and shut the door behind her. Samantha, looking slightly concerned, turned to Don, who was just getting out of the car. "Is something wrong?" she asked. Don shrugged. She was fine during shopping, but she went quiet when she started texting on her phone. "Maybe relationship trouble?" Samantha frowned as she approached Don's car. "Maybe, but I don't think Summer is dating anyone. To be honest, I sometimes wonder if she might like girls instead of boys. She's never brought any guys up to her room as far as I know." That's actually very possible, Don thought. It's strange for a girl as good-looking as Summer to be single, as irritating as she is. I'll need to dig into that. Samantha then said, "Anyway, I'm glad you two are getting close with your Aunt Amanda too. She mentioned she hopes you'll visit her more once she's done with some renovations on her farm." "Renovations, huh?" Don thought, guessing that was the excuse Amanda went with. He played it off and answered, "That sounds great. I'm looking forward to it." Samantha then asked, "How's Shelley?" "The mechanic says she has no problems but might need some parts replaced for safety," Don replied, carefully choosing his words to gain Samantha's support. Samantha immediately looked concerned. "You should definitely do that, Donnie." "Was the money not enough?" she asked, and Don responded, "I didn't ask, but I'll check when I go back." She nodded. "Make sure to find out and tell me if it's not enough. I don't want you getting into an accident." Don felt genuinely touched by her concern, even though part of him knew that this affection was meant for her real son. But her real son was a piece of work, he thought. "This happiness she gives was made by me. I'm going to enjoy it to the fullest." He smiled at her. "No problem. When I do, I'll take you out for a drive." Samantha laughed and said, "That would be nice." She then offered to move her car into the garage. She got into her SUV and parked it in the garage, allowing Don to do the same. The garage, big enough to keep 4 cars, had plenty of room. After parking, they both headed inside. "Looks like it'll just be me and you for dinner unless you also plan on going to your room," Samantha said as they walked in. "Did Aunt Amanda leave?" Don asked. Samantha shook her head. "No, she had too much to drink and went to sleep early," she sighed. This is as good an opportunity as any to spend time with Samantha, Don thought. "I'll keep you company, then. I've got nothing better to do," he said, even though he was already thinking of other things he could be doing. Relationships took effort and time to build, and he knew that if he didn't invest, progress would be slow. Samantha smiled, genuinely pleased. "I'd love that. Maybe we could just watch some TV, and I'll order takeout since I'm not in the mood for cooking." Don nodded. "Sounds like a plan." They settled into the living room, Samantha grabbing a blanket and a couple of pillows, making the space cozy. She pulled out her phone and started browsing for takeout options. Don took a seat on the couch, glancing at the television. It was already set to a local news channel, though neither of them was paying much attention. "What do you feel like having?" Samantha asked as she scrolled through the options. "I'm fine with anything," Don replied, leaning back comfortably. Samantha nodded and placed the order. As they waited, she flipped through channels, landing on a popular crime drama that seemed to catch her interest. As Samantha selected the crime drama, she turned to Don, her eyes lighting up with interest. "Are you okay with this one, Donnie?" she asked, her tone warm and inviting. "It's called Whispers in the Dark. It's about a retired detective who comes back to solve a cold case that's haunted her for years. The twist is that she starts receiving letters from the killer, taunting her with clues, but no one else believes they're real. She's also dealing with her estranged daughter, who's rookie cop trying to prove herself. It's pretty intense but really gripping." Don nodded, feigning interest as he took note of the plot. It was clear that Samantha had a soft spot for dramas that involved strong, complex female characters. While the premise didn't particularly grab him, he knew better than to show disinterest. "Sounds interesting," he replied smoothly. "I'm all right with watching it." Samantha smiled, pleased with his response, and they settled in to watch. The opening credits rolled, and the dark, moody soundtrack filled the room. Don let the silence stretch for a few minutes, observing how engrossed Samantha became in the show. She leaned slightly forward, her eyes glued to the screen, a faint smile on her lips as she watched the detective navigate through her troubled past and present challenges. After a few minutes, Don decided to break the ice further. He turned to Samantha and asked, "Should I bring us something to drink?" Samantha, still focused on the screen, nodded absent-mindedly. "Sure, that sounds nice." Taking the opportunity to make the evening a bit more intimate, Don headed to the kitchen and retrieved a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. This should help loosen things up, he thought, knowing that a bit of alcohol could make the conversation flow more easily and possibly lead to some light-hearted or even suggestive interactions. Returning to the living room, Don set the bottle and glasses on the coffee table. Samantha looked over, her eyebrows raising in surprise, followed by a pleased smile. "Wine? I didn't think you meant this kind of drink," she said, clearly amused. Don smiled back, pouring them both a glass. "It seemed appropriate for the show. And since you don't have work tomorrow, why not enjoy ourselves?" Samantha chuckled, taking the offered glass. "That's a good point," she agreed, settling back into the sofa. As they sipped their wine, Samantha began to relax even more. She shifted her position, tucking her legs up on the sofa and leaning slightly against Don's side. He could feel the warmth of her body against his, and he casually draped his arm along the back of the sofa, letting his fingers brush against her shoulder. Samantha sighed contentedly, taking another sip of wine. "I can't believe you're already old enough to drink with me," she said with a laugh, glancing up at him. "I feel so old." "Think fast," Don thought, and quickly responded, "You're not old, just mature like Detective Marshall in the show." Samantha laughed, the sound light. "Oh, stop. You're just teasing me," she said, playfully nudging his side. "I'm just an old, boring mom now, while she's a sexy detective." "You could be," Don replied smoothly, earning another laugh from Samantha. As the show continued, Don shifted his tactics. He knew that outright flirting wouldn't get him far tonight, so instead, he focused on making her laugh and gradually increasing the physical contact. His hand moved from the back of the sofa to her shoulder, gently rubbing it, then occasionally sliding down to rest at her waist. Samantha didn't seem to mind, even leaning into his touch at times, her body language becoming more relaxed with each passing minute. The scenes on the TV played out, filled with dramatic twists and turns, but Don was more focused on the subtle signals Samantha was giving off. The way she sighed and settled more comfortably against him. The way her laughter lingered a little longer than usual. These were all good signs. As they continued to watch, Samantha's legs shifted, brushing against Don's. She didn't pull away, instead, she seemed to nestle closer, her head almost resting on his shoulder. Don continued to rub her shoulder gently, using the movement to draw her further into his space. He could feel her relaxing more and more. At one particularly tense moment in the show, Samantha gasped and instinctively grabbed Don's arm, holding onto him as the suspense played out on screen. Don took advantage of the moment, giving her hand a reassuring squeeze, which she returned with a small, appreciative smile. "This is progress," Don thought, pleased with how the evening was going. "She's getting used to being close to me, and that's exactly what I need." He decided not to push any further tonight, content with the subtle groundwork he was laying. After all, he had time, and patience was key in building the kind of rapport he wanted with Samantha. As time passed, Don and Samantha continued to watch the show, their cozy atmosphere lingering well into the night. The crime drama played on, drawing Samantha deeper into its plot twists and suspenseful scenes. Occasionally, she would react with a gasp or a comment, her attention mostly glued to the screen. Don, on the other hand, kept his focus split between the show and his own thoughts, contemplating the night's events and his progress with Samantha. At some point, the food they had ordered arrived, and they ate together, still in relative silence, except for the moments when Samantha couldn't resist commenting on the show. The food provided a brief respite from the drama unfolding on the TV, but soon enough, they were back to watching, with Samantha getting more and more absorbed as the episodes went by. Eventually, the final episode for the day came to an end, and the channel switched to its late-night programming. Samantha let out a disappointed before adding in a slurred voice, "It was just getting good." Her words were slightly drawn out, the telltale sign of tipsiness. Don glanced at the wine bottle on the table and noticed it was nearly empty. She really went crazy with the wine, he thought, mildly surprised that he hadn't noticed how much he had been drinking. His own glass was barely touched, as he had no intention of getting intoxicated. Samantha yawned, stretching her arms and then letting them fall limply to her sides. "So sleepy," she mumbled, leaning heavily on Don. She attempted to push herself up but failed, giggling at her clumsiness. "Oh, silly me," she laughed, her voice warm but clearly a little out of control. Don looked at her with a mix of amusement and concern. I think you had a little too much to drink," he said, trying to gauge just how tipsy she was. Samantha looked up at him, her eyes half-lidded, and pouted. "That's not true," she insisted in a slurred tone. Then, with a giggle, she added, "You look funny to me without my glasses." Don glanced at the couch and noticed her glasses lying beside her. He picked them up, thinking to himself, if I want more nights like this to occur, the experience has to be memorably but in a good way. He didn't want her to wake up with a headache, broken glasses, and regrets. She needed to feel comfortable and safe enough to let her guard down again in the future. "Here," he said softly, holding out her glasses. Instead of taking them, Samantha pulled him into an embrace, wrapping her arms around him tightly. You want a hug?" she murmured, her voice filled with affection. Don found his head pressed against her soft, bouncy chest, her warmth enveloping him. Even through the fabric of her turtleneck, he could feel the softness of her breasts, and the sensation sent a shiver down his spine. You're so warm," she murmured contentedly, snuggling closer. Don's thoughts were messy as he tried to maintain control of the situation. "She's not making this easy," he thought, feeling the heat rise to his face. But he knew he had to keep things from escalating. Reluctantly, Don pulled away, gently making her sit up. "Let's get you to your room," he suggested, trying to keep his voice steady. Samantha pouted again but didn't resist as he stood up. "Okay, but I can't walk," she said, her tone playful yet sluggish. Don turned around and knelt in front of her. "Climb on my back," he instructed. Samantha let out a soft laugh. "I can't do that, I'm your mum, silly," she giggled, her arms draping over his shoulders. "It's the only way I can help you upstairs unless you want to sleep down here," Don reasoned, keeping his tone light. She hummed in agreement and, with a bit of effort, climbed onto his back. Don lifted her up and began the slow trek up the stairs, careful not to stumble. This would be a bad time to trip, he thought, his muscles tensing with each step. Samantha's giggles echoed in his ear, and her breath was warm against his neck. When they finally reached the room, Don carefully lowered her onto the bed. She landed with a soft bounce, giggling as she did. "Donnie, not so rough," she teased, her voice playful and light-hearted. Don sighed inwardly, hoping she wouldn't remember too much of this night. "You should get ready for bed," Don advised, stepping back. "I'll bring you a glass of water." Samantha gave him a drowsy smile and nodded. You're so sweet." "I'm lucky to have such a caring son," she said in a slurred manner. Don left the room but didn't take much time grabbing the glass of water and soon returned. As he approached the door to her room though, he could hear her fumbling around inside, her movements clumsy and uncoordinated. "What's she doing now?" he wondered, pushing the door open cautiously. He was surprised to find her tangled in her turtleneck, her arms flailing slightly as she struggled to pull it over her head. "Donnie, help," Samantha called out, her voice muffled by the fabric. "I can't get my head out of this stupid thing." Don sighed, stepping closer to assist her. "All right, hold still," he said, gently taking hold of the turtleneck and carefully guiding it off her head. Samantha's hair was slightly tousled from the struggle, and she looked at him with a mix of gratitude and embarrassment. "Thanks," she mumbled as she tried to fumble with her pants next, but her coordination was clearly impaired by the wine. Seeing her struggle, Don took over, unbuttoning her pants and sliding them down her legs, leaving her in just her panties. She didn't seem fazed at all, having her large bountiful breasts out in the open for him, instead stumbling over to the bed and flopping down onto it. "Thank you," she said again, her voice slurring more as she reached for the glass of water on the nightstand. She took a small sip before placing the glass back down and sighing contentedly. "I had fun today," she mumbled, her eyes fluttering closed. "Thank you, Don Ye broken bar." Don smiled slightly, watching as she drifted off to sleep mid-sentence. "Well, I guess that's that," he thought, pulling the covers over her. He stood there for a moment before quietly leaving the room. As he stepped into the hallway, his sharp ears picked up the sound of something metallic dropping from downstairs. He frowned, his senses immediately on high alert. What was that? He wondered, narrowing his eyes and moving cautiously toward the stairs. Don moved silently, his footsteps barely making a sound on the carpeted stairs. As he approached the kitchen, he could hear more shuffling noises and what sounded like the fridge door opening and closing. "An intruder?" he thought, his muscles tensing as he reached for the light switch. With a quick flick, the kitchen flooded with light, and Don immediately relaxed. Standing in front of the open fridge was Summer, caught red-handed with a mouthful of food. Her eyes widened in surprise and embarrassment as she quickly shut the fridge door and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. "What are you doing?" she demanded, her voice a mix of annoyance and defensiveness. "Why are you sneaking around the kitchen at this time?" Don narrowed his eyes at her, crossing his arms. "First of all, it's only a little past 10, he pointed out. "And second of all, you're the one stuffing your face in the dark." Summer's face turned a shade redder as she crossed her arms over her chest, trying to look defiant. "I was hungry, okay?" she snapped, though her tone lacked conviction. "And it's your fault I'm eating so late." "My fault?" Don raised an eyebrow, genuinely curious. "How is it my fault?" "Just a broken bar because," she huffed, clearly grasping at straws. It was only then that Don noticed she was wearing nothing but a slightly loose shirt and tight panties, her tanned legs bare and her posture defensive. He couldn't help but think nice, but he quickly forced his gaze back to her face, not wanting to make things awkward. "What are you even doing here?" Summer asked, trying to shift the focus away from herself. "I came to get a glass of water," Don replied. "Didn't expect to find someone raiding the fridge." "I wasn't raiding it," Summer protested, her voice rising in pitch. "I was just a broken bar getting a snack." She crossed her arms again and huffed, trying to look nonchalant. "I'm stress eating because of a scary movie I was watching." "A scary movie?" Don repeated, amused. "Must be one hell of a movie to make you come raid the fridge in the dark." Summer's eyes narrowed at his teasing tone. "It's a series of super scary movies," she corrected him, her voice firm. "If you watched them, you wouldn't even be able to sleep." Don couldn't help but smile at her bravado. "Wanna bet?" he challenged, his tone light but confident. Summer glared at him, her cheeks flushing slightly. "You're on," she shot back, though there was a hint of uncertainty in her voice. "But don't cry to me when you're too scared to sleep." Don chuckled, finding her attempt to sound tough endearing. "We'll see about that," he said, stepping closer to her. "How about we watch it together?" "I could use a good laugh." Summer hesitated for a moment, clearly conflicted between wanting to prove him wrong and not wanting to admit she was actually scared. Finally, she nodded. "Fine," she agreed, though her tone was less confident than before. "But you better not chicken out until we finish the whole series of movies." "Wouldn't dream of it," Don replied. After agreeing to the bet, Summer turned back to the fridge and scanned the shelves for more snacks. "Help me carry these," she instructed in a tone that was a mix of commanding and nervousness. Don smirked, deciding to tease her. "Still that hungry?" Summer shot him a glare, her cheeks puffing slightly in annoyance. "Just grab the snacks." He shrugged, raising his hands in surrender. Fine, I'm just joking. He picked up a couple of bags of chips and a bowl of leftover food from earlier, following Summer's lead as they ascended the stairs. As they walked up the steps, Don's gaze couldn't help but drift downwards, taking in the way Summer's panties hugged her ass and curved with each step. Her behind wasn't the largest, but it was undeniably plump and enticing, swaying subtly as she moved. Not bad, he thought to himself, his eyes lingering for just a moment longer before he quickly averted them, focusing on the task at hand. When they reached Summer's room, she pushed the door open with her shoulder, revealing the familiar setting. The room was almost completely dark, save for the soft glow of her laptop perched on the bed, casting a bluish light across the space. Summer set the snacks on one of the nightstands and began rearranging the pillows on her bed, creating a cozy setup for their movie-watching session. "Put the snacks over there," she instructed, her voice a bit softer now, as if the earlier bravado was starting to fade. Don could sense her nervousness, though she tried to mask it with nonchalance. He placed the snacks where she indicated and then watched as she adjusted the pillows. "Well, come on," Summer finally said, though her tone lacked the usual bite. It was clear she was still grappling with the awkwardness of the fitting room incident, an image that she couldn't seem to shake no matter how much she tried to focus on something else. Don, on the other hand, knew that the best way to diffuse the tension was to act completely normal. Teasing her, joking at her expense, and pretending nothing out of the ordinary had happened was his strategy, and it was working. He could tell that while Summer was still affected and his casual demeanor was helping her relax at least a little. "Nice setup you've got here," Don commented, taking in the scene as he made his way to one side of the bed, where he laid down with his back against the headboard. Summer, still flustered, laid down on the other side, but the positioning of the laptop wasn't ideal for both of them to see the screen comfortably. She fidgeted slightly, unsure of how to remedy the situation without making it even more awkward. Sensing her hesitation, Don saw an opportunity to close the gap between them. "Hey, how about you put the laptop on one side so we can both sit on the same side and watch, or we could put it at the edge of the bed and lay down while we watch. It's not a big deal." Summer hesitated, her mind a mess. Why doesn't he feel awkward about what happened? She thought, frustrated. And why is he being so casual about this? She tried to think of a retort but came up blank, her brain too muddled by the proximity and the situation. Don, seeing her internal struggle, decided to push a little further. "What's the matter, Summer? Never watched a movie with someone before?" His tone was playful, but he knew exactly what he was doing. Summer's face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly snapped back, "Of course I have." "I just a broken bar," she trailed off, unable to finish the sentence as she thought, why is he so impossible? "Just what?" Don pressed, keeping his tone light and teasing still. "Nothing," Summer huffed, crossing her arms before giving in. "Fine, we'll do it your way." "I don't care." Don smirked as she reluctantly agreed, and they repositioned the laptop so it was easier to watch. With the new setup, they ended up much closer than before, lying side by side on the bed, with Summer's back almost touching Don's chest, creating an almost spooning position without the actual physical contact. Despite the awkwardness Summer felt, it was comfortable, and Don could feel her warmth radiating from just inches away. Summer scrolled through her streaming service, muttering, "We'll start from the first movie so you're not lost." Don chuckled, "I'm sure I'll manage." Summer clicked play, and the horror movie titled The Haunting of Ashwood Manor began. The opening scenes unfolded with an ominous atmosphere. Shadows moved in eerie ways, and the music was filled with unsettling notes that seemed to creep under the skin. Don leaned back against the headboard, casually glancing at Summer every now and then. He noticed her slight twitch whenever a particularly creepy scene occurred, though she remained outwardly composed. With a smirk, he teased her, "You better not be closing your eyes." Summer scoffed, though her voice lacked conviction. "I'm not." "If anyone's going to do that, it's you." Don chuckled, not pressing the issue further. They continued watching, the tension in the movie building as the ghostly apparitions in the story began to appear more frequently. Summer was doing her best to stay cool, but Don could tell she was more affected than she let on. Her flinches became slightly more pronounced, especially during the jump scares. As the first movie wrapped up and they moved into the second, The Curse of Ashwood Manor, Summer's far A section 8 started to crack. She hadn't seen this one before, and it showed. Her body was visibly more tense, her eyes wide as she gripped the blanket tightly. The room was dark, save for the glow of the laptop, and every shadow seemed more menacing in the dim light. A particularly chilling scene played out on the screen. A ghostly figure suddenly lunged at the camera with a piercing scream. Summer jolted up in fear, her hand instinctively grabbing onto Don's. Seizing the opportunity, Don wrapped his free arm around her, pulling her closer. His hand rested just below her chest, the warmth of his body against her back providing a sense of comfort amidst the terror she felt. But as he did this, he teased, "Someone's scared." Summer, clearly embarrassed, quickly responded, "I'm not. I just thought I felt something." But despite her protest, she didn't pull away. In fact, she snuggled a bit more into Don, seeking the security of his presence without admitting it. Don, sensing her comfort, decided not to push his luck too far. He simply said, "If you say so," and left it at that. After a brief pause, he added in a cryptic tone, "If you really watched movies with others before, you'd know the secret to not getting scared." Summer's curiosity was piqued. "I'm not scared," she reiterated, beat her broken bar. "What's the secret?" Don smirked, leaning in slightly as he whispered, "Shush, keep watching." The movie continued, and the tension rose again. Another jump scare hit the screen, and Summer jolted once more. This time, Don used his hand to gently rub her tummy, his touch light and reassuring. "Careful, or you'll knock down the laptop," he murmured. Summer, too embarrassed to retort, simply shifted closer to him, her back pressing firmly against his chest and her ass against his crotch. The warmth of their bodies made the proximity more intimate than either of them expected. "Like this?" she asked, her voice soft. Don smiled, knowing he was testing the waters. He decided to be a bit bold and moved his hand from just below her chest to her waist, slipping it under her shirt. His fingers brushed against her bare skin, the touch warm and slightly daring. "Yep, now play the movie." To his surprise, Summer didn't protest. She didn't pull away or tell him to stop. Instead, she seemed to relax even more into him, her body molding to his as if it was the most natural thing in the world. As the movie continued, Don began to subtly massage the soft skin of her tummy and sides, his touch gentle and exploratory. Summer didn't react as he expected. Rather than tensing up or telling him to stop, she began to shift slightly against him, her body language open and accepting. This unexpected turn of events made Don pause and think. Should I take it further? As much as he was tempted to push the boundaries further, he knew there was a fine line he couldn't cross, at least not yet. Summer is still my sister, he reminded himself, the thought grounding him in reality. He couldn't treat her like just any other girl he'd bring over. The stakes were higher, and the consequences far more severe if he went too far too fast. But the incident in the fitting room had been a start, an unexpected opening he hadn't anticipated. "I just need to get her into more situations like that," he thought, where the line between sibling and something more could blur just enough to make future steps feel more natural, less forced. Don's thoughts soon drifted towards Sylvia's mother, the intimidating Miss Clare. Seducing someone like her would be an uphill battle, but gathering information was the first step. He decided to ask Summer about her in a way that wouldn't raise suspicion. He kept his tone casual as he remarked, "You know, I think I was more terrified of Sylvia's mum than this movie." "What's her deal?" Summer tilted her head to look up at him, a small smirk appearing on her lips. "You're just pretending not to be scared of the movie, aren't you?" Don chuckled, trying to keep the conversation light. "Maybe, but seriously, Sylvia's mom gives off some serious creepy vibes." Summer's expression softened, and she nodded in agreement. "Yeah, she's kind of scary, but she's super nice. Actually, she's just a broken bar, not very outgoing or social. I've never really spent much time around her, and honestly, I don't plan to." Don seized the opportunity to tease her. "You're scared of everything, aren't you?" Summer frowned and lightly elbowed him in the ribs, making Don fake a grunt of pain. "That wasn't very nice," he said, feigning hurt. She huffed and looked away, clearly annoyed but still playful. Don decided to test the waters further, knowing that every small victory counted. "You're lucky I'm not in the mood to fight with you," he said with a sly grin. "After all, I have manners. I'm even being nice by stroking your skin." As he spoke, his hand moved more deliberately against her tummy, his touch lingering just a little longer and a little more direct. He wanted to see how she would react to this more blatant form of intimacy. Summer's cheeks flushed a deep pink, and she quickly retorted, "I don't need your tummy rubs like some puppy." Despite her words, she made no effort to move his hand. Don smirked, recognizing the contradiction in her actions, and decided to push a bit further, but with a gentle touch. "You don't need something for me to give it to you," Don replied smoothly. "We're watching a movie, you're scared, so I'm holding you close and rubbing your tummy for comfort. But since you don't need a broken bar." He trailed off, slowly beginning to withdraw his hand, testing her reaction. Panic flashed in Summer's eyes, and she instinctively grabbed his hand to keep it in place. "I didn't mean it like that," she blurted out, her voice showing her embarrassment. "Why do you always twist my words?" Don couldn't help but smirk at her reaction. "You're the one doing all the twisting," he teased, enjoying the small victory. Sum rolled her eyes and huffed again, clearly flustered but resigned. "Wait for a broken bar, just keep rubbing my tummy." "It's not so bad, I guess." Don smiled inwardly, knowing he had pushed as far as he could for now. This was as close as he would get tonight, but he was already formulating a plan to take things further in the future. Each step had to be carefully calculated, each move precise. For now, though, he was content to enjoy the small win, his hand resting on Summer's waist as they continued watching the movie. Don soon felt the natural conclusion to the night drawing near as the second movie's credits began to roll. "I've pushed things far enough tonight," he thought, knowing that progress had been made but also recognizing the importance of pacing. He knew better than to rush things, especially when it came to someone as tricky as Summer. Plus, leaving the night on a high note would make it easier to set up another session like this in the future. With a yawn, Don pulled away from Summer and stretched, feigning tiredness. "Well, I think it's time I hit the sack," he said casually. Summer flinched slightly when he moved his hand away from her tummy. She had to admit, though only to herself, that having his hand there had been oddly comforting. She had been so engaged in the movie, enjoying the experience, that Don's decision to call it a night irritated her more than she expected. But instead of asking him to stay, she tried to bait him with a challenge. "What's wrong, too scared to watch more?" she teased. Don moved off the bed and smirked. "I'm not the one who was freaking out and needed tummy rubs." "To calm down," he shot back, making sure his tone was light but teasing. Summer's face flushed with embarrassment. The way Don said it made her feel like a child, and she hated it. "He always knows how to twist the things I say against me," she thought bitterly, but she couldn't come up with a good retort. "Whatever," she muttered. "Go be scared then." Don laughed it off, knowing he had successfully diffused the situation while maintaining his upper hand. "We'll finish the other movies some other day," he said, heading for the door. "Unlike you, I need to get up early." With that, he gave casual wave and left the room, shutting the door behind him. As soon as he was gone, Summer flopped back on her bed, hugging her pillow tightly. "Jerk," she murmured, her frustration evident. But despite her annoyance, a small part of her was already looking forward to the next time they'd watch movies together. Don, on the other hand, made his way back to his room, feeling a sense of satisfaction. That went well, he thought, glancing at the clock. It was nearing 2:30 a.m., and he knew he needed to get some sleep. After undressing and setting an alarm for the morning, he quickly drifted off. The following morning, at precisely 4:30 a.m., Don's alarm rang. He groaned softly, feeling the temptation to snooze for a few more minutes. Maybe just a little longer. A broken bar, he thought, but then quickly shook his head. Who am I kidding? He sat up on the edge of the bed, stretching his arms above his head with a wide yawn. The sound of light rain outside drew his attention to the window. Peering out, he saw the early morning drizzle and wondered if he should skip his run. Not like I'm training for a boxing match, he thought. But then again, what he was preparing for was far more dangerous. It's unlikely a superhuman like me will get sick from running in the rain anyway, he reasoned. So, after completing his meditation and light exercises, he set out for his run, appreciating the solitude of the early morning and the absence of any familiar faces, especially Cassie. The run was peaceful, with the rain keeping most people indoors. On his way back, however, he spotted Cassie pulling out of her driveway next door. She honked and waved when she saw him, and Don returned the gesture, though he kept it brief. Not in the mood for small talk, especially with her, he thought as he continued on his way. Back inside, the house was still quiet. Everyone still asleep, Don noted as he made his way upstairs. He couldn't hear any water running, which made him think Summer might have overslept. I guess we did stay up pretty late watching those movies. Don now debated whether to let her sleep in or take the opportunity to wake her up himself. Might as well shower first, he decided. After a quick shower, Don dressed and stepped out of his room again. The house was still silent, and he figured both Samantha and Amanda were likely sleeping off the effects of the previous night's drinking. Maybe I should wake Summer up, just in case. He walked over to her door and knocked, but there was no response. Gently, he opened the door and found Summer sound asleep, snacks still scattered on her nightstand and her laptop on her bed. She must have fallen asleep trying to watch more movies, Don observed with a small smile. As he moved to take the laptop off the bed, the screen caught his attention. The movie paused. On it was clearly romantic erotica. Don raised an eyebrow in surprise. Didn't expect her to be into that, he thought, slightly amused. He then noticed how Summer was sleeping, lifting the blanket slightly to find one of her hands tucked into her panties. Wow, a broken bar, Don thought, more surprised than anything. She really doesn't look like the type. Not wanting to embarrass her, Don decided to put the laptop into sleep mode and leave it as it was so she would think it simply blacked out on its own. He covered her back up and then leaned down to poke her face gently. Hey, wake up, he said softly, continuing to poke her cheek. You're going to be late for school. Summer stirred, her face scrunching up in confusion as she groggily looked around. A broken bar? What, a broken bar? She mumbled, still half asleep. Don smirked and asked, aren't you going to be late for school? It took a moment for the question to register, but when it did, Summer shot up, eyes wide with panic. Shit! She exclaimed, glancing at the digital clock on her nightstand. Seeing that it was already 6 a.m., she cursed under her breath and scrambled out of bed. Why didn't Mom wake me up? Don shrugged, and kept a playful grin on his face. You're welcome, he said as he made his exit, leaving Summer to scramble around her room in a rush. He could hear her calling out, hey, wait. But he didn't stop, already heading downstairs to the kitchen. Might as well make breakfast for everyone, he thought, seeing an opportunity to earn some more goodwill. Nothing like starting the day off with a little progress. Don quickly settled on a simple yet satisfying breakfast: bacon, eggs, toast, and juice. Nothing too extravagant, he thought, as he moved efficiently around the kitchen. The message is what's important here, not the complexity of the meal. He knew that if this little gesture went over well, it could pave the way for bigger impressions down the line, maybe even a dinner, though he'd have to carefully time it. Don't want them getting used to me doing this regularly. That would defeat the purpose. As the smell of bacon filled the kitchen, Don began plating the food, starting with Summer's portion. He figured she'd be down soon, and sure enough, about 20 minutes later, he heard her footsteps on the stairs. When she entered the kitchen, she looked around, confusion evident on her face. Where's Mom? She asked, her eyes narrowing as she looked around. Don, pretending he hadn't noticed her enter, glanced up from the stove with a casual smile. Oh, ready for school already? He teased. Did you even bathe? Summer's frown deepened, and she opened her mouth to snap back, but the memory of their deal held her back. She simply huffed instead. She's learning, Don thought with satisfaction. A bit of self-control goes a long way with her. He decided to ease up on the teasing and answered her question. Mom's still sleeping, I think. Do you need her to give you a ride to school? Summer's irritation flared again. No. By the time Mom gets ready, I'll be even later. I guess I'll just go with Sylvia and her mum, she added, checking her phone briefly. Don shrugged. That's what you get for staying up late on a school night, he said, sliding her a plate of food. Summer's expression shifted from irritation to mild surprise as she noticed the spread on the counter. "Did Mom ask you to do this?" she asked, suspicious. "Nope," Don replied, serving up another plate. "I woke up first, so I figured why not make breakfast for everyone while I was at it." Summer's eyes narrowed at the plate in front of her. "Did you put anything in it?" "Yeah, rat poison," Don said sarcastically, rolling his eyes as he moved on to his own breakfast, to a bowl of oats. Summer kept her suspicious look, but she was also curious. "Why are you being nice? Are you planning to ask Mom for money or something?" "Think what you want," Don replied, dismissing her suspicion as he focused on his oats. He wasn't about to give her the satisfaction of knowing his true intentions. She saw him pour the oats and couldn't help but wrinkle her nose. "Are you really gonna eat that gross stuff instead of the bacon and eggs?" "Unlike you, I'm a healthy guy who takes care of his body," Don shot back, earning a scoff from Summer. She grumbled something under her breath and started texting on her phone. "A few moments later," she said, "Sylvia and her mom will pick me up in a few," before finally digging into the food. Don slid a glass of juice her way, and she took it, though not without a muttered, "Thanks," as she continued to stuff her cheeks. "Take it easy before you choke," Don advised, but his words had the unintended consequence of reminding Summer of the fitting room incident. She choked on her food, and Don smirked. "Told you so," he said, before his attention was drawn to the kitchen doorway where Amanda appeared, looking groggy. She stood there, dressed in a loose top and silk nightie shorts, blinking sleepily at the scene before her. "Where's Sam?" she asked, rubbing her eyes as Summer composed herself, washing down her food with juice. "Still sleeping," Don replied, nodding toward the plate of food on the counter. "I made breakfast. Eat up before it gets cold." "I'll take Mom's up after I finish my oats." Amanda smiled, a bit surprised. "So if I hadn't come down, would you have brought me breakfast in bed?" she asked teasingly. "Who knows," Don replied, keeping his tone light. Summer, still nursing her earlier embarrassment, added, "He's just trying to get something from Mum." Don shook his head. "If that were the case, I definitely wouldn't waste my time cooking for a grumpy morning person like you." He shrugged, adding, "Guess I'll only be making breakfast when I actually want something." Amanda laughed, appreciating the banter. "I didn't say anything, so don't drag me into it." "I still want that breakfast in bed." "Too late," Don said, finishing his bowl of oats. He tossed the empty bowl into the sink and, with a sly grin, told Summer, "Be a dear and wash that for me when you're done eating, will you?" He then picked up Samantha's plate and put it on a tray, ready to take it upstairs. Summer, still annoyed, protested. "Why should I?" Amanda laughed again. "Don't worry, I'll do the dishes since he was so kind as to cook for us," she said. "Thanks," Don replied, already heading out of the kitchen. "I just might bring you breakfast in bed sometime, and unlike a certain someone who I am not waking up again." "Arg!" Summer exclaimed, frustrated. "Fine, I'll wash your stupid plate." "Gotcha," Don thought with a smirk as he left the kitchen and headed upstairs to deliver Samantha's breakfast. Don headed up the stairs, balancing the tray of food carefully as he approached Samantha's room. He knocked gently on the door but received no response. Remembering that he hadn't locked the door the previous night, he called out softly, "I'm coming in," before pushing the door open. Samantha was still lying in the same position he had left her in, fast asleep under the sheets. Don walked over to the nightstand and placed the tray of breakfast down. He then gently shook her shoulder, trying to rouse her from her sleep. Samantha stirred slightly, mumbling something incoherent as she shifted under the covers. He shook her again, a bit more firmly this time, and she finally began to wake up. Donnie?" she murmured, her voice groggy with sleep. She rubbed her eyes and seemed to be trying to get her bearings. "Is that you?" she asked, her tone filled with confusion as she patted the nightstand blindly, searching for her glasses. "Yeah, it's me," Don replied, handing her the glasses. As he did, his eyes couldn't help but drift to her chest, where the sheets had slipped down, revealing her large and perky breasts. Quickly, he averted his gaze before she noticed, keeping his expression neutral. Samantha put on her glasses, blinking a few times to clear her vision. When she finally focused on Don standing by her bed, she looked surprised. "Is it morning already?" "I don't even remember falling asleep," she said, her voice still thick with sleep. Don nodded, keeping his tone casual. "You dozed off during the movie, so I carried you up here." "Oh," Samantha said, looking down at herself only to realize she was topless. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she instinctively raised an arm to cover her chest. "Oh dear," she muttered, clearly embarrassed. Don, sensing her discomfort, decided to play it cool and act as though nothing was out of the ordinary. "I brought you some breakfast," he said, nodding toward the tray he had set down earlier. Samantha's eyes followed his gesture, and she smiled warmly when she saw the food. "Thank you, Donnie," she said, genuinely touched. But then, as if suddenly remembering something important, her expression shifted to one of concern. "What time is it? Is Summer awake?" "Don't worry," Don reassured her. "I woke her up. She's downstairs having breakfast with Aunt Amanda, and she'll be leaving soon with Sylvia and her mum." Samantha sighed in relief, her tension easing as she realized everything was under control. She even let her hand drop from her chest, seeming to forget her earlier embarrassment. "Thank you," she said again. "No worries," Don replied, taking a seat on the edge of the bed. He then shifted to a more serious tone, meeting her gaze directly. "I've been thinking a lot, and I've decided I want to accept Benjamin's offer and join the Elite Hero program. I think it's the best way to help the family, especially with how dangerous Santos City is getting. I'll feel more confident knowing that you all are safer." Samantha's face softened with affection as she reached out to cup Don's face. "If that's what you want, then you should go for it. I'll support you either way," she said, her voice full of warmth. "Thanks, Mom," Don said, feeling a genuine connection in that moment. He leaned in to give her a hug, which she returned, her arms wrapping around him securely. "I had fun last night, even if you did decide to doze off," he added in a joking tone. Samantha laughed softly, the sound muffled against his shoulder. "I'm sorry about that. I'll make it up to you, I promise." Don pulled back from the hug with a small smile on his lips. "I'll hold you to that." He then remembered the conversation he had with Benjamin about involving a lawyer and decided to bring it up. "By the way, do you know any good lawyers?" "I told Benjamin that we'd need to have a lawyer go over the documents before I sign anything. I just want to make sure we don't get caught up in any tricky legal stuff." Samantha's expression grew serious as she considered his words. "That's a very good idea, Donnie. I have a friend who's a lawyer. She's excellent. I'll give her a call after I take a shower." "Great," Don said, feeling more reassured. "Just let me know when you do. I'll be in my room until Benjamin calls." Samantha nodded, and as Don stood to leave, she offered him one last grateful smile. Don stepped out of Samantha's room, the door clicking softly behind him as he made his way to his own room. As soon as he reached his bed, he let out a long sigh, his shoulders relaxing for just a moment. But before he could fully unwind, he felt the soft touch of two hands wrapping around his neck from behind. His body tensed, his instincts flaring up, but as he turned his head slightly, he saw a familiar face near the mischievous grin of Trixie. "Good morning," she purred, her voice smooth and playful. Don shot her an unamused look. "You really need to stop sneaking up on people like that." Trixie's figure suddenly vanished and reappeared on his lap, her arms now draped around his shoulders as she gazed up at him with feigned sadness. "Does that mean you didn't miss me?" "I came all this way just for you," she pouted, though the glint in her eyes gave away her true intentions. Don wasn't fooled. He could feel her subtly grinding her ass against him, her body moving just enough to try and stir something in him. As much as he was tempted, he knew better than to give in so easily. Trixie was a succubus, after all, and he knew that losing control around her could cost him more than just a moment of weakness. He still hadn't figured out the best way to handle her, but one thing was certain: he couldn't afford to lose his advantage by being too easy a target. Gently but firmly, Don pushed Trixie off his lap, guiding her onto the bed before standing up. "So, did you just come to tease me?" he asked, trying to sound casual. Trixie let herself fall onto the bed in an exaggerated manner, positioning herself so that her ass was raised and pointed directly at Don. She was dressed in tight black leather pants that emphasized every curve, paired with a single strap top that clung to her figure. She looked back at him with a pout, her tone feigning being hurt. "You're so mean, accusing me when I haven't done anything wrong." Don shook his head, thinking, she really never stops, does she? Before he could respond, his phone rang. He checked the screen and saw it was Benjamin calling, so he picked it while keeping one eye on Trixie, who was now laying on the bed with her body stretched out provocatively. "Hello?" Don answered, his tone measured. "Good morning, Don. I hope I'm not calling at a bad time or too early." Benjamin's voice came through the phone, sounding polite but businesslike. "It's fine," Don replied, trying to ignore Trixie, who had vanished from the bed and was now dancing lightly against him, her eyes pleading with him to give in to her advances. Benjamin continued, "I wanted to let you know that I've got the papers ready for you to review and sign. You and your mother can come to the Santos City Hero Operations HQ anytime between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. today. If today doesn't work for you, just let me know, and we can reschedule." As Don listened, he used one hand to try and gently push Trixie away, but she was persistent, sliding back up against him each time. She was clearly enjoying the distraction she was causing. "Okay, I'll talk to my mom and get back to you later," Don said, keeping his voice steady despite Trixie's attempts to break his concentration. Benjamin, sensing a hesitation, added, "Just to let you know, many of the other candidates in the Elite Hero program will be at the HQ today for Prot. A copyright G copyright selections by some of the heroes allied with the department. It'd be a good opportunity to socialize, maybe even catch the eye of one of the heroes." Don almost scoffed at the blatant attempt to sweeten the deal. He knew Benjamin was trying to lure him in with the promise of connections and opportunities. He responded nonchalantly, "I'll keep that in mind." At the same time, he kept using one hand to fend off Trixie, who was now running her fingers down his chest suggestively. Benjamin seemed slightly disappointed by Don's lukewarm response but wrapped up the call with a polite, "All right, I'll be waiting for your call." "Have a good day, Don." "Thanks, you too," Don replied, ending the call. As soon as the call ended, Trixie stepped back and struck a pose. "Come on, please play with me," she pouted, her voice full of temptation. Don looked at her and thought, these really are the purest forms of temptation. But despite the allure, something nagged at him. Trixie hadn't mentioned anything about the fitting room incident with Summer and Sylvia or the time he spent with Summer and Samantha. That led him to believe she wasn't always watching him, which was a relief. Still, he didn't like the idea of being watched so easily by anyone, even an ally like Trixie. He knew he'd have to find a way to keep her in check eventually. "I'm busy at the moment," he said, heading for the door. Trixie didn't try to stop him, but she switched to a pout and crossed her arms. Such a meanie. Don didn't look back as he exited the room, but as he walked down the hall, he couldn't help but hear Trixie's voice mutter to herself, "Can't wait to get another mouthful of his spunk," followed by the sound of her licking her lips suggestively. He shook his head, thinking, I need to figure out how to handle her before she becomes more of a problem. After leaving the room, Don made his way down the stairs, the sound of laughter and chatter growing louder as he approached the kitchen. As he descended the steps, he heard Sylvia's cheerful voice mingling with Summer's and Aunt Amanda's. Sylvia was enthusiastically recounting her shopping trip with her mother, while Summer and Amanda reacted with occasional oohs and ahs to the pictures Sylvia was showing them of the outfits she tried on. When Don entered the kitchen, he casually asked, "Hey Summer, didn't you say you were in a hurry?" Before Summer could respond, Sylvia turned to Don with a playful grin. "Hey cutie, did you miss me?" she teased, her tone light and joking. Summer immediately interjected, rolling her eyes, "Gross, Sylvia." "Don't flirt with Don." Aunt Amanda, who had been watching the interaction, raised an eyebrow and asked with a curious smile, "Oh, are you two perhaps dating?" Don opened his mouth to respond, but Summer was quicker. "Hell no," she blurted out, her voice full of disbelief. "What made you think that?" Amanda shrugged, her smile widening. "What? I just thought they would make a cute couple." Summer's face scrunched up in mild disgust. "No, they wouldn't," she insisted, but before she could say more, Samantha appeared in the doorway, still wearing her bathrobe. She looked a bit groggy but was clearly intrigued by the lively conversation. "What's with all the racket?" Samantha asked. But before anyone could answer, her gaze shifted to Summer, and she added, "Aren't you going to be late?" Sylvia took the opportunity to wave cheerfully at Samantha. "Hello, Mrs. Bright. How's your morning?" she asked with genuine warmth. Samantha returned the smile, her demeanor softening as she greeted Sylvia. "Good morning, Sylvia." "My morning started perfectly thanks to Donnie." But her broken bar she trailed off with a sigh, her expression becoming slightly troubled. Don, noticing the shift in her mood, asked, "Is something wrong?" Samantha offered a small, reassuring smile. "Nothing major, really. It's just that the lawyer friend I mentioned won't be much help. We might need to go to a firm after all." Sylvia, who was listening attentively, tilted her head in curiosity. "Why go through all the trouble when you can just ask my mom for help? She's an attorney." Summer's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" she asked, clearly surprised by the news. Samantha looked uncertain, hesitating for a moment before responding. "I wouldn't want to impose a broken bar." Sylvia waved off her concerns with a smile. "I'm sure she wouldn't mind at all. But you can ask herself as she's outside waiting in the car with our driver." Samantha turned to Don, her uncertainty evident in her eyes. "What do you think, Donnie?" Don shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant, though inwardly, he saw this as a perfect opportunity to get closer to Claire. "I'm not sure, but it's worth a try," he replied. Sylvia's mum would definitely be more trustworthy than some random lawyer from a firm. Aunt Amanda nodded in agreement. "He's got a point." Samantha mulled it over for a moment, then nodded as well. "He does." "All right, I'll ask her." As the decision was made, Summer, who had been quiet for a moment, finally spoke up. "What's the lawyer for anyway?" Samantha turned to her and explained, "Well, your brother has been offered a spot in the Santos City Elite Hero program." Both Sylvia and Summer's eyes widened in shock, and they simultaneously yelled, "What?" After hearing the revelation about the Elite Hero program, Summer and Sylvia were bursting with questions, their voices overlapping as they fired questions at both Don and Samantha. It was clear they were both excited and confused, trying to process the information. Samantha raised a hand to calm them down, her tone firm but gentle. "All right, girls, calm down," she said. "It's complicated, but yes, Don is really joining the Santos City Hero program. That's why we need the lawyer to go over the papers he's going to need to sign." Sylvia's eyes widened with understanding, and she quickly added, "That's all the more reason to ask my mum. She majored in metahuman and superhuman law, and she's got tons of experience with this kind of thing." Samantha nodded, her expression softening. "Oh, that's great then, Sylvia. Let's go ask her now so you two aren't late for school." Sylvia gave an enthusiastic nod and was the first to head out of the kitchen, calling back to Summer, "Come on." Summer, still trying to wrap her head around the situation, looked at Don with a mix of confusion and disbelief. "You've got some explaining to do later," she said, narrowing her eyes at him. Don simply shrugged, trying to keep his expression neutral. "What did I do?" Summer huffed, not satisfied with his nonchalant response, and left the kitchen, following Sylvia. Samantha turned to Don, asking, "Are you coming along?" Don shook his head slightly. "I'll stay here and keep Aunt Amanda company." Amanda chuckled and gave on a playful look. "Lucky me." Samantha smiled warmly. "All right, I'll be back soon," she said before following Sylvia and Summer out of the house. Once they were gone, Amanda turned to Don, her expression shifting to one of concern. "How's your arm?" she asked, her voice soft with worry. Don glanced at her and could see she was referring to the injury he had sustained back at her farm when they were attacked by the mutant. He raised his arm to show her and flexed it slightly. "The wound has pretty much healed, but my bones still feel a bit weak," he admitted. Amanda nodded, her brow furrowing. "That's good to hear, but if you feel any pain, you should tell me right away." She sighed, a hint of guilt in her voice. "I don't like lying to your mum, but she tends to over-worry." Don offered her a reassuring smile. "I get it, Aunt Amanda. You're just looking out for everyone." Amanda's expression shifted to one of playful mischief as she leaned closer and asked, "So, what's going on with you and Sylvia?" Don rolled his eyes, trying to play it off. "I don't know what you're talking about." Amanda narrowed her eyes at him, clearly not buying it. "Oh, come on, Don. I know when a girl is smitten. You should ask her out. She's a nice girl." Don shook his head with a small smirk at the corners of his mouth. "I like older women," he replied, his tone teasing. Amanda burst out laughing, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "Are you serious, or are you just pulling my leg?" Don shrugged, his expression enigmatic. "Who knows?" Before the conversation could continue, Samantha returned, a smile on her face. "Sylvia's mother agreed to help, but she says we'll have to go about it a bit differently." Don raised an eyebrow, curious. "What do you mean?" Samantha explained. "Sylvia's mother wants herself and me to go to the HQ first to review the documents. If everything is okay, which she highly doubts, then we'll ask you to come. But it's more likely that we'll need to request some changes." Don nodded, understanding that this was likely more complex than Samantha was letting on, but appreciating the summary. "That sounds like a good plan. Just keep me posted." Samantha smiled. "No problem. I'm going to shower and get ready since Sylvia's mother will be here to pick me up after she drops Sylvia and Summer off at school." Don nodded. "All right, I'll be heading out for a few hours too. I'll be back by lunch." Amanda, who had been quietly observing the conversation, let out an exaggerated sigh. "How come everyone has plans except me?" Don grinned, tempted to spend more time with Amanda, but he knew there wasn't much to bond over at the moment. Instead, he answered with a shrug, "Maybe you can use the time to cook us a meaty lunch." Amanda laughed, shaking her head. "I see how it is." "Fine, I'll see what I can whip up." With a wave, Don said his goodbyes to both Samantha and Amanda, heading for the garage. As he walked through the house, he could hear the soft patter of rain against the windows, the weather outside still damp and cool. He reached the garage, where his Mustang awaited him, ready for the road. 20 minutes later, Don found himself driving northward towards Old Town, located on the outer edges of Santos City. His phone, securely mounted on the dashboard, displayed directions from Gary Assist, guiding him through the winding, deteriorating roads. The closer he got to Old Town, the more the surroundings seemed to change. The smooth, well-maintained streets of the city gave way to cracked asphalt, riddled with potholes that forced him to slow down. As he approached the entrance to the town, a worn-out sign came into view, partially obscured by overgrown weeds. The original message, "Welcome to Old Town," had been defaced. The word "old" was roughly scratched off, replaced with the word "dead," painted in bright red, though Don had an unsettling feeling it might not be paint at all. "Well, that's not a bad sign at all," Don muttered to himself, his voice sarcastic as he drove past the sign and into the town. Old Town itself was a desolate place, a far cry from the bustling neighborhoods of Santos City. The buildings were old, many of them worn down to the point of collapse. Paint peeled from the walls, and broken windows were common sight. The streets were also eerily empty, not a single soul in sight. The silence was only broken by the occasional caw of a crow or the rustling of overgrown vegetation in the wind. Potholes dotted the roads, forcing Don to navigate carefully. Every now and then, he even spotted the carcass of an animal, further adding to the eerie atmosphere of the place. "Gary, does anyone actually live in Old Town?" Don asked, his eyes scanning the dilapidated surroundings as he drove. Gary Assist's voice came through the speakers. "Officially, Old Town has been abandoned for decades. The city council has plans to repurpose the land for commercial projects, but those plans have been delayed. The official population is listed as 0. However, it's known that the area has a history of gang activity, homeless encampments, and mutant infestations, particularly in the catacombs beneath the town." "Just great," Don muttered, pulling his Mustang to a stop near a cluster of rusted, abandoned cars that looked like they hadn't moved in years. He cut the engine and stepped out, the soles of his shoes crunching against the gravelly ground. The cold rain continued to fall, its light drizzle adding to the overall bleakness of the scene. Don stood by his car, taking in the eerie silence that enveloped the town. His superhuman senses kicked in, scanning the area for any signs of life or danger. But aside from the rain tapping against the ground, the wind whistling through broken windows, and the rustling of leaves in the overgrown bushes. There was nothing. This place is creepy as hell, Don thought, gripping the crowbar he'd taken from the trunk of his car. Better safe than sorry. He looked toward the northeast, where Gary Assist had indicated the old church was located. Through the thickening fog, he could just make out the faint silhouette of the building. Its Gothic architecture stood ominously in the distance, the upper parts barely visible through the mist. With a sigh, Don began walking toward the church. The worn-out gate at the entrance of the churchyard creaked as he pushed it open. It was already slightly ajar, and he couldn't help but wonder if it was always left like that or if some owner or something had passed through recently. The pavement underfoot was cracked and uneven, with large sections missing entirely, replaced by patches of dirt and weeds. As for the church itself, it was like a relic, its once grand structure now crumbling. Statues of angels and saints, many with their faces eroded or limbs broken, lined the pathway. The tall pillars that held up the building were chipped, and several stained glass windows were shattered, leaving jagged edges around the frames. Above, the bell tower rose into the fog. The bell within rusted but still intact. Don approached the main entrance, the heavy wooden doors worn and weathered by time. He reached for the handle, and before he could even apply pressure, a strong gust of wind blew the doors open with a loud creak. The sudden movement startled a colony of bats that had been roosting in the rafters, sending them screeching and flapping around the cavernous interior. Below, rats scurried across the floor, disappearing into the shadows. Don remained by the entrance, taking in the interior of the church. The pews were rotting, many of them overturned, and the altar at the far end was covered in a thick layer of dust and cobwebs. Broken pieces of the ceiling littered the floor, and what remained of the stained glass windows cast distorted, dim patterns of light on the walls. He strained his ears, listening for any sound that didn't belong to footsteps, whispers, anything. But the only sounds were those of the bats settling back down and the rats rustling in the darkness. "Let's get this over with," Don muttered, stepping inside. He moved carefully, the crowbar held firmly in one hand as he scanned the area. He walked down the aisle, his footsteps echoing off the stone walls. The air was thick with the scent of mold and decay, the dampness of the rain seeping into the church. As he reached the back of the building, he noticed a door with a faded sign that read, "Do not enter." The door was slightly ajar, and from within, a dark staircase led down into the depths of the church. Yep, this is a bad idea, Don thought, staring into the abyss below. The darkness seemed to swallow the light, and he could feel the temperature drop as he stood at the top of the stairs. But with a deep breath, he steeled himself and began his descent, the old wooden steps creaking ominously under his weight. "I hope this training is worth it," Don whispered to himself as he disappeared into the darkness. As he finished his descent into the catacombs, the atmosphere grew even colder, and the oppressive darkness seemed to close in around him. He stopped at the bottom of the steps, his senses heightened as he took in his surroundings. He pulled out his phone, holding it up to check the signal, but as expected, it was abysmal. The faintest bar flickered before disappearing entirely. Not a single source of light was present, and the silence was deafening. "Gary, track my steps and turns," Don whispered, knowing that even the slightest sound could carry far in the confined space. "Won't be a problem," Gary Assist replied, the AI's voice barely audible. Don nodded to himself, slipping the phone back into his pocket. He then tightened his grip on the crowbar and began to walk forward. His footsteps were muffled against the dirt and loose stones that made up the floor of the catacombs. The catacombs were a complex maze of tunnels and chambers, their walls rough and crumbling. The air was thick with the stench of decay and stagnant water, the odor assaulting his enhanced senses. The sensory overload training he was here for was designed to test his limits, pushing him to refine his superhuman abilities under the most challenging conditions. As he moved deeper into the tunnels, the sounds began to shift. The distant echo of dripping water mixed with the scuttling of unseen creatures in the dark. The noise grew louder, more chaotic, as he pressed on. His superhuman hearing picked up the faintest movements, the smallest breaths of life in the otherwise silent tomb. "Just another walk in the park," Don muttered to himself, though he knew better. Suddenly, The ground beneath him shifted. A low rumble reverberated through the catacombs, causing loose rocks and debris to tumble from the ceiling. Don's reflexes kicked in, and he leapt to the side just as a large stone crashed down where he'd been standing moments before. Crash! The impact sent dust and dirt flying, obscuring his vision even further. Great, Don thought, wiping the dirt from his face. He strained his eyes to see through the murk, but the darkness was absolute. Instead, he closed his eyes, focusing on his other senses. The smell of the catacombs grew stronger, the odor of rotting flesh and mold nearly overwhelming. But beneath it, Don detected something else: a musky, foul scent that didn't belong to the environment. His nose twitched as he honed in on it, and then he heard it. The skittering of claws, faint but growing louder by the second. Don opened his eyes, holding his breath, as he pinpointed the source of the sound. From the shadows ahead, several pairs of glowing eyes emerged, reflecting what little light there was. The creatures were giant mutant rats, their bodies grotesquely swollen and covered in matted fur. Their sharp teeth glistened as they hissed, advancing toward him with murderous intent. "Shit," Don muttered under his breath, raising the crowbar in a defensive stance. The first rat lunged at him, its powerful jaws snapping inches from his face. Don sidestepped and swung the crowbar with all his strength. Thwack! The metal connected with the creature's skull, the force of the blow cracking bone and sending the rat crashing to the ground, twitching as it died. But there was no time to celebrate. Two more rats charged at him from the sides. Don spun, bringing the crowbar down on one, smashing its back with a sickening crunch. He quickly reversed his grip and drove the pointed end into the other rat's eye, eliciting a high-pitched squeal as it convulsed and died. However, more were coming, their numbers seemingly endless. Don realized he couldn't stay in one place or risk getting overwhelmed. He needed to keep moving. Using his enhanced hearing, he tracked their movements in the dark, anticipating their attacks. He ducked under a swipe from a rat's claw, spinning around and delivering a powerful kick to its chest, sending it flying into the wall with a thud. Another rat lunged at his legs, but Don jumped back, swinging the crowbar in an upward arc, the metal biting deep into the creature's throat. It gurgled and fell to the ground, blood pooling around it. As he fought, Don could feel his superhuman senses working overtime. Every movement, every sound, every scent was heightened, allowing him to react with precision. He could hear the rapid breathing of the rats, smell the blood and fear in the air. He was in the zone, his body moving on instinct as he continued to fight off the horde. But it wasn't without cost. One of the rats managed to get close enough to sink its teeth into his arm. Crunch! Don gritted his teeth against the pain, swinging the crowbar down with all his might, crushing the rat's skull and prying its jaws open with the metal bar. Blood trickled from their wound, but he didn't stop. He couldn't afford to. More rats came at him, but Don's movements became more fluid, more precise. He ducked, dodged, and countered every attack, his crowbar a blur as it swung through the air. He killed another rat with a brutal blow to the spine, then kicked another into the crumbling wall, where it fell lifeless. The tide began to turn as Don's relentless assault took its toll on the rats. Their numbers dwindled, and the remaining ones hesitated, their glowing eyes filled with fear. Don could sense their uncertainty, and with a final, savage swing of the crowbar, he killed the last rat that dared to challenge him. The surviving rats squealed and scattered, retreating back into the darkness from where they came. Don stood there, breathing heavily, his arm throbbing with pain. He wiped the sweat and blood from his brow, surveying the carnage around him. The floor was littered with the bodies of the mutant rats, their blood seeping into the cracks in the stone. "Guess they didn't like the welcome party," Don muttered, wincing as he inspected his arm. The bite was deep, but not life-threatening. He'd have to tend to it later. For now, he had to keep moving. Don barely had time to catch his breath before his superhuman hearing picked up a faint, almost imperceptible hiss. The hair on the back of his neck stood up as he instinctively turned around, eyes scanning the darkness for the source. Then, he saw two glowing eyes, unblinking and filled with predatory intent. They were much larger than the rat's eyes he'd encountered earlier, and before he could fully register what he was facing, the eyes seemed to flash forward, closing the distance between them in a blur. Shit! Don barely managed to raise the crowbar in front of him, the metal bar jamming into the creature's mouth just in time. The impact jolted through his arms, and he strained to hold his ground against the immense force. As the creature pushed forward, its body slithering closer, Don got a good look at his attacker, a giant snake, easily the size of a small car, with scales that shimmered in the dim light. The snake's jaws were pried open by the crowbar, but its sheer size and strength made it difficult for Don to keep it at bay. He was about to push the creature back when his nose caught a sharp, acrid scent. His instincts screamed at him to duck, and just in time, he dropped low as the snake spat a thick, hissing liquid at him. The corrosive spit splattered against the wall behind him, producing a sinister sizzle as the stone began to melt. Don's eyes widened as he realized what he was up against. An acid-spitting snake? "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered, quickly backing away. The snake didn't give him much time to think. Its massive body coiled and slithered, blocking off his escape routes as it pursued him through the narrow catacombs. Don swung the crowbar at the creature's head, but the snake was quick, its movements incredibly swift. It dodged the strike and retaliated with a quick snap of its jaws, forcing Don to leap back. He needed to create some distance, but the snake was relentless, its body moving like a tidal wave of muscle and scale. It spit again, this time aiming directly at Don's chest. But he twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the corrosive fluid, but the close call caused him to lose his balance. He stumbled back, landing hard against a crumbling wall. The crowbar fell from his hand, clattering to the ground. "Damn it," Don cursed, scrambling to get back on his feet. But before he could reach for the crowbar, the snake's massive tail swung at him like a wrecking ball, slamming into his side and sending him flying across the chamber. Thud. Don crashed into a pile of bones and rubble. The wind knocked out of him. He groaned in pain, clutching his side as he tried to regain his bearings, but the snake was already closing in. It slithered over the bones, its body crushing them under its weight, and lunged at him with terrifying speed. Don rolled to the side just in time, avoiding the snake's fangs by inches. He then grabbed a sharp femur bone from the pile and stabbed upward, aiming for the snake's eye. The bone struck true, piercing through the snake's scales and into the soft flesh beneath. The snake let out a blood-curdling hiss, its body thrashing wildly in pain. Don seized the opportunity and yanked the bone out, then plunged it back into the snake's eye, twisting it for good measure. The creature recoiled, pulling back and flailing as it tried to dislodge the makeshift weapon. Don staggered to his feet, gasping for breath. He could feel his ribs aching from the earlier impact, but he pushed the pain aside. The snake, now partially blinded and enraged, lashed out in all directions. Its body slammed into the walls, causing dust and debris to rain down from the ceiling. Don had to move quickly, ducking and weaving through the confined space to avoid being crushed. He noticed a large, jagged rock embedded in the ceiling above the snake, barely holding on. An idea formed in his mind. Don sprinted toward the snake, making sure to stay just out of reach before waving his arms, trying to get its attention. "Hey, over here, you oversized garden hose," the snake hissed, its good eye locking onto Don. It lunged again, its jaws snapping shut where Don had been a second earlier. Don sidestepped, leading the creature toward the center of the chamber, directly beneath the loose rock. The snake spat more acid, the liquid splattering on the ground where Don had been standing. He could feel the heat from the corrosive substance, but he couldn't slow down. Timing was everything. With the snake now in position, Don turned and sprinted toward the rock wall. He could feel the creature's hot breath on his back as it gave chase, its massive body causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Just as the snake reared back for another strike, Don leapt onto a nearby ledge, grabbing hold of a loose stone. He yanked on it with all his might, dislodging the larger rock from its fragile spot. Crack! The sound echoed through the catacombs as the massive rock broke free, plummeting toward the ground. The snake realized too late what was happening and tried to pull back, but its own momentum carried it forward. Boom! The rock crashed down onto the snake's head, crushing it under its weight. The impact sent shockwaves through the chamber, causing more debris to fall from the ceiling. The snake let out one final, pitiful hiss before its body went limp, its skull shattered beneath the rock. Don remained on the ledge, breathing heavily as he watched the life drain from the creature's eye. His heart pounded in his chest, and he could feel the adrenaline coursing through his veins. The fight had been brutal, and his body ached from the strain, but he had won. As the dust settled, Don slowly climbed down from the ledge, careful to avoid the still dangerous acid that had pooled around the chamber. He approached the snake's corpse, making sure it was truly dead before allowing himself to relax. The battle had taken its toll. His clothes were torn, his arm throbbed from the earlier bite, and his ribs ached with every breath. But despite the pain, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He had faced a formidable opponent and come out on top. "Guess I'm stronger than I look," Don muttered, wiping the sweat and blood from his face. He looked around the chamber and took a deep breath, gathering his strength. Don sat on the cold, uneven ground of the catacombs, his body aching but his mind still buzzing with the adrenaline of the fight. His clothes were stained with the snake's blood, his own blood, and the grime of the catacombs. He glanced at his hands, slick with red and trembling slightly from the exertion. Despite the pain, despite the close calls, he couldn't help but still feel a rush of satisfaction. The danger, the thrill of the battle, it was unlike anything he had ever experienced. In the next moment, a system prompt appeared in his vision, the familiar translucent text floating before him. Achievement unlocked. Face your fears. Reward, trait upgrade, bronze unfazed to silver unfazed. Near-death experiences, strange situations, and intimidating foes will no longer faze you. Plus 500 aura. Don grinned at the notification. Not bad, he muttered to himself. He could already feel the difference here. The lingering tension he felt from the fight was dissipating faster than before. His breathing steadied, his heartbeat slowed, and the fear that had gripped him at the start of the battle was completely gone. He wondered briefly what it would take to further enhance his senses, to push himself beyond his current limits. But those thoughts were interrupted by the faint squeaking of rats. He turned his head toward the sound, his senses already on high alert. But unlike before, when the noise had filled him with concern, he now felt only calm. He spotted the mutant rats gnawing on the remains of the snake, their sharp teeth tearing through the tough scales with ease. Disgusting, but no longer terrifying. Better get out of here before something worse shows up, Don said to himself, standing up and stretching his sore muscles. His ribs and arms still ached, but the pain was manageable. He knew he needed to leave before the scent of blood drew in more predators. He started making his way back to the entrance, dispatching a few mutant rats that dared to approach him. His strikes were quick and hard, his superhuman senses guiding him through the darkness with relative ease. When he finally reached the stairs leading back to the church, he climbed them quickly, eager to return to the light. As he emerged from the catacombs and into the church's back room, the dim daylight filtering through the broken windows, Don took a moment to assess his condition. His clothes were filthy, torn in several places, and he was covered in a mix of dirt, blood, and sweat. He frowned at his reflection in a cracked mirror on the wall. "Great. I should have packed a change of clothes," he muttered. Going back home like this would undoubtedly raise questions, especially from Samantha. He checked his phone and saw that he had spent over 50 minutes in the catacombs. That should be enough for today, he decided. The sensory overload training had been intense, but effective. His reflexes felt sharper and his awareness heightened. He felt more in tune with his surroundings and more capable of handling whatever came his way. As he walked back toward his car, reflecting on the progress he had made, he noticed something out of place. A group of 4 individuals in ragged clothing had gathered around his car, their attention focused on breaking into it. One of them, a burly man with a large rock in hand, stood poised to smash the driver's side window. Don's eyes narrowed as he took in the scene. The men looked rough, desperate, perfectly willing to do whatever it took to get what they wanted. When they noticed him approaching, their initial panic faded, replaced by a sense of superiority as they took in his disheveled appearance. 2 of the men reached into their coats and pulled out knives, while the other 2 brandished rocks. The one holding the large rock by the car warned, "Open the car, or you'll get hurt." Don's expression remained indifferent, almost bored. "I'd like to see you try," he replied, his voice low and steady. Without waiting for them to make the first move, he started walking toward them, his posture relaxed but his senses on high alert. After fighting in the pitch-black catacombs against a deadly giant snake, these petty thugs with their crude weapons seemed laughably easy. The man with the rock was the first to act, swinging the heavy stone toward Don's head. But Don's reflexes were faster. He sidestepped the blow with ease, his movements controlled. Before the man could react, Don grabbed his arm, twisting it sharply until he heard a sickening crack. The rock fell from the man's hand as he screamed in pain, clutching his broken arm. The two with knives lunged at him next, but Don caught the first man's wrist, twisting it until the knife clattered to the ground. He then delivered a swift kick to the man's knee, buckling it backward with a gruesome pop. The second man slashed at Don's chest, but Don ducked under the blade, grabbing a rusty metal rod from the ground and driving it into the man's side. The thug gasped, collapsing to the ground in agony. The remaining two, seeing how effortlessly Don had dismantled their friends, hesitated for a moment before charging at him in a desperate attempt to overpower him. Don met their charge head-on, using the metal rod to block one of the men's attacks before swinging it upward to crack the man's jaw with a thud. The man crumpled to the ground, unconscious. The last thug tried to flee, realizing too late that he was outmatched. But Don was faster. He grabbed the man by the collar and slammed his head against the side of a rusted car, the impact cracking the man's skull with a sickening crunch. The thug's body went limp, falling to the ground in a lifeless heap. Don stood among the limp figures, breathing heavily but feeling no remorse for what he'd done. These men had chosen to attack him, and he had responded in kind. He crouched down beside one of the groaning thugs, his voice cold as he asked, "Are there more people around here?" The thug, clutching his injured side, spat at Don, his eyes filled with defiance. "Fuck off." Don's expression didn't change, but one could see the irritation in his eyes. He grabbed the man by the back of the head and slammed it against the side of the car, killing him instantly. He then turned to the remaining two thugs, who were barely conscious, their faces contorted in pain. "Anyone else?" he asked, his tone devoid of emotion. Neither of them spoke, their eyes glazed over with the realization that they were about to meet the same fate as their comrades. Don didn't hesitate. He ended their lives swiftly, efficiently. It was cleaner that way, he told himself. No loose ends. With the thugs dealt with, Don wiped the blood from his hands and retrieved his keys. He got into his car, glancing one last time at the bodies laying around the area. There was strangely no satisfaction in what he had done, just a grim acknowledgement of the necessity of it. He started the car and drove away from Old Town, leaving the desolate streets and the corpses behind. The training had been tough, but effective. He had pushed his limits, tested his resolve, and emerged stronger. But as he drove back toward the city, the adrenaline slowly faded, leaving him alone with his thoughts. The violence, the bloodshed, it was becoming a part of him. After leaving Old Town, Don drove through the winding roads leading to the cliffs by the sea. The view was calming, the sound of waves crashing against the rocks below. He parked his car near the edge and stepped out, breathing in the salty air as he prepared for his regeneration-focused training. For the next hour, he engaged in a series of exercises designed to push his body just enough to trigger his healing abilities. He began with deep breathing techniques, focusing on his injuries and willing his body to mend itself. He performed light calisthenics, stretching his muscles to their limits, then moved on to more rigorous tasks like jogging on uneven terrain and performing push-ups on jagged rocks. Each small cut and scrape that resulted from these activities was a cue for his body to heal, forcing his regenerative powers to work faster and more efficiently. By the end of the hour, his minor wounds had closed up, and the soreness in his muscles had all but disappeared. The training had left him feeling invigorated, his body more responsive and his healing abilities sharper. Satisfied with his progress, Don made his way back into the city, stopping briefly to buy a change of clothes. He spent some time driving aimlessly through different neighborhoods, getting a feel for the area and mapping out potential routes and locations for future use. The city felt more familiar with each passing minute, the streets and buildings becoming less foreign to him. As lunchtime approached, he decided to head back home. Pulling into the driveway, He parked the car and stepped out. When he entered the house, he noticed Samantha walking toward her home office. She paused when she saw him, a warm smile spreading across her face. "Welcome back," she greeted him, her voice soft. "Thanks," Don replied, kicking off his shoes and walking over to her. He noticed that she was wearing a formal office outfit, though she had loosened it up for comfort to a skirt, pantyhose, and a button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled up. It was clear she hadn't been home for long. "How did it go?" he asked, genuinely curious about the outcome of the meeting with Claire. Samantha's smile widened as she answered, "It went really well." "Claire is amazing. You were right about needing a lawyer. She found so many issues with the contract that we would have never noticed on our own." She began listing some of the problems Claire had discovered: ambiguous clauses that could have bound Don to unfavorable conditions, a lack of clear terms regarding his obligations, and provisions that would have severely limited his ability to leave the program without facing legal repercussions. Claire had also identified loopholes that could have allowed the organization to exploit Don's powers without proper compensation or protection. As Don listened, he felt a sense of validation. He had made the right call in insisting on a legal review. Samantha continued speaking as she walked into her office, motioning for Don to follow her. "You'll need to go with Claire tomorrow for a final review and signing," Samantha explained. "She'll make sure that the changes we agreed upon are included before you sign anything." Don nodded, appreciating the thoroughness of the process. However, Samantha's tone shifted as she added, "Butte broken bar." Don picked up on the hesitation in her voice. "But what?" he asked, his brow furrowing slightly. Samantha sighed, her expression becoming more somber. "Claire mentioned that the only reason they agreed to change your contract so drastically is that they don't expect you to be a significant part of the program. Going forward, you should probably keep that in mind, Donnie. They might treat you differently from the other people in the program." Don understood the implications immediately. The organization had made the necessary changes to avoid legal trouble, but they didn't see him as a valuable asset. They likely expected him to be someone they could easily overlook. It was a frustrating realization, but one that Don welcomed. With low expectations, he had the freedom to operate under the radar, to grow at his own pace without undue pressure. He could see the concern in Samantha's eyes, the way her face tightened as she struggled to find the right words. It wasn't easy for her to relay such news, especially to someone she cared about. But Don smiled, easing her worries with a gentle tone. "It's fine, really," he reassured her. "As long as I can train in better facilities and keep our family safe, it's worth it." Samantha's eyes softened, her worry giving way to relief. "Oh, Donnie," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion, as she stepped forward and wrapped him in a tight hug. She pressed his head against her chest, her arms holding him close. "It's their loss. You're going to be an amazing hero." Don felt a bit of guilt, knowing that his true intentions were far from heroic. But as he held Samantha close, he pushed those thoughts aside. Whether he became a villain or a hero, one thing was certain: he wanted this family to be with him, to be safe and protected no matter what path he chose. The hug between Don and Samantha lingered for a few seconds, but as the embrace ended, Don quickly shifted the conversation. "Where's Aunt Amanda?" he asked, pulling back slightly to look at Samantha. Samantha adjusted her glasses and sighed softly. "She said she had to go into town to deal with some insurance issues. She left right after preparing lunch." Don immediately knew it had to do with the damage from the mutant attack on her farm. "Okay, got it." Samantha gave him a reassuring smile before adding, "The food's in the fridge. Help yourself. I'll be in my office getting a little work done." "Thanks, I'll grab something before I head out again after lunch," Don replied, his tone casual. Samantha looked at him curiously but didn't press further. "Just don't come back too late. And if you can, pick your sister up from school on your way home." Don nodded. "No problem. I'll see you later, Mum." With that, Don made his way to the kitchen. He opened the fridge and found the lunch Amanda had prepared: grilled chicken breast, brown rice, steamed spinach, and a bowl of fresh fruit. It was a balanced meal. After finishing his meal, Don cleaned up and headed out. His first stop was the old abandoned steel mills on the outskirts of the city. The place was a graveyard of rusted machinery, twisted metal, and massive piles of scrap. It was perfect for his telekinetic weight training. As he stepped into the mill, Don surveyed the area, his eyes locking onto a particularly large piece of scrap metal. He focused his mind on it, feeling the familiar tingle of his telekinetic powers as they extended toward the object. Slowly, the scrap metal began to rise off the ground, hovering several feet in the air. The strain was immediate. His mind felt like it was lifting the weight physically, each ounce of pressure translating into a throbbing headache. He gritted his teeth, pushing through the discomfort as he maneuvered the scrap through the air, weaving it around obstacles and guiding it into a controlled landing. He repeated the process with various objects of different sizes and weights, pushing himself to his limits with each attempt. By the time he finished, Don's head was pounding, and a thin sheen of sweat covered his brow. His telekinetic abilities were improving, but they still had a long way to go. He needed to be quicker, more precise, and more controlled if he was going to use the ability in battle. Next, Don drove to the volcanic fields near the city's outskirts for his durability endurance routines. The area was a harsh, unforgiving landscape of jagged rocks, bubbling lava pools, and extreme temperatures. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur, and the heat was almost unbearable, even for someone like Don. He began his training by climbing up one of the higher volcanic ridges, feeling the sharp edges of the rocks dig into his hands and feet. At the top, he took a deep breath before launching himself off the edge, plummeting toward the rocky ground below. The impact was brutal, sending shockwaves through his body and testing the limits of his natural durability. Pain shot through his limbs, but he forced himself to get up and repeat the process, each fall pushing his body further. The heat was relentless, the air dry and scorching as he moved through the fields, enduring the searing temperatures and punishing environment. His skin felt like it was on fire, but Don knew that this was the only way to toughen up, to become resilient enough to withstand whatever was thrown at him. After hours of punishing his body, Don finally allowed himself to stop. He was exhausted, his body aching and bruised, but he could feel the gains. His durability had improved. All this and no achievement? Don wondered, but didn't dwell on it. As he began to head back to his car, Don felt his phone buzz in his pocket. He pulled it out and saw a text from Summer. "Hey, can you pick me up?" Don sighed, but he knew better than to ignore this sister of his, especially after the morning they'd had. He sent a quick reply, "On my way." With a final glance at the harsh terrain around him, Don climbed into his car and started the drive back into the city. The next morning, Don woke up at his usual 4:30 a.m. and went through his morning routine with the same discipline that was becoming second nature. By 6:30, he was back from his morning run, feeling invigorated despite the early hour. The kitchen was warm and inviting as he joined Samantha for breakfast. She was having eggs and toast, while he stuck to his usual oatmeal with mixed berries and a protein shake. As they ate, Samantha looked at her plate, poking at her toast absent-mindedly. "Maybe I should go on a diet," she muttered, a touch of self-consciousness in her voice. "I've really gained weight." Don, chewing thoughtfully, raised an eyebrow. "It's the good kind of weight," he said casually, knowing just what to say to make her feel better. Samantha laughed, shaking her head. "You're only saying that to make me feel better." Feigning offense, Don put down his spoon. "You don't trust your own son?" "That hurts." She couldn't help but smile at his playful tone. "Fine, you win," she conceded with a light-hearted sigh. Then, with a more serious tone, she added, "But you should hurry up. Clara isn't the type of person to keep waiting. She'll be here soon." As if on cue, the sound of a car horn echoed from outside. Samantha smiled knowingly. "Told you." Don sighed, standing up from the table. The previous night, he had spent hours thinking through potential strategies for dealing with Miss Claire, even using Gary Assist to gather as much information as possible. But despite all his planning, he wasn't confident about any of it. Claire was an enigma to him, and attempts to pry information from Summer had been unfruitful. If it weren't for the system's objectives, he would have preferred to spend more time strengthening his bonds with his new family before trying to impress someone like Claire. But the clock was ticking, and he had no choice but to dive in headfirst. As he walked to the door, a thought crossed his mind. Today was Friday, and he had to meet up with Torai, the old Don's internet friend from Call of Responsibility. Just great, he muttered under his breath. As he opened the door, he was surprised to find Sylvia standing there, hand raised as if about to ring the doorbell. She froze for a split second, then broke into a wide smile, her voice exaggeratedly cute as she greeted, "Good morning." "Good morning," Don replied, keeping his tone neutral. He still hadn't addressed what had happened between them in the fitting room at the mall, and from the way Sylvia acted, it seemed she preferred it that way. Don wasn't quick to assume that she had a crush on him. He hadn't seen how she interacted with other guys, and he didn't want to jump to conclusions. Better to play it safe for now. "So," Sylvia began, drawing out the word as she looked at him expectantly, "I hear you and my mom are going to SCHOHQ today to finalize everything?" Don nodded. "That's the plan." He stepped out of the house, closing the door behind him. "Is your mum dropping you and Summer off first?" Sylvia shook her head quickly. "Nope, Summer and I are going with Samantha." "Oh, all right," Don said, starting to move toward the car parked outside. "I better not keep your mother waiting, then." "Good idea," Sylvia agreed with a grin. "Goodbye, cutie," she called after him as she stepped inside the house. Don walked over to the car, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, black and imposing in its designer, where the bald bodyguard from the mall stood by the door, holding it open. The man's expression was as stony as ever, and Don didn't bother with pleasantries, simply nodding as he climbed into the back seat. Inside, he found Miss Claire sitting comfortably with a book in hand. She didn't look up as Don settled into his seat and fastened his seatbelt. "Good morning," Don said politely, breaking the silence. Without turning her head or lifting her eyes from the book, Claire replied, "Good morning," her tone distant, almost detached. Don thought to himself, yeah, this isn't awkward at all. The car started off, gliding smoothly down the road as classical music played softly in the background. The drive to the Santos City Hero Operations HQ took about 30 minutes, the cityscape gradually giving way to more forested surroundings. As they approached, the high-tech facility came into view. It was a vast complex that looked more like a military base than a simple headquarters. It was surrounded by tall fences topped with barbed wire, and security checkpoints were visible at regular intervals. The buildings themselves were made of steel and glass, with the kind of infrastructure that suggested both power and secrecy. The car slowed as they approached the entrance, where their identities were confirmed by security before they were allowed to pass through. Finally, the car came to a stop in a designated parking area. As soon as Don and Miss Claire exited the vehicle, Benjamin appeared, striding toward them with a practiced smile. "Good morning, Miss Claire." "Don, glad you could make it." Don nodded in acknowledgement, his expression neutral. Miss Claire, without missing a beat, closed her book and tucked it under her arm. "Good morning, Mr. Benjamin," she said, her voice carrying that same air of elegant authority that Don had already come to expect from her. Benjamin gestured toward the entrance. "If you'll follow me, we can get started." As they walked toward the entrance of the facility, Don couldn't help but notice the way the security personnel seemed to straighten up as they passed, their eyes sharp and alert. They soon entered the main building, their interior modern, with polished floors and walls lined with digital displays showing various security feeds and data. Benjamin led them down a long corridor to a conference room, where a stack of documents awaited them on the table. "Here we are," Benjamin said, gesturing to the papers. "We've made the adjustments as per your recommendations, Miss Claire, but we'll go through everything again just to be thorough." Miss Claire nodded, her expression unreadable as she took a seat and began to peruse the documents. Don watched her for a moment before taking his own seat. Miss Claire quietly reviewed the documents for a solid 30 minutes, her eyes scanning each page with the focus of a hawk. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she nodded in satisfaction and spoke in her composed tone. "Everything seems to be in order." Benjamin, who had been sitting across from them with a smile plastered on his face, nodded enthusiastically. "Perfect. Shall we get to signing, then?" "Once that's done, Don can be given a proper tour of the facility and registered in the database." Before he could finish, Miss Claire raised a hand, cutting him off smoothly. "I'd like to speak with Don privately first," she said, her voice carrying a subtle edge of authority that left no room for argument. "I want to ensure he fully understands the contract so he doesn't inadvertently breach any terms, and I'd also like to explain the benefits he'll be receiving." Benjamin's smile faltered slightly, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face before he quickly masked it. "Oh, of course," he replied, standing up from his seat. "I'll just be outside." With that, he left the room, the door clicking softly shut behind him. Once they were alone, Miss Claire turned her attention fully to Don. Her gaze was sharp, but not unkind, more like a teacher about to deliver an important lesson. "This contract," she began, sliding the documents toward him, "is designed to ensure that you can operate effectively within the Elite Hero program while retaining a level of freedom that most other members do not have." She then began to explain the key points of the contract. "You will receive a monthly allowance to support your activities as a hero, and there will be significant security upgrades to your home. This includes 2 advanced security droids created by Dr. Gadget, specifically designed for protection and surveillance. You'll also have access to top-tier health and fitness facilities, which will be essential for maintaining your abilities. Additionally, you'll be granted a license to operate as a hero in accordance with the Santos City Hero Rules of Engagement, giving you the legal backing to act in situations where normal citizens cannot." Don listened carefully, noting how thorough she was in explaining each benefit. It was clear that she wanted him to understand exactly what he was getting into. When she finished, she looked at him expectantly. "Do you understand everything?" Don nodded. "Yes, I understand." "Good," she replied, her tone softening slightly before she indicated where he should sign. Don picked up the pen and, after a moment's hesitation, signed the document. Miss Claire nodded in approval, gathering the papers together neatly. "Congratulations," she said plainly. Don offered her a small smile. "Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'd likely be getting the short end of the stick." Miss Claire arched an eyebrow. "It's not just likely, it's a fact. You would have been signing away your freedom and benefits had you done so without proper counsel." Don forced a chuckle, feeling slightly exposed under her scrutiny. "You don't mince words." "I'm an attorney, darling," she replied smoothly. "It's my job to present facts as they are, not to sugarcoat them." Her gaze sharpened again as she added, "Now that the matter of the hero program is dealt with, there's still the issue of our own agreement." Don frowned slightly, confused. "Our agreement? What do you mean?" Miss Claire's lips curled into a slight smile, one that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Did your mother not tell you?" "No matter," she explained. "Your mother and I agreed that I would act as your legal representative going forward." "Oh," Don replied, surprised. "She didn't mention that, but I don't have a problem with it." Miss Claire's expression hardened slightly. "You shouldn't be so quick to agree to things, Don. That's a surefire way to always get the short end of the stick." Don thought to himself that she was impossible to please, but he kept his thoughts to himself. "However," she continued, "this arrangement will be beneficial for both of us. You'll have an experienced legal representative, and I'll gain a client within the Elite Hero program. But understand this, I only stand to benefit if you become a well-known hero. So, in a way, I'm taking a gamble on you." Don couldn't help but ask, "Why take the gamble?" Miss Claire's gaze softened, but only slightly. "My daughter seems to believe you have potential. As for myself, I'll believe it when I see results." Don nodded, accepting her reasoning. It was clear that getting close to her was going to be a challenge, far more difficult than he had initially thought. After she was satisfied with the conversation, Miss Claire gathered the signed documents. "Let's hand these over. As for our agreement, I'll draft a contract and send it to your mother for review." Don nodded and followed her out of the room. As they walked down the corridor to meet Benjamin, he couldn't shake the feeling that getting close to Miss Claire was going to require more than just clever words and charm. After handing over the signed documents to Benjamin, Miss Claire's expression remained impassive. "Going forward," she said coolly to Benjamin, "any contracts or agreements you may wish to make with my client should be sent to me first." She reached into her bag and pulled out an impressive-looking black card, handing it to Benjamin with elegant grace. Benjamin, maintaining his practiced smile, took the card with a nod. Inwardly, he couldn't help but think that Don's chances in the program were slim to none, With the lackluster evaluation Don had, Benjamin doubted the boy would make it far. He'd be lucky to end up as a sidekick to a third-rate hero. On the surface, though, he kept up the facade of a kind manager. "That won't be a problem," he replied, then turned to Don. "Congratulations, Don Bright, and welcome to the Santos City Elite Hero Program. Unfortunately, a tour won't be possible today, but we can head over to the registry department so you can get your ID. With it, you'll be able to come and go from the HQ as you please and access most of our facilities." Don nodded. "That's fine," he said, falling in step with Benjamin as they made their way to the registry. Miss Claire followed them, her steps more composed and graceful. Once at the registry, Don was handed his ID card, a neat piece of tech that looked as exclusive as the program he had just joined. After receiving his card, Benjamin went on to add, "You're free to use the training facilities now if you'd like. As for the droids and home security upgrades, I'll need to contact our contractors and Dr. Gadget to schedule when they can be installed." Don considered Benjamin's word for a bit before replying, "That sounds good, but I didn't bring my own vehicle, so I wouldn't want to delay Miss Claire's plans by choosing to train now." Don assumed Miss Claire, given her demeanor and position, was likely a very busy person and thus it wouldn't be a good idea to try and waste her time. To his surprise, she responded, "Nonsense. I cleared my schedule today specifically to handle your matter. It's no problem if you want to test out the facilities. In fact, I'm rather curious to see what my newest client is capable of." Don sighed inwardly. He couldn't seem to catch a break. Instead of seeing this as an opportunity to improve his standing with Miss Claire, he viewed it as something that would expose just how far he lagged behind other elite heroes. However, backing out wouldn't look good either, so reluctantly, he agreed. "If you don't mind, then okay." Benjamin clapped his hands together. "Wonderful. Just be sure to get Miss Claire a visitor's card at the reception desk. Every member of the program is allowed to bring up to 5 guests, though they aren't permitted to use the facilities." Miss Claire, unamused, responded, "We're aware. We read the terms and conditions, after all." Benjamin chuckled awkwardly. "Right," he mumbled before excusing himself, claiming he needed to get back to work. Watching him leave, Miss Claire shook her head slightly. "What a sleazy man," she muttered under her breath. Don chuckled softly. "You don't like him very much, do you?" "I dislike all people who wear fake smiles," she replied flatly. Don, curious, asked, "Is that why you don't smile much?" She glanced at him with a faint smirk. "That's one of the reasons." She then turned her attention back to the task at hand. "Let's get on with your training. I'd prefer to be gone by lunchtime." They walked to the receptionist's desk back in the main lobby, where Miss Claire was issued a visitor's card. With that sorted, they proceeded to one of the training areas. Don, still wary of exposing too much of his abilities, opted to focus on sensory overload training and regeneration focus, so he targeted the area where he could best do that. Upon arriving at the training area, an old man with a weathered face and thinning gray hair, dressed in staff overalls, greeted them. He had a thick mustache that twitched when he spoke. "Good morning. I'm on duty here today," he said warmly, his voice carrying a slight rasp. "Are you a new recruit?" he asked, looking at Don. Don nodded. "Yes, I just signed the contract not long ago." The old man turned to Miss Claire and gave a deep bow. "And who might this beautiful lady be?" Miss Claire, ever composed, replied, "A visitor." "Can we proceed with my client's training?" The old man nodded eagerly. Yes, of course." He led them to an observation deck, a glass-walled room overlooking a large and intricate training course. "Would you like to give it a go?" he asked Don, his eyes twinkling with eagerness. "That's the plan," Don replied, scanning the course. It was designed to look like a maze, with dark corners, flickering lights, and narrow passageways. "Excellent," the old man continued. "I'll keep the difficulty at normal levels. Most new recruits can manage it." Don nodded, inwardly thinking this would be a good gauge of where he stood compared to the others. "All right," he agreed. The old man's face lit up with excitement. "A lot of the new recruits yesterday put on quite the show," he added, as he led Don to a small room where he could change into a training outfit. Don suited up and stepped out, feeling the snug fit of the bodysuit designed to monitor his vitals and provide feedback. The old man explained, "If you want to quit at any point, just say so. And remember, the training will automatically stop if your bodysuit detects that you've sustained heavy injuries." Don nodded, taking a deep breath, as he approached the entrance to the course. The moment he stepped in, the lights dimmed, plunging him into near darkness. Almost immediately, his senses were assaulted. A barrage of sounds and mechanical whirs, the hiss of compressed air, and low-frequency droners filled the room, masking any discernible noise. The air was thick with a cloying, musty odor, mingling with the scent of oil and rust. He moved cautiously through the darkness, relying on his enhanced senses to guide him. But, as he was doing this, the floor beneath him shifted unexpectedly, forcing him to adjust his balance. As he navigated further, obstacles sprang up from the ground, sudden, jolting walls and shifting platforms designed to disorient him. Suddenly, clang! A large metal arm swung towards him. He barely ducked in time, feeling the wind from its swing brush past his face. He rolled to the side, his senses straining to detect the next threat. The room was filled with too many sounds, meant to overwhelm and confuse. Then came the droids. Battle droids, heavily armored and wielding blunt weapons, emerged from hidden compartments. They moved with surprising agility for their size, their mechanical limbs whirring with every step. Thud. One of the droids swung a massive arm toward him. But Don narrowly dodged, feeling the rush of air from its swing as well. He retaliated with a swift kick, aiming for what looked like a weak spot in its knee joint. But the droid absorbed the blow, its armor only denting slightly. "What fear?" he muttered to himself, before quickly picking up a baton near him and tightening his grip on it. He needed to use his senses, trust them. He listened for the faint whir of the droid's servos, felt the subtle vibrations in the floor, and smelled the acrid scent of heated metal. He darted between them, using his agility to his advantage rather than going for brute force. But as he fought, he could feel his body protesting, minor injuries accumulating, bruises forming, muscles straining. But this was where his regeneration training came in. His body worked overtime to heal the injuries, a sharp, burning sensation spreading through his limbs as his cells accelerated their repair processes anytime he took a moment to catch his breath. Then, one of the droids proceeded to lunge at him, its bludgeon coming down hard. Don sidestepped at the last moment and swung his baton upward, catching the droid under its chin with a crunch. The droid staggered, its servos sparking, before collapsing to the ground. Another droid advanced, and he used his heightened senses to predict its movements, dodging to the side just as it swung wide. He leapt up, using its arm as a springboard to propel himself onto its back, where he delivered a devastating blow to its power core. Zap! The droid spasmed and fell lifelessly to the floor. But the court wasn't done with him yet. A series of vents opened above him, releasing a blinding cloud of gas. His eyes felt like they were burning, so he closed them, relying on his hearing and sense of touch. He heard the telltale click of a hidden door opening, and his ears picked up the faint sound of footsteps approaching, a light, almost imperceptible. Silent droids? He wondered, realizing they were trying to catch him off guard. He held his breath and listened. Tap, tape, a broken bar. Hearing the subtle footsteps get closer, he turned sharply and swung his baton, feeling the satisfying crack as it connected with something solid. The small and more silent droid crumpled to the ground. The rest of the course continued to be a mix of the two types of droids in varying numbers, while his senses continued to be impaired. Surprisingly, it was less difficult for Don as compared to the training he did in the Old Town catacombs. By the time he reached the end of the course, his body was aching, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. He had taken a few hits, but his regeneration abilities had kicked in, healing the worst of his injuries. This course is more technical but I don't know, it lacks edge. Maybe it's because of the difficulty, Don thought as the final door opened. The lights brightened, and he stumbled out, panting heavily. Miss Claire was standing there, arms crossed, watching him with a critical eye. "Not bad," she said, her tone giving nothing away. Don nodded, too exhausted to respond. With the training session completed, Don felt the burn in his muscles and the satisfaction of testing himself in a more controlled environment. He was about to suggest to Ms. Claire that they could leave when suddenly, the door to the training room slid open with a mechanical whir. Two figures stepped in: a very tall man with neatly combed blonde hair, wearing a tailored suit, and beside him, a younger man who looked like a younger version of the older, though less polished. The younger man was around Don's height and his expression was one of disdain. The tall man, with a stern expression, scanned the room and immediately frowned upon seeing Don. "Sam," he called out, his voice echoing across the room, "didn't I instruct you to ensure no one was present when my son was scheduled to train?" Sam, the old man who had overseen Don's training, looked visibly flustered. I'm sorry, Mr. Barkley," he stammered. "I didn't know her." But Mr. Barkley cut him off sharply. "Enough," he snapped. "Prepare the course for my son." Sam nodded quickly, casting a helpless glance at Don and Miss Claire. "I apologize," he said, his tone filled with resignation. "Could you please leave?" Don could tell this Mr. Barkley was likely a big shot, someone with enough pull to make things difficult. His first instinct was to avoid unnecessary trouble and just leave. But before he could say a word, Miss Claire stepped forward, placing a hand on her hip, her posture radiating confidence and defiance. "Why should we leave?" Miss Claire asked. "We were here first, and according to the terms of use of these facilities, it's first come, first served." The younger man beside Mr. Barkley, who had been looking bored up to this point, burst into laughter. "Are you dumb or something?" he sneered, pointing a finger at Miss Claire. "Do you even know who you're talking to?" Miss Claire's eyes narrowed slightly, and she smiled a cold, calculated smile. "I must have struck a nerve, considering the lack of manners and the surplus of arrogance. It's quite clear you were both raised with silver spoons but without any sense of class. Or perhaps your manhood is so lacking that you feel the need to compensate with bluster." Mr. Barkley's face darkened, his lips thinning into a line. "I suggest you apologize now, miss, if you know what's good for you," he growled, his voice taking on a menacing tone. "Or else." Miss Claire remained unfazed, her expression as steady as ever, but just as she opened her mouth to retort, the doors slid open once more with a soft hiss. A new figure strode into the room with confident steps, her presence commanding immediate attention. "Or else what?" came the voicey woman's voice, firm and full of authority. All heads turned toward the source of the voice, and there stood Red Star. But instead of her iconic hero costume, she wore a tracksuit in her country's national colors. She walked forward, her gaze directly on Mr. Barkley. "I heard everything," she said, her tone neutral but the irritation in her voice clear, "and the woman is right. Why should they leave the course just because your son is here? Especially when your twig of a son," she looked toward the younger Barkley, "can't even handle a little competition." The young Barkley's face turned beet red. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Red Star. "My father booked the room in advance," he shouted, his voice shaking with anger. "It's that stupid worker's fault," he added, jabbing a finger towards Sam. Red Star's eyes flashed dangerously. "Watch your tone," she commanded, her voice dropping a few octaves. The younger Barkley instantly went to his knees, a look of shock crossing his face. She smirked. "Or I'll beat you senseless in front of your father." Mr. Barkley's composure faltered for a moment, but he quickly recovered. "Red Star," he said evenly, "mind your own business. This has nothing to do with you." Red Star didn't back down. "Oh, but it does," she retorted, "because I won't stand by and let someone like you bully others just because you have a fancy title." She turned to Don, then back to Mr. Barkley. "You think just because you're the deputy director, you can throw your weight around?" "Think again, not when I'm around at least." Mr. Barkley scoffed and shifted his gaze to Don, looking him up and down with thinly veiled disdain. "Why waste valuable time on this course with someone who will never amount to anything more than a sidekick?" he said coldly. "If he had any real talent, I would already know his name." Don felt his jaw tighten. He was about to speak up, his frustration bubbling to the surface, but once again, Red Star beat him to it. "This boy," she said confidently, "will go further than your son ever will." Mr. Barkley's frown deepened, but then he composed himself, clasping his hands behind his back. "Do you dare to make a wager, then?" he challenged. "My son against this nobody." He gestured dismissively toward Don. "If your Prot A tilde copyright GA tilde copyright can last even 1 minute in a sparring match, I'll admit I'm wrong and even offer compensation. But if I'm right—" he paused, his gaze locking onto Red Star's, "you'll have to reconsider that little discussion we had the other day." Red Star's lips curled into a smile as she didn't hesitate to answer. "I have no problem with it," she said, turning her head slightly to look at Don. "What about you, boy? Are you willing?" Don took a moment to think of his options. He knew that backing out now would not only damage his image but also miss an opportunity to prove himself, however unprepared he might feel. The pressure was immense, but he nodded. "I'm in." With the agreement made, Sam moved quickly, pressing a series of buttons on the control panel. The walls of the course began to lower smoothly into the floor, revealing a wide, open space that stretched out. Don and the younger Barkley stepped forward into the other room with a now even surface, positioning themselves on opposite sides. Don's eyes were fixed on his opponent, studying him carefully. The young Barkley, with his blonde hair slicked back and a confident smirk on his face, looked every bit like someone who had grown up with a silver spoon. His posture was relaxed, but his eyes showed a certain arrogance, as if he had already won. "You're going to regret this," the young Barkley taunted, his voice carrying across the empty space between them. He stretched his arms, cracking his knuckles loudly, as if to try and intimidate Don. But Don didn't respond. Instead he simply took a deep breath, grounding himself. He may not have had much experience fighting, but he felt like he had faced worse situations and opponents more dangerous than this entitled brat. He knew that if he kept his focus and relied on his instincts, he could handle whatever was coming his way. From the observation room, Red Star's voice crackled through the intercom system. "This is a sparring match, gentlemen. Only physical abilities are allowed, no powers. If you have any questions, ask them now. Otherwise, we begin at the sound of the buzzer." Don nodded slightly, indicating he understood. The young Barkley just rolled his shoulders and grinned, clearly eager to get started. A moment of silence stretched out and Don's heartbeat slowed, his focus narrowing to the boy standing across from him. He could feel the adrenaline starting to course through his veins, his muscles tensing in anticipation. His senses sharpened, every detail in the room coming into crystal clear focus. Then, the sharp buzz of the buzzer sounded. The tension in the room was tense as the buzzer echoed, signaling the start of the match. Almost immediately, the young Barkley launched himself at Don, his movements fast and aggressive. He closed the distance between them with astonishing speed, his fists flying like a bunch of daggers aimed straight at Don's head. Thwack! The first punch caught Don off guard, landing squarely on his jaw. His head snapped to the side, and pain exploded across his face. He barely had time to recover before the next blow came, a vicious right hook to his ribs that knocked the wind out of him. Don staggered back, his vision momentarily blurring from the impact. The young Barkley grinned, sensing his advantage. "What's the matter? Thought you could take me?" he taunted, his voice full of arrogance as he pressed his attack, unleashing a barrage of rapid punches and kicks that forced Don to retreat further. Each strike was delivered with precision and brutal intent, designed to break Don down piece by piece. Don's instincts kicked into overdrive as he tried to block and dodge the relentless onslaught. But Barkley was relentless. A powerful kick landed on Don's thigh, nearly knocking him off balance. And before he could fully regain his footing, Barkley grabbed him by the collar and drove a knee into his stomach. Wham! Don gasped, the air forced from his lungs as he doubled over in pain. From the observation deck, Mr. Barkley's laughter filled the room. "Look at him. He can't even last 30 seconds against my son," he sneered, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Red Star, her arms crossed, kept her gaze fixed on the scene below. "You might want to look again," she said calmly, her eyes narrowing with keen interest. Back in the arena, Don's body hit the ground with a heavy thud, his breaths shallow and ragged. The young Barkley stood over him with a triumphant smile plastered on his face. "What's wrong? Had enough already?" he mocked as he cocked his head to the side, waiting for a response. Don didn't answer. He just laid there, his body aching. But then, A system prompt flashed before his eyes. Skill tree skills unlocked. As the system prompt appeared before Don, his vision momentarily shifted to a list of skills, all under the Vanguard and Tactician skill trees. He barely had time to comprehend it all, but the names and brief descriptions flashed clearly. Vanguard skill tree. 1. Basic shielding, bronze. Create a temporary shield that absorbs a small amount of damage. The shield lasts for a few seconds or until it absorbs a set amount of damage. 2. Forceful strike, bronze. A powerful melee attack that deals extra damage and has a chance to knock the opponent back. 3. Adrenaline rush, silver. Temporarily boosts strength and speed in combat, enhancing physical abilities and reducing the effect of minor injuries. 4. Combat reflexes, silver. Improved reflexes in combat situations, allowing for quicker reactions to enemy attacks and a higher chance of dodging or countering. 5. Defensive stance, silver. Reduces incoming damage by adopting a defensive stance, improving durability against attacks for a short duration. Tactician skill tree. 1. Strategic maneuver, bronze. Allows the user to quickly analyze the battlefield and find advantageous positions or weak points in enemy defenses. 2. Feint attack, bronze. A deceptive move that throws the enemy off balance, opening them up for a critical strike or combo. 3. Battlefield awareness, silver. Enhanced awareness of surroundings in combat, reducing the chance of surprise attacks and improving reaction to hidden threats. 4. Calculated assault, silver. Increases damage output when targeting specific weak points of an enemy, especially effective against tougher opponents. 5. Coordinated strike, silver. When fighting alongside allies or minions, increases the effectiveness of combined attacks, making them more powerful and difficult for enemies to defend against. Don blinked, quickly taking mental note of all the details he was seeing. He didn't have the luxury to wonder why the skill trees had unlocked now, or if he'd somehow triggered an achievement. There was no time to question it as Andrew Barkley was already closing the distance with a smug grin plastered on his face. Andrew mocked, "Did you really think you stood a chance?" Ha! In the observation deck, Mr. Barkley laughed as well, leaning his head back and crossing his arms triumphantly. "Looks like my son Andrew has already won. This kid won't last another 30 seconds." Red Star, however, remained focused on the fight, her expression unreadable. She noticed something in Don's posture and smirked, catching the tension in his muscles as he rose to his feet. "I wouldn't be so sure," she remarked coolly. Miss Claire, standing beside Red Star, raised an eyebrow. "What makes you think so?" Red Star didn't look away from the arena as she replied, "Just watch." Miss Claire turned her gaze back to Don and Andrew, just as Andrew was reaching Don, who was slowly rising to his feet. The pain in Don's body was intense, but his resolve was stronger. As Andrew approached, he warned Don, "Stay down if he don't want more of the same beating." Don lifted his head, locking eyes with Andrew. There was no fear, no hesitation, only determination. He spat a mouthful of blood to the side and wiped his mouth, then gestured for Andrew to come at him. "You're welcome to try, Daddy's boy." Andrew's face twisted in anger at the taunt. "You'll regret that." What Andrew didn't know was that Don had already begun to assess the fight using his new strategic maneuver, bronze, skill. He noticed several openings in Andrew's stance, flaws in his approach that he could exploit. Andrew attacked, first launching a flurry of punches and kicks, trying to overwhelm Don like he had earlier. But this time, Don was different. Using combat reflexes, silver, he dodged and parried the attacks with ease, his movements matching Andrew's. Andrew's fists swung through the air, missing Don by inches as he weaved and ducked, his footwork impeccable. Thud, thud. Andrew's punches hit nothing but empty air, and his frustration grew. He soon tried to back Don into a corner, aiming to trap him with a series of aggressive strikes. But Don's agility was unmatched. He rolled, jumped, and sidestepped with almost supernatural grace, leaving Andrew swinging wildly. In the observation deck, Mr. Barkley frowned at this. "All he knows how to do is run?" Miss Claire glanced at him, her tone as cold as ice. "Patience is a virtue, Mr. Barkley. Rash actions lead only to defeat. Mr. Barkley scoffed but didn't respond, his attention snapping back to the fight. And in the next instant, his eyes widened in shock. With Andrew's attacks becoming increasingly erratic and uncoordinated, Don saw his opportunity. He used feint attack, bronze, to fake a strike toward Andrew's face, causing the young Barkley to instinctively raise his guard. But Don's real target wasn't his face. Activating adrenaline rush, silver, Don felt a surge of power course through his muscles, his speed and strength momentarily boosted. He combined forceful strike, bronze, with calculated assault, silver, as he drove a powerful punch into Andrew's liver, aiming precisely for the weak point he'd identified. Wham! The impact was brutal, the force of the blow driving deep into Andrew's side. The young Barkley's eyes bulged in pain, his body freezing as the agony coursed through him. He dropped to his knees, clutching his side and gasping for breath. Don didn't press the attack. Instead, he stepped back, smirking as he looked down at Andrew. He could see the disbelief and pain etched on the young man's face. "What's wrong? Did I hit you a little too hard?" Don taunted, his voice carrying a mocking tone. Andrew's face twisted in fury, but he couldn't respond. He was too busy trying to breathe through the searing pain in his side. The observation deck fell silent, Mr. Barkley's smug expression replaced with one of shock and disbelief. Red Star's smile widened slightly as she observed the outcome of that exchange, and Miss Claire's cool gaze remained fixed on Don, her thoughts unknown. Andrew Barkley remained crouched, one hand clutching his side where Don's punch had landed with brutal force. His breathing had now become ragged as he glanced up toward the observation deck, seeking some form of reassurance or perhaps guidance from his father, but all he saw was Mr. Barkley's face contorted with rage and frustration. In the observation room, Red Star chuckled softly, her arms crossed as she leaned back against the glass and faced Andrew's father. "You know, Mr. Barkley," she said with a tone that was more mocking than conversational, "no amount of private training can make up for the lack of mental toughness. Deep down, you know your son wouldn't even be in this program if it weren't for your position. And now, he's about to learn the lesson you've been shielding him from all these years, a broken bar defeat." Mr. Barkley's face turned a shade darker. "Watch your tone," he warned. Red Star's eyes narrowed, her expression hardening. "Or what?" She shot back. "Think carefully about who your superiors value more, someone like you, who can be replaced, or someone like me." Her voice was cold and unwavering, and Mr. Barkley's response was a clenched jaw and silence. He could only shift his eyes back to the arena, muttering under his breath, "It's not over." He was just caught off guard. Watch how he destroys his opponent. Miss Claire couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle at the comment. "I may not be an expert in combat, but I'd wager your son won't be winning this fight," she said, her tone one of light amusement. Back in the arena, Andrew's eyes blazed with anger. "You'll pay for that," he shouted, pushing through the pain as he charged at Don again, hoping to catch him off guard with his speed. But Don's battlefield awareness, silver, was fully active. Every movement in the room was heightened in his perception, every shift in weight, every breath. Andrew swung a punch, aiming for Don's head, expecting the same evasive maneuvers from earlier. But Don had anticipated this. He didn't dodge this time. Instead, he used combat reflexes, silver, to parry the punch, his arm moving like a snake striking, redirecting Andrew's fist away from his body. Simultaneously, he drove his own fist forward, his knuckles landing squarely on the exact spot on Andrew's liver that he'd targeted before. Thud! The sound of the impact echoed through the arena, and Andrew's body convulsed in pain, his knees buckling beneath him as he crumpled to the floor. The agony was visible on his face, his mouth opening in a silent scream. But Don wasn't about to let up. This wasn't just a fight, it was a message. Without hesitation, Don stepped forward and swung his leg, launching a powerful kick aimed directly at Andrew's head, using forceful strike, bronze, to amplify the force. Andrew, his instincts kicking in, raised his arm to block the incoming blow. The impact was tremendous, and Andrew's arm went numb, the force enough to send him sprawling sideways onto the ground. The second Andrew hit the floor, Don was on him again, his movements quick and relentless. He rushed forward, feigning another kick. Andrew, still dazed and disoriented, panicked and threw his hands up to block the expected attack. But Don had other plans. Utilizing feint attack, bronze, he shifted his weight and instead drove a vicious punch toward Andrew's face. Crack! The sound of knuckles meeting bone reverberated through the arena as Don's fist connected with Andrew's jaw, sending his head snapping back. Blood sprayed from Andrew's nose, and he stumbled backward, desperately trying to regain his footing. His eyes were wide with shock, and for the first time, fear was evident in his expression. Don pressed his advantage with a cold focus in his eyes. Each move he made was calculated, every strike a lesson for Andrew. His fists, now bloodied from the onslaught, pummeled Andrew's body with relentless attack after attack. He targeted the ribs, the abdomen, places where he knew the pain would linger, places where the damage would be felt the most. Andrew was forced to dodge and to retreat. In the observation room, Mr. Barkley's face was a mixture of anger and disbelief. His eyes were wide, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles had turned white. Red Star looked on, clearly entertained by all this, while Miss Claire maintained her calm demeanor with a small smile. "This is getting hard to watch," Miss Claire remarked, her voice full of mock sympathy. "I can't imagine what it must feel like to watch one's child get beaten so one-sidedly." "Mr. Barkley, could you perhaps enlighten me on how that feels?" Mr. Barkley's jaw clenched tighter, but he said nothing, his pride and anger preventing any retort. Back in the arena, Don stood tall, looking down at his opponent with cold and unyielding eyes. "Why are you running?" he taunted, his voice calm, almost conversational. Andrew's eyes flickered with anger and humiliation. His breaths were shallow, each one more labored than the last. Don had broken more than just Andrew's body, he had broken his spirit. In the observation room, Red Star's smile widened, while Miss Claire gave a small nod, as if satisfied with the outcome. Mr. Barkley, on the other hand, looked as though he were ready to explode, his face a shade of red that matched his son's bloodied form below. "Looks like the lesson's over," Red Star said, her tone amused. "Now, maybe he'll learn not to underestimate his opponents." Andrew felt like every part of his body was on fire, pain radiating from every bruise, his back was against the wall, quite literally, and as he stared at Don, hatred burned in his eyes. How could this nobody, a mere footnote in the world of heroes, be beating him? A Barkley, his father's son. The thought was unbearable. A bitter pill that lodged in his throat and refused to go down. His fingers twitched, his muscles trembling from the anger and pain. He clenched his teeth hard, unable to swallow the taste of defeat. As these emotions boiled over, his eyes began to flicker with a strange purplish mist, barely perceptible at first but growing more intense with each passing second. Don, ever alert with his battlefield awareness, silver, and superhuman senses, noticed the change almost immediately. The tension in his muscles immediately increased, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. He could feel the shift in the air, the faint but undeniable presence of something dangerous emanating from Andrew. He decided not to show that he had noticed, keeping his demeanor relaxed as if he were entirely unaware. He needed to defuse the situation quickly, to avoid whatever this new threat was. "It's my win," Don said casually. "For what it's worth, I learned a lot from this fight." He started to turn away, feigning disinterest. But his senses were on high alert, every nerve in his body ready to react. He didn't know what kind of power Andrew possessed, but it was clear to him that whatever it was, it wasn't something he wanted to face head-on without knowing what it was. In the observation room, Red Star's eyes narrowed as she noticed the change in Andrew as well. But before she could say anything, her ears twitched slightly, picking up on a faint, almost imperceptible sound. A small smile then spread across her lips as she crossed her arms and relaxed her posture. She seemed oddly unconcerned. Miss Claire, on the other hand, furrowed her brow and glanced sidelong at Red Star. "Are you not going to intervene?" she asked, her voice calm but carrying a bit of concern. "Don't worry," Red Star replied. "Let's see how this plays out." Back in the arena, Andrew's face twisted into an expression of rage and frustration. He lowered his head, his teeth grinding together as he muttered under his breath, Shut up, a broken bar, shut up, a broken bar, shut up, a broken bar. The purple mist around his eyes grew thicker, now swirling around his clenched fists. Mr. Barkley, standing in the observation room, caught sight of the change and immediately frowned. What does that fool think he's doing? He shouted in anger. Andrew's fists clenched tighter, and he began to charge toward Don with a manic gleam in his eyes. I'll make you feel 4 times the pain you made me feel, he thought, his mind clouded by rage. As he got closer, his intention was clearer. He aimed to strike Don with a fist coated in that strange, purplish mist. Just as Andrew closed in, Don ducked his head, avoiding the punch by mere inches. He held his breath, suspecting the mist could be toxic or have some other dangerous property. At that moment, he knew he had to end this quickly. While ducked, Don used his calculated assault, silver, and forceful strike, bronze, to throw a powerful kick aimed directly at Andrew's already bruised liver. Wham! The impact was devastating. Andrew's body folded over Don's leg as he was sent flying back several meters, crashing into the ground with a heavy thud. He instantly coughed up blood, his body racked with pain, and his vision blurred as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. His ribs had cracked under the force of Don's kick, and he could barely move. Every breath he took was agony. Andrew tried to speak, his mouth opening, but no words came out. Instead, a pained wheeze was all he could manage. His eyes darted around wildly, filled with disbelief and fear. Andrew! Mr. Barkley yelled from the observation room, his voice full of panic. Look what that bastard did! He stormed out of the room and headed toward the control room where Sam, the old man, was monitoring the training session. Inside the control room, Sam's eyes were glued to a screen displaying the anatomical figures of both Don and Andrew. The figures were highlighted in various colors according to the damage each had sustained, with red indicating severe injury. The area where Don's kick had landed on Andrew was flashing a bright red. Before Sam could react, Mr. Barkley burst into the room. Open the door to the arena now, he demanded, his voice leaving no room for argument. Sam hesitated, looking back at the screen. Sir, I don't think that's a... Now, Mr. Barkley yelled, cutting him off. With a resigned sigh, Sam pressed the button to open the doors leading into the arena, bracing himself for the fallout. Before the doors were even fully open, Mr. Barkley went through. He rushed past Don, who stood his ground, eyes still sharp with awareness from the fight. Mr. Barkley dropped to his knees beside Andrew, who was trembling with pain, unable to stand. Andrew, he called out, his voice still full of panic. Are you okay? His eyes darted back to Don, filled with loathing. You bastard, he spat, his voice rising. Look what you did. I'll make sure you are. But before he could finish his threat, a calm yet authoritative voice interrupted him. Or you'll what, Deputy Director? Mr. Barkley's expression shifted instantly from rage to irritation, though his anger was still visible. Don turned his head to see Director Graham approaching, dressed impeccably in a white suit, his cane tapping lightly against the floor with each step. Behind him followed Red Star and Miss Claire, with Sam trailing behind, clearly hesitant to get too close. Director Graham stopped beside Don, glancing over at Andrew's crumpled form, then back at Mr. Barkley. Let's not escalate this any further, he said, his voice even and composed. We should end this here. Mr. Barkley's face flushed with anger. Are you serious, Director Graham? He demanded loudly, gesturing toward his son. Look at what that bastard did to my son. Miss Claire, who had been walking slightly behind the director, took the opportunity to step forward. Her expression was cool, almost amused. You should choose your next words very carefully, Mr. Barkley, she advised in her smooth, elegant tone. Because if my client were to sue, you could be facing multiple charges: slander, intimidation of a program participant, and your son for using superhuman powers in a sparring match where no such powers were permitted. Mr. Barkley turned his glare on Miss Claire, his eyes narrowing. Is that a threat? He asked. Miss Claire chuckled softly, the sound refined and almost musical. I don't make threats, Deputy Director, she replied smoothly. I only make promises. A bitter laugh escaped Mr. Barkley's lips, his expression turning mockingly amused. You really think you'll win in court? he challenged. "Go ahead and try her." "That's enough," Director Graham interjected sharply, his tone leaving no room for argument. "This is your final warning, Barkley. Your behavior is unbecoming of someone in your position, and it's embarrassing for the agency." Miss Clare's smile widened slightly as she chimed in. "You'd be wise to heed the director's advice." "I can't imagine what the fallout would be from the negative publicity of someone in your position being involved in such a blatant case of abuse of power." Director Graham couldn't help but think, "Damn, it's like she knows exactly what we're worried about." Negative publicity was the last thing they needed right now, especially with so many issues already on their plate. "Damn it, Barkley." Keeping his face composed, he looked directly at Barkley. "If you continue with this," he said firmly, "I will be forced to submit an official report on your conduct." Mr. Barkley's face contorted with frustration, his teeth grinding audibly. He looked down at Andrew, who was still groaning in pain, then back up at Director Graham. "Fine," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. "But this isn't over." "It is for today," Director Graham replied calmly. "Focus on getting your son treated." As he spoke, two androids with red crosses on their heads entered the arena, pushing a stretcher between them. Mr. Barkley clicked his tongue in irritation but didn't argue further. He helped Andrew onto the stretcher, the young man groaning with every movement. As they left the arena, Mr. Barkley shot a final, venomous glare at Don, his eyes promising retribution. Once they were gone, Director Graham exhaled heavily, turning his attention to Don. "I'm sorry about all of this," he said, his tone softer now. Don shrugged slightly. "It's fine," he said. "It could have ended worse." The director nodded, then glanced at Miss Clare. "To make up for it, how about I treat you both to lunch? A proper apology, if you will." Miss Clare looked at Don, her eyes studying him for a moment before she nodded. "I think that would be acceptable," she replied. Don was still processing everything that had just happened but still nodded in agreement. "Sure," he said. "Lunch sounds good." After Don and Miss Clare both accepted Director Graham's offer, he turned his head to face Red Star before asking her, "Will you be joining us as well?" Red Star currently had her arms crossed and was looking in the direction Deputy Director Barkley had gone. She glanced at Director Graham out of the corner of her eye without moving her head and refused the offer by simply saying, "No, thank you," in a stern-sounding voice before adding, "I have other plans." Director Graham wasn't at all surprised by this answer and simply gave her a warm smile. "I see, a shame," he replied with a small nod. Red Star then turned her attention to Don, looking him over briefly before saying, "You handled that pretty well. Keep training, and I'm sure you will go far." She spoke in a very distant and authoritative voice, making it sound more like praise from a superior than a compliment. Don's expression didn't change, and he gave her a nod, answering with a simple, "Thank you." Red Star just nodded in return to this before turning away from everyone and walking away, saying, "I'll be taking my leave now." As she walked away, Director Graham turned his attention back to Don. "You should get changed so we may also take our leave." "Will you be needing any medical treatment?" he asked in a smooth voice that made it seem like he was showing genuine concern. "I'm all right," Don replied, shaking his head. With that, Don and everyone else left the arena, and he proceeded to change out of his training bodysuit before they left the training area entirely. To Don's surprise, the place where Director Graham was offering to take them for lunch was right there in the complex. It was located in what was called the commercial area, which had a fully operational restaurant and some stores. Don was initially surprised as they reached this place, but when Miss Clare commented on it, Director Graham explained that although the stores seemed normal, most of the things sold were not something that could be easily accessed by the public. The various stores served more like hubs that the many heroes operating under the agency could use for various tools and supplies. The restaurant was no different, as it served top-quality meals made from some of the rarest herbs, fruits, and meats available in the world. In response to all this information, Miss Clare, who was walking in slow, elegant steps, gave a small nod before commenting, "It seems I underestimated how much a government agency such as this base gets funded." Director Graham let out a hearty laugh and nodded, replying, When it comes to the defense of the nation, the government spares no expense. The heroes cultivated by the various branches serve as the biggest defense and offense to the nation, and in a world that's getting increasingly dangerous, it is essential for more heroes to arise and fight the good fight. I see, Miss Claire replied in a low tone and didn't ask anything more. Her expression was hard to read, making it difficult to guess what she was thinking. Don, not knowing much about the world, chose to remain silent for much of the way and listened to the exchange of information, hoping that he would not only gain new knowledge but also get a better understanding of how both Director Graham and Miss Claire carried themselves. With his superhuman senses, it was easier to observe the smallest details in her facial expressions when she talked and reacted to information. Unfortunately, this wasn't much at all, and he couldn't reach a concise conclusion about the possible thoughts she was currently having just from observing her. What he could tell, though, was that every question she asked had meaning behind it. She wasn't just making conversation. But the same could be said for Director Graham's responses, which also came across as carefully thought out. Despite showing more expressions than Miss Claire, from smiling to contemplative, Don also couldn't guess what Director Graham's true thoughts were. What he did learn from observing the two, though, was that when interacting with them, he needed to mask his true intentions in the same way they both did and phrase his questions very carefully, as something that seemed easier said than done given how experienced they both seemed. Eventually, they arrived at the restaurant, which was situated on the second floor of the complex. Instead of the bustling and colorful atmosphere one would expect from a normal mall, the area was more empty and formal. The design was incredibly simplistic, with much of the area being a mix of black and white in color. Once in the restaurant, Director Graham led them to a table set on a balcony that offered quite a view of the surrounding vegetative area. It was enough to make one almost forget that they were in a highly protected and secure facility. The table they sat at was circular, with everyone seated about 90 degrees apart. The conversation that followed was more to do with the food, as Director Graham suggested they both try certain meals. Looking at the prices on the digital menu that could be seen on tablets present at the table, Don was amazed by how expensive they were. However, seeing how easily Miss Claire accepted the suggestion, he didn't make a fuss and accepted as well. As an android waitress took their orders and left, Director Graham, who was seated directly opposite Don, struck up another conversation. "What do you think of the facility so far?" His focus is now on me, Don thought. He was nervous, but his unfazed trait helped him maintain a calm expression, and his deep thinker trait allowed him to construct replies quickly. "So far, so good," he started. "It's a bit too early for me to give a full review of the place, but for now, my impression is that it's amazing. I feel lucky to be a part of this." Don found it very easy to make his voice sound sincere, as that was genuinely how he felt. In situations where lying and half-truths weren't needed, Don felt honesty was the best approach, especially when speaking to people in positions superior to his own. Director Graham showed Don a warm smile, but Don couldn't really tell whether this was genuine or fake. Regardless, Director Graham replied by saying, "I'm glad to hear that." Like Red Star said, "You have a lot of potential, and I see no better place for you to pursue it fully than here. I assure you, what happened today will not occur again, and if it does, my doors are always open to the members of the program." Once again, Don couldn't tell whether Director Graham was being genuine or not. On one side, maybe he was really a director who cared about the members of the program to this extent, or maybe he was just a director trying to ensure that his organization didn't suffer any unnecessary losses from negative press and stories. To be completely safe, Don had to assume it was the latter. However, he still replied honestly, "I'll keep that in mind." "Thank you." At the end of the day, we're all people, and people are emotional creatures, so it's only natural for conflict to arise every now and then. I just have to hope it doesn't happen again and be prepared in case it does. This reply from Don caused both Director Graham and Miss Claire to smile, Miss Claire's being far more subtle and less noticeable. Don caught sight of both smiles and took it as a good sign. Director Graham nodded at his words and said, Those are wise words. I'm glad to see a young man with such a mature mindset. You will definitely go far. After Director Graham said this, Miss Claire nodded in agreement. I'm starting to believe so. Then, surprising everyone, she proceeded to add, now, about the matter of my client's compensation for the trauma caused today. For the next 15 minutes, while they were waiting for their food, Director Graham and Miss Claire engaged in a back-and-forth discussion about compensation for the incident. Don had initially thought that the situation would be over after a simple apology and that the dinner was already a way for Director Graham to apologize. But Miss Claire was incredibly strict, blunt, and professional. Now, being his lawyer, she immediately sought to bring him some benefits from the situation. From what she was suggesting to Director Graham, Don could see that what she wanted for him was not to gain money from this but increased benefits from the organization, which would help Don on his hero journey. From Director Graham's responses, Don could see that even he understood that, and thus his attempts at offering money and benefits outside the organization instead. As the food arrived, they finally reached a conclusion, and only then did Miss Claire and Director Graham turn to face Don. Miss Claire asking, "What do you think of this deal?" Don couldn't help but think, until now, it was like I wasn't even there, despite being the main catalyst in all this. Although he thought that, he gave a small nod, his expression neutral as he agreed. "I think it's fine." Miss Claire gave him a small smile and nodded back at him before looking at Director Graham and saying, "Brilliant. I suppose that settles that." Director Graham showed a warm smile, but then, as he adjusted the necktie of his suit, it could be seen from his body language that he wasn't in full support of the deal but was rather left with no choice. Don couldn't help but admire this part of Miss Claire. She was genuinely ambitious and brutal with the verbal means by which she pursued her goals. But with that said, she was also a threat. Just from observing her this far, Don could see that she was now having a lot of control over his matters and what was now becoming his life outside of home. The problem with this was, in his current state, he was helpless to stop it. Her knowledge and expertise were invaluable if he wanted to avoid getting the short end of the stick in more professional matters. But as much as that was important, Don felt it was equally important to retain at least some form of control or risk becoming just another puppet. And that's where the question came. How? For the remainder of the meal, where not much was said aside from casual conversation, Don began thinking of ways he could overcome the obstacle he was faced with. But as much as he thought about it, the easiest and quickest route was also the hardest, simply becoming more powerful. Whether it was physical strength or mental strength, if he wanted any hope of being treated as an equal or more, he needed to achieve this. Until then, Don felt largely dissatisfied despite the gains of the day and thus chose not to speak too much. Around 15 minutes after they began eating, Director Graham removed the napkin that was tucked into his collar and said, "Apologies," while turning his head to look at the watch on his left hand. "I have some other arrangements to get to." This was quite enjoyable. Without missing a beat, Miss Claire also removed the napkin she had on before saying, "Not a problem. We also need to be on our way." Don's opinion didn't seem to matter. He simply removed his napkin as well and placed it down on the side of his plate. Director Graham put on a warm smile and said to them both, "I see. In that case, I bid you safe travels." After saying this, Director Graham took the liberty of leaving first. Once he was out of view, Miss Claire turned toward Don before saying, "That went reasonably well, don't you think?" Don gave a small nod and replied, "I always keep my expectations low, so I perceive a lot of things as good outcomes." Don's choice of words made it purposefully hard to discern whether he was being positive or negative in his comment, knowing that Miss Claire wasn't one to directly ask about someone's intention but rather reach her own conclusions about it and stick to it. This was the most concise thing he learned about her this day, and he already began to put it to use in the way he replied to her. Miss Claire looked at him with a slightly narrowed gaze before showing a small smile at the corner of her lips and saying, "Interesting. Shall we be on our way?" With nothing more needing to be done, Don and Miss Claire left the complex and began driving back to Don's home. During the silent drive, in which Miss Claire was absorbed in a book, Don thought about needing to do his research on Mr. Barkley and his son. After all, Although Director Graham stepped in today, he wasn't a reliable form of protection, so Don needed a contingency. By the time they were arriving at the front of his house, he heaved a sigh as he thought, as if eco-terrorists and disgusting mutants weren't enough, now I have to deal with egotistical assholes who have too much pride. So immersed in his thoughts, Don hadn't realized that his sigh was loud. It caught the attention of Miss Claire, who closed her book and turned her head toward him as the melodic tune playing in the background continued. "What troubles you?" she asked. Don turned his head and locked eyes with her. Her cold, almost black eyes left little room for interpretation as to what was behind theme of pain, misery, perhaps a calculative genius. Don didn't know, and for now, he didn't intend to find out. Rather, he was going to protect his own interests. And so in reply to her question, he simply said, "Nothing that I can't solve." Miss Claire's expression showed some minor confusion at the answer. She furrowed her brow only momentarily before they straightened back into place, and she gave a slow nod in agreement. "I see. Do feel free to reach out to me if it's anything I can help with." Miss Claire could only reply with this largely neutral answer because, in the same way she left no room for interpretation, Don's answer and tone made it hard to distinguish whether he was simply giving her a concise and genuine answer or politely telling her not to butt into his business. This careful selection of word choice when speaking felt strange to Don, but he now felt it was the most rational way of talking to Miss Claire. This isn't going to be easy, he thought. Thankfully for Don, the interaction came to an end since they had arrived at his home, so he chose to quickly end their conversation by saying, "Thank you for the help today. I'll be sure to reach out if anything else comes up." After saying this, Don took the liberty of opening the door to step out. Miss Claire replied with a soft and sultry, "Of course," before turning her head away as he closed the door. As the car drove off, Don couldn't help but think, time to get to work. After being dropped off in front of his house, Don glanced at Donald's home for a bit and wondered whether he should go there or not. He only gave it a brief moment of thought before shaking his head and thinking, "No, I still have things to do before today is done." As Don began walking toward his house, he retrieved his phone from his pocket while muttering, "Speaking of," before going to the contact tab and picking out the one named Tori. He pressed call and then put the phone to his ear. After ringing for a few seconds, just when he reached the door to the house, the call connected. "Oh, hey," Tori's voice sounded from the other side, still quite raspy and very unclear, like they were in a place with either bad internet or using a device of poor quality. "Hey, Tori," Don quickly answered back before addressing the reason he was calling in the first place. "Are we still on for today, or do we need to reschedule?" "Oh, no, we can still meet. I was actually planning to call you in the afternoon because I didn't want to bother you in the morning." "Oh, I see," Don replied. "So, is it still the same place?" "No, that place is too close to Central Mall, and my mom thinks it's becoming too dangerous of an area. How about we go to Ducky's at East End Mall at around 3 p.m. "Sure, no problem," Don agreed, not really caring where they met. With that settled, he saw no reason to prolong the call, so he simply said, "All right then, bye," which Tori seemed a bit surprised to hear but could only return in an unsure way. "Oh, yeah, bye." With a static click, the phone call ended, and Don proceeded into his home. He left his shoes in the doorway and began walking toward the living room, where he could hear the television playing. As he walked, he wondered whether it was Amanda or Samantha there, perhaps even both. But as he reached the turn leading to the living room, he was stunned to find it was neither. Instead, it was Trixie. "Trixie?" He called out her name while narrowing his eyes. He couldn't help but look toward the stairs and then the kitchen, but he couldn't hear anything. He could only assume that both Amanda and Samantha weren't home, so Trixie had made herself quite comfortable. "But just to be safe," he asked, trying not to seem like he cared too much about her presence there, "where is everyone?" Trixie was currently lying on the reclining sofa in a relaxed posture. She sat upright upon hearing Don's voice and broke into a wide grin before tilting her head and greeting him cutely. "Hey there, big boy." As she sat upright, Don could more clearly see just how comfortable she had made herself, wearing only a black oversized shirt with cute, white and black cotton panties and white knee-high socks with 2 red stripes on the upper edges. It reminded Don of the outfit he first met her in, and it was now beginning to look like it was her favorite choice of attire. Trixie quickly caught notice of Don staring at her body. She didn't hesitate to stand up on the sofa itself and lift her shirt up slightly to flash Don her panties. "Are these what you're looking for?" she teasingly asked. Don pretended not to be moved by the sight and simply reminded her, "You still haven't answered my question." Trixie clicked her tongue in irritation and jumped off the sofa and onto the carpeted floor before looking at Don while wearing a pouty expression, her hands on her hips. "I don't know. I just found the house empty and decided to see what was on TV, but it's like you're not even happy to see me." "I see you so often that you make it hard to miss you," Don replied, causing Trixie to stop pretending like she was upset. She let out an amused giggle before walking up to him and placing her hand on his chest. "Very funny, but since there's no one else here, what do you say we have a little fun?" Don gave her a skeptical look, but inwardly he very much welcomed this idea. With no one else home, it was one of the best times to interact with Trixie. But with her, conversations didn't last long before she changed the topic to sex. So, as much as he wanted to taste her petite body again, he also wanted to see if she would be more open to talk after the matter of sex so he could gain some information. In the short moment of silence in which Don didn't respond to Trixie's advances, she gave him a worried look and seemed ready to start pleading. But then, in the next moment, much to her surprise, he moved his hand quickly at a speed she couldn't react to and grabbed her hand by the wrist. She genuinely looked stunned. He then used his other hand to grab her waist and pulled her in completely close before slowly sliding that very hand down her body and onto her ass, gripping it hard through the fabric of the oversized shirt. Trixie's entire body seemed to jerk slightly at the action. She was surprised, but in a very good way. Her light pink skin, which was already glistening under the light, seemed to almost shine momentarily as he did this to her. She raised her head to look Don in the eye, her large, cute eyes making her look quite innocent for a moment before she proceeded to bite her lip and ask, "What are you going to do to me?" in a soft, inviting tone. It was enough to make Don's cock begin to grow erect and throb as his mind flooded with countless ideas of what he could do with this sweet-looking but ravenous creature. Don first moved her hand, with which he was holding her by the wrist, away before lifting it up and cupping her face, using one thumb to trace her lower but equally succulent lip. Trixie couldn't help but resist sticking out her tongue automatically and lightly coiling it around Don's thumb as she maintained the cute and innocent expression on her face as well as eye contact with him. To answer her question, he said to her softly in a mildly authoritative tone, "I'm more interested in seeing what this little body can do for me." Keeping all his superhuman senses active, Don could hear Trixie gulping at his answer as if she was nervous. Her expression, though, showed the exact opposite as she broke into an almost hypnotic smile and answered, "Anything you want." Hearing Trixie's answer, Don didn't hesitate to make his move. "Then let's start off somewhere familiar," he said to her as he removed his hand from her mouth and brought it to her head, pressing down on it with a little force, gesturing for her to go down. Trixie didn't resist this at all and slowly lowered herself until she was on her knees. She raised the oversized shirt slightly so that its edges rested near her waist, making her upper thighs and plump ass visible. Without even needing to be told, she brought both hands forward and began to work at Don's zipper. She undid it incredibly fast and reached in to take out his cock, which at this point had already become quite hard and erect. And she let out a soft, amused moan and rolled her eyes upward to stare back at Don as she slowly took out his cock. "Eager, are we?" Don commented, causing Trixie to just smile innocently as she replied, "I'm just being a good girl and following instructions." Normally, no guy would ever have a problem with a girl being so eager to pleasure them, but in Don's case, he couldn't allow Trixie to have her way. At the very least, he had to make her start listening to him more, and what better place to start than with the activities she enjoyed most. In response to her comment, Don kept a neutral expression and replied, "I don't recall asking you to remove my cock." Trixie's smile faded slightly, and Don could see the confusion in her eyes. The tone he chose to speak with made it hard to discern whether he was simply teasing her or being serious. Without waiting for her to respond, he suddenly instructed, "Put your hands behind your back and keep them there." After saying this, Don approached and held his own cock by the base with one hand right near his balls as he brought it near her face and added, "I'll only be needing your mouth for now." Don could hear the subtle sound of Trixie gulping at his words. This time, though, she didn't smile and just nodded meekly while saying in a low voice, "Anything you say." She then brought her hands behind her back and kept them there as if they were handcuffed together. "Good." Don praised her as he brought one hand to her head and traced it through her long, soft hair before bringing it back up and resting it on one of her horns. Then, while still holding his cock in his other hand, he pressed the tip against Trixie's face, right on the cheek and fairly close to her mouth. From this action alone, Don could pick up that Trixie's breathing had increased. He wondered whether it was due to excitement or simply a reaction to the erotic actions. Without questioning it, Don gave her another instruction. "Open your mouth," he said in a simple and direct tone, and almost instantly, Trixie gulped yet again but opened her mouth slowly, with the entrails of saliva being visible as she did so. Don could feel her warm breath against his cock the moment she did. Don kept his gaze on her as he began to tap his meaty cock against her face, mostly on her cheek, upper lip, and lower lip, doing it as a form of teasing to see how Trixie would react. To no surprise, she again displayed nervous body language and, at the same time, a rapid intake of breath, which Don could only assume was excitement or eagerness to have his cock in her mouth. Don suddenly stopped tapping his cock against her face and simply rested it on her top lip as he asked her, "Do you want this?" Trixie looked up at him with hungry eyes and gave a slow, obedient nod. It was like she was already picking up on the game Don was playing and had become fully submissive. Don knew this was, of course, just for the time being, but it was a start. After she gave the slow nod, he instructed her again, "Beg for it." Once Trixie heard these words, her skin almost seemed to shine for a moment before she eagerly tried to answer, "Please, let me taste your cock." But before she could finish her words, Don suddenly gripped the horn he was holding tighter and shoved his cock right into her warm little mouth. Gulp, gag. Not ready for it, Trixie's mouth met natural resistance, especially when Don's meaty cock hit the back of her throat, causing her to cough and choke while it still throbbed. Within that space, Trixie's eyes widened, and a mixture of drool and spittle was coughed out by her from the corners of her mouth where Don's cock left a little space. The mix of saliva and drool mostly fell onto Don's cock, with a little running down Trixie's chin. Despite all this, however, Trixie maintained her posture and kept her hands behind her back. Don couldn't help but praise her. "Good job," he muttered while looking at her slightly reddened eyes, which now had tears at the edges from the lack of breath she experienced momentarily. However, she recovered almost instantly, as in the next moment, Don could feel her long, slippery tongue coiling around his cock. "You just can't help yourself, can you?" Don commented before bringing his other hand to her other horn and gripping it with equal tightness. Then, without giving Trixie so much as a warning, he began to thrust his hips, pushing his meaty cock deeper into her mouth. Gawk, gag. Don held back a groan as he felt the tight, wet sensation from having his cock extend to her throat. Gawk. Tilda. Trixie, unprepared, coughed slightly again but was incredibly quick to recover. She relaxed her throat and allowed Don to pound as he pleased. With each thrust in, tears welled up in Trixie's eyes from the lack of breath, and even her cheeks began to look a bit redder. Slurm. Then, with each instance, he pulled out his cock, and it was completely covered in a mix of saliva, drool, and even some precum. Finally, as Don removed his cock fully from her mouth, Trixie took a deep breath and began to breath heavily. Huff huff. Tilda, her chest rising and falling quickly. "Up you go," Don instructed while making her stand by pulling her up by the horns. Trixie still seemed a bit dizzy from the pounding she had just received but stood up anyway. She looked up at Don with a certain eagerness still, but she could only do so for a moment before he suddenly and roughly caused her to turn around. He then pushed her forward, and she fell onto one of the armrests of the sofa in a bent-over position. "You've." She let out a slightly pained moan and looked back at Don with those same big, innocent eyes as before. Don met her gaze just as he reached the sofa's armrest as well. Standing behind her, he used one hand to raise the oversized shirt out of the way, revealing her plump, light pink ass cheeks, which were held tightly by the panties she was wearing. Then, using his other hand, he brought a single finger to the imprint of her crotch and traced it along that line while saying, "Already wet, are we?" Trixie couldn't help but curl her toes slightly as she felt Don's hand on her most intimate place. She could feel his index and middle fingers softly moving against her pussy lips through her now slightly wet panties. She looked back and smiled, shaking her ass a little side to side as she said, "I couldn't help it," in an innocent voice. Don paused his actions for a moment and met her gaze as he replied, "Is that so?" Then, in the next moment, he moved his hand from her pussy and brought it to her right ass cheek, which he began to grip and massage softly before giving it a nice hard smack. "Pa!" Trixie's entire body jerked in surprise, and she let out a soft moan, but almost immediately, she also showed a smile, clearly enjoying the roughness with which Don was handling her as she looked at him with those hungry and yearning eyes. Don couldn't help but think, she's really good at turning people on. She can make you think you're the one in control when really she has you wrapped around her finger. Just the sound of her voice and the way she phrased her words were enough to make his cock throb, but he wouldn't give her the satisfaction of knowing this. Instead, he turned his head away and focused on her ass cheeks, which he continued to grope and massage. Trixie simply moaned softly as he did this and swayed her hips side to side as if to aid him in his endeavor. Before long, her panties were completely soaked, and so Don brought his hands to her waist and held them by the edge before slowly pulling them down and taking them off, revealing her glistening wet pussy and tight pink arsehole. Trixie couldn't help but bite her lip as her panties fully fell down her legs to her ankles, where Don left them. Keeping his attention on her ass, he gripped her cheeks even more firmly before spreading them apart. "Look how wet you are," he commented as he fully took in the view. Then, he let go of one cheek and brought his hand forward, placing it right between her pussy lips and moving it up and down, coating it in her juices. "Yeah, that feels nice," Trixie moaned out, still swaying her hips at his touch. "I know it does," Don replied confidently before moving the same finger upward until it reached Trixie's arsehole. Don could see the subtle shift in her stance as he reached there, unsure whether it was caused by excitement or suddenness, but knowing Trixie, he figured it was both. He kept his finger there for a moment longer and began to run it in circles around the edges of her arsehole, coating it in her juices as well. While biting her lip, Trixie looked back with curious eyes and asked in an innocent voice, "Do you want to fuck me in that hole?" Don, however, wasn't going to give her the satisfaction of knowing and instead simply said, "Wouldn't you like to know?" Before moving his hand away from her ass entirely and standing up, he adjusted his position as he stood right behind her and dropped his pants completely before holding his cock by the base and tapping its meaty shaft against her ass cheeks. Feeling the warmth of his meaty cock, Trixie began to sway her hips more provocatively in a grinding motion as she begged in a cute voice, I want to feel your big, thick cock inside my tight little hole. Please stick it inside," she murmured softly. This display by her was more than enough to make Don's cock throb in response. She clearly felt this as well, as she proceeded to grin mischievously, looking back at him. Don simply grinned back before gripping one of her ass cheeks and spreading it while positioning his meaty cock right in front of her glistening wet pussy. As the tip made contact with her wet lips down there, he decided to tease her a little by moving his cock up and down along the edges. Every time it seemed like it would go in, Don would pull it back out and slide it along the length of her pussy. You're so mean," Trixie complained with a small pout, but from her body language alone, Don could see that she was completely enjoying herself. Not wanting to waste too much time on foreplay, given this was in the living room, Don held Trixie's ass more firmly and thrust forward with immense force. Pa. Pa. The sound of her ass smacking against his hips resonated in the entire living room, followed by a loud moan from Trixie. "Ah! Yes!" she screamed, arching her back slightly and grabbing onto the cushions in front of her for support. Don proceeded to grip her other ass cheek as well before he began to thrust forward and back in a consistent and rough pace. Pa, 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 pa. The sound of her ass smacking against him continued to resonate over and over as his rock-hard cock drilled her tight little cunt. With each hard and rough thrust Don made, Trixie felt the walls of her tight little cunt being ravaged. "Oh yes!" "Oh yeah!" "More!" "Please keep fucking me like that," Trixie moaned out, completely unable to control the expressions of pleasure that now kept appearing on her face. Given her height in comparison to Don, she was forced to tiptoe as Don pounded her like this. Each powerful thrust caused her legs to twitch ever so slightly as the juices that now began to leak from her cunt in abundance ran down her leg in a thin, single trail. "Oh yes!" "Fuck me just like that." Without saying a word, Don continued to thrust, then pulled his hand from her right ass cheek before bringing it back to give her a hard spank. Trixie moaned out, "Pleasey." Before she could finish her sentence, Don extended his hand to grab her by the hair and pull her back. Trixie was helpless as she felt the sudden force grip her and pull her back. Don had mistimed the amount of force used, and Trixie completely moved back, her back hitting his chest. But he didn't stop. Instead, he only moved his hand to her neck and gripped it tight while still continuing to fuck her silly. "Oh fuck, yes!" Trixie moaned out, her eyes now crossed and her tongue hanging slightly as she grinned in pleasure. Given how light she was, Don felt like he was fucking a feather. It was an extremely strange sensation, but he absolutely enjoyed it. He soon brought both his hands downward while still fucking Trixie and raised her shirt to reveal her small but perky breasts. He cupped them both and then proceeded to squeeze them hard. Fuck tilde. "Just like that, more please," Trixie moaned out, her tiptoes barely making contact with the floor. Now, just to support herself, she had to move her hands back and wrap them around Don's neck while her legs moved loosely with each thrust. "Fuck tilde. Feels like you're in my guts," Trixie moaned out, looking down and seeing that with each powerful thrust Don made, she could see a slight bulge in her abdomen. "Yes, yes, I'm getting close," she moaned out. But unfortunately for her, Don's goal wasn't to make her come. So the moment she said she was getting close, he pulled back, slipping out his juice-coated cock from her cunt, causing her to fall on the armrest. Her confused Trixie tried to look at Don to ask why he stopped, but before she could even utter a word, the only thing in her field of view was his throbbing hard cock, which he proceeded to stuff in her mouth before she could say anything. Her eyes widened in surprise as the familiar feeling of his hard cock spread throughout her mouth and throat. "Like I said, you're pleasuring me. In exchange, I'm giving you a little snack," Don explained as he fucked her face, holding her head tight with both hands. Trixie's eyes quickly welled up with tears, and she looked at him with an expression that was hard to read, mostly because her face kept getting pounded by his huge cock, with only sloppy sounds escaping. Gag, gag. Nearing his limit, Don pulled out his cock and said to her, "Open wide for your snack." Trixie struggled to breathe and was still very dazed and confused by the change in pace. However, she still looked up at him and cupped her hands near her mouth while opening it wide and sticking out her tongue. Don needed to stroke his cock only a few times more before he burst, shooting his cum directly onto her mouth and face. Trixie received it all without complaint, and once he was done, she leaned her head forward and sucked on his tip, making sure no drop was wasted. Once she finished licking his tip and shaft clean, Trixie pulled away and licked her lips before looking up at Don and winking as she said cutely, "Thanks for the snack, stud." Startled, Don looked at her with an unimpressed look, but it was really hard to criticize someone who took a face fucking that well and looked completely unfazed after. He could only sigh and shake his head as he lifted up his pants and began to properly dress himself. Trixie didn't need to bother as much with a simple pull. A light mist appeared and completely engulfed her figure, and by the time it disappeared, Trixie was fully dressed, wearing a set of long black ripped jeans, some white sneakers, and a white cropped top with a graffiti imprint that read "Blow Me." She proceeded to stand up while still licking her lips, using her finger to trace any residue of cum that was still on her face before bringing it to her mouth and licking it off her fingers while looking at Don directly, as if to entice him. Don, who was currently zipping up his pants, only gave her a glance but chose to ignore her provocative invitations and instead asked her, "How's Elle?" If Don were to be completely honest, he wouldn't be lying if he said Elle didn't take up as much of his mind as one would think, compared to the other chaotic things going on in this new life of his. He barely had time to think of the crazy girl who was head over heels in love with him. But given Trixie's close relationship with her, he thought it would be wise to at least bring up her name and show interest in her and her well-being, even if it was only an act. Surprisingly, Trixie pouted as she heard this question and brought her hands to her hips, squinting her eyes at Don. "You've got some nerve bringing up another girl's name after you blew your load all over my face." As Trixie said this, Don had just finished dressing up. He met Trixie's gaze with a simple shrug before responding, "Well, at least she shows interest in other things besides my dick." Don carefully responded, trying to see if he could trick Trixie into revealing more about herself in response to his claim. Trixie showed an exaggerated, outraged expression while gasping. "How dare you assume that I'm only interested in you for that big, girthy, scrumptious, tantalizing, pussy-destroying, ass-gaping, mouth-stuffing cock. I'm interested in other things about you, like..." Trixie trailed off, trying to think of something. Genuinely, Don couldn't help but look at her with an unimpressed look because, although he thought Trixie largely interacted with him only for his cock, he at least thought there were other aspects. But judging from her genuine body language, it seemed the sexual aspect played a bigger part than he had initially assumed. It led him to think, is this how girls feel when guys just sexualize them? I mean, it's great, but it feels kind of bad at the same time. Noticing Don's change in expression, Trixie waved her hand in front of him and said, "No, no, 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 no. I don't mean it like that. I mean, you're a great guy, I think. I mean, well, okay, Elle seems to trust you, and that's enough for me. What's the big deal anyway? I'm a succubus who needs a healthy human male to feed her spunk every now and then, and you're a horny guy. It's a fair deal if you ask me." Trixie shrugged, not really seeing the problem there. Don was about to respond immediately, but his deep thinker trait allowed him to think more clearly on the subject. The fact of the matter was, Trixie was a different racier one Don had completely no experience with prior to her. He knew close to nothing about said race, and so he couldn't really apply human logic to it. Rather, he tried to look at it from Trixie's perspective. Also, it was normal. He settled on playing it cool, as that was the best course of action. So, in response, he gave a light shrug and said, "It is a fair deal, but I just think there's more to you than your dick-sucking skills." Trixie seemed to take Don's choice of words as a compliment. As she blushed slightly, her light pink cheeks turning a slight red. She lowered her head slightly and said, "Oh, you are such a flatterer." Did my mouth really feel that good? I guess sexual skills must account for a lot for succubi, Don thought before nodding at Trixie's question. However, he didn't want to give her too much praise. So rather than answer truthfully, he instead said, "Yeah, your mouth is amazing, probably the second best head I've ever gotten." The moment Trixie heard Don say the word second, her body seemed to jolt to attention. Looking at him with a flabbergasted expression, she asked, "Who the hell gave you better head than me?" Don wanted to sigh on the surface as he couldn't believe just how serious she took sexual matters. He kept telling himself that she is affected by her nature, but the human part of him refused to believe that this was all there was to her. There had to be some other ground Don could relate to her on. If the sexual way was what it took, then Don was all for it. To keep her interest, he chose to pretend to be mysterious about the number one, saying, "You wouldn't know her, but let me tell you, if you had a dick and she gave you head, you would always think about her at least once a day." His response didn't make Trixie very happy. She narrowed her eyes at Don, perhaps trying to look threatening, which was very hard to do given her stature and incredibly cute but sexy appearance. "What's her name?" Trixie asked with a narrowed gaze. But Don shook his head, saying, I'm not telling. But since you decided to make me your human spunk bank, as you call it, I'm going to make sure I train you to give me the best head possible. Don felt this was a rather bold response to give, but given the personality Trixie was showing him so far, it seemed appropriate. And his gamble paid off, as in the next moment, rather than looking upset, Trixie showed a wide grin and looked incredibly excited by the prospect, saying, I look forward to it, while biting on her lip. Then, just as quickly as she had done this, her expression shifted as she seemed to remember something. Oh, that's right. Elle told me to tell you that they're making considerable progress in setting up a base in Central City so that they can help you in more ways, and yada yada yada. I didn't listen to the boring stuff. You're going to have to call Gary and see what he has to say about this. Don couldn't hold back the sigh he had for Trixie as he shook his head and said, you could have said that first, you know. Trixie showed Don a wide smile and put on her best playing dumb expression while sticking out her tongue and hitting her own head with a knuckle, saying, oh, silly me. I must have forgotten. Yeah, I'm sure you did, Don agreed with great sarcasm in his voice. I'll call him now and see what he has to say. Trixie pouted she didn't like this idea and instead asked, what about round 2? Don didn't stop at all and began to ascend the stairs, answering her whilst on the move. I never promised any round 2. If you want those, then you're going to have to be more helpful than delivering half-baked news, Don replied in a casual tone, trying to make it seem like he wasn't too serious about it, as he didn't know how Trixie would perceive that. Trixie didn't seem to care all that much for his choice of words as she simply rolled her eyes and slumped her shoulders, saying, fine, I'll be more helpful. Just tell me what I have to do. Well, that was easy, Don thought, but on the surface, he pretended to put on a contemplative expression, bringing his hand to his chin and looking up at the ceiling. I can't think of anything right now, but I'll let you know when I do. But like I said, since all you ever talk about is sex, I just assume you have no skills outside of that. Trixie began to follow Don from behind and immediately argued with his response. I have many skills. I can dance, I can sing, I'm really good at hitting guys in the nutser. For the entire walk to Don's room, Trixie continued to list down her rather unique skill set, but Don chose not to comment. Reaching into his room, he retrieved his contact communicator, then immediately contacted Gary. The contact communicator had an augmented screen in front of him, which had the icon of a telephone hovering in front of him, shaking as the title below read Kalinga broken bar with 3 dots after. After a few seconds, the call connected, and the screen shifted to a live video feed. Gary was standing in the same conference room of the base where he and Don had initially spoken. Its obsidian and gold walls were immediately recognizable. Gary stood at the center, an upright posture with his hands behind his back. He showed a warm smile once the connection was made and greeted politely, oh, what a splendid surprise. I was looking forward to your call, Sir Predator. Excuse me, Sir Don, Gary corrected himself before adding, we do have much to discuss. Don nodded. That we do. As the call connected and Don's attention shifted elsewhere, Trixie felt left out, so she simply pouted and walked over to his bed before slumping herself there and saying in a bored manner, with the pleasantries out of the way, Gary immediately asked, did Miss Trixie inform you of what we discussed? She said I would have to call you to see what was really up, Don replied. Gary looked like he wanted to sigh, but he kept his expression firm, and the smile never left his face as he replied, I thought as much. No worries. But before we begin, are there any issues you wish to address? It would be better for Lady Noir and me to know what obstacles you are currently facing so we can best tailor our approach to setting up a branch to address those troubles. Don could understand this approach and very much welcomed it, considering the problems he had encountered so far. Yes, there are a few things I'd like for us to address. Do go on, sir, Gary encouraged in a light tone, giving a nod. Before Don could continue, he first walked over to the window and peered through the curtain. I should be able to hear someone coming home from here, he thought, before opening the window slightly but leaving the curtains closed. He then leaned against the nearby wall and resumed his conversation with Gary. To start with, tell me what you know about the Deputy Vice Director of the United Hero Management Agency and his son. Gary couldn't help but raise a curious brow at the question. I see you're already interacting with influential individuals, sir. But how did you even come to meet the man? From what I know, off the top of my head, he can be quite heartbroken but discriminatory towards individuals of the community class you're pretending to be in. Well, it was the bad kind of interaction, one that ended with him looking at me like I was his biggest enemy, Don explained, heaving a sigh. Ah, Gary gave an understanding nod. That does make more sense. And given his personality, you're right to consider him a problem. I wouldn't be surprised if he were planning your downfall as we speak. This wasn't exactly reassuring for Don to hear, but he played it off with a simple shrug and remained composed. Although he was worried, he now had a newfound sense of confidence in himself. In response to Gary, he said, all the more reason to plan his downfall as well. Gary seemed surprised by the answer for a moment, raising his eyebrows and then nodding in delighted agreement. Even Trixie, who was currently practicing erotic poses on Don's bed, turned to comment, ooh, who are we killing? Don turned his gaze to her and narrowed his eyes. No one. At least, not with our own hands. Death isn't the only way to ruin someone, Trixie. Gary showed intrigue at the answer before asking, do you have something in mind, sir? Don replied, well, that will depend on what information you have on him and his son. Gary nodded. Ah, I see. Give me one moment then. Gary moved out of view for a moment, and upon returning, several more prompt windows appeared in Don's augmented reality. I think you'll find this information quite useful, sir. As Gary said this, two separate tabs appeared on Don's left and right sides. He first looked at the one to his right and began reading the information displayed. Subject name, Harold Barkley. Alias, the Corporate Czar. Visual identification, sartorial splendor. Harold is perpetually dressed in bespoke suits tailored to a precision that mirrors his meticulous control over his domain. Imposing stature, standing well over 6 feet, Harold's physical presence is as commanding as his professional reputation. Behavioral analysis, corporate autocrat. Harold exemplifies the authoritarian leader in the boardroom. He is a strategic thinker known for his ruthless efficiency and unyielding approach to business and personal challenges. Temperamental oligarch, quick to ignite and slow to forgive. Harold's temper is well known by many. His wrath is often reserved for those who fail to meet his exacting standards or who dare to challenge his authority directly. Operational history, dynastic engineer. Harold didn't merely inherit his position, he expanded it. Under his leadership, his family's influence has solidified, reaching into sectors previously untouched by their power. Machiavellian mentor, known for grooming loyalists, Harold ensures that allegiance within his ranks is absolute. His mentorship is a double-edged sword, elevating those who are unwavering in their loyalty while coldly discarding any who are not. Recent operational conduct, strategic bully. Harold often leverages his resources to bulldoze opposition. Whether negotiating business deals or personal vendettas, he is known for his win-at-all-costs mentality. Exclusivity enforcer. He prides himself on maintaining an elite circle, controlling access to opportunities and information, which cements his status at the apex of the social hierarchy. Interpersonal dynamics, network navigator. Harold has an uncanny ability to manipulate social and professional networks to his advantage. His interactions are carefully choreographed to maximize influence and minimize vulnerability. Paternalistic patriarch. At home, Harold is a demanding father, expecting his children to uphold the family legacy with the same ferocity with which he built it. His love is conditional, awarded only to those who reflect his ambition and values. Operational challenges. Isolation by intimidation. His aggressive leadership style, while effective, often isolates him from potential allies and loyalists who might fear rather than respect him. Perception management. Harold is acutely aware of his public and private image, constantly battling to maintain the facade of the untouchable patriarch, even as cracks begin to show through family scandals or business failures. Strategic objectives. Legacy cementation. Harold's ultimate goal seems to be to ensure that the Barkley name not only survives but thrives, becoming synonymous with power and prestige long into the future. Absolute control. He aims to control every variable within his reach, from business ventures to family matters, ensuring that nothing is left to chance. Weakness. Last-born son, Andrew. Despite his formidable facade, Harold's significant vulnerability is his last-born son, Andrew. His son's reckless behavior and frequent missteps in both personal and professional arenas threaten to undermine Harold's carefully curated image and legacy. Harold's response to Andrew's actions often leads to overreactions that further compromise his position and reveal the depths of his concern for family legacy over actual familial affection. Immediately after reading Mr. Barkley's profile, Don looked to the left to read Andrew's. Subject name: Andrew Barkley, alias, the heir apparent. Visual identification: privilege personified. Andrew embodies the quintessential young elite, with meticulously styled blonde hair and a wardrobe consisting of high-end brands, each article chosen to showcase his wealth and status. Arrogant demeanor: his expression, often smug or dismissive, and his body language, overly relaxed or aggressively postured, signal his self-assured belief in his own superiority. Behavioral analysis: entitlement embodied. Andrew operates under the belief that his desires should be met without question. This entitlement permeates his interactions, expecting deference and compliance as his due. Impulsive instigator: lacking patience and foresight, Andrew often acts on whims, his decisions driven by immediate gratification rather than strategic consideration. Operational history: cushioned competitor. From an early age, Andrew has been placed in environments where his success was virtually guaranteed, thanks to his father's influence. This has stunted his ability to genuinely compete or innovate. Silver spoon saboteur: his actions often undermine his own positions of advantage, as his sense of invulnerability leads to careless mistakes and public relations disasters. Recent operational conduct: confrontation connoisseur, quick to escalate minor slights into major conflicts. Andrew uses his father's resources to bully and manipulate outcomes in his favor. Status symbol collector: sees relationships and people as assets to be used for personal gain, valuing them for their utility rather than their intrinsic worth. Interpersonal dynamics: charmingly callous, capable of superficial charm, Andrew uses his charisma to allure and manipulate, leaving a trail of disillusioned peers and partners. Paternal shadow: lives under the immense pressure of his father's expectations, driving him to seek approval through high-profile endeavors, often leading to reckless decisions. Operational challenges: competence questioned, frequently, doubts about his abilities circulate among peers and subordinates, fueled by his visible reliance on his father's interventions rather than his own merit. Vulnerability to influence: his decision-making is easily swayed by those he perceives as allies, making him susceptible to manipulation and poor judgment. Strategic objectives: legacy heir, driven to prove himself worthy of the Barkley legacy, Andrew seeks to establish his own legacy within the shadow of his father's towering achievements. Authority affirmation: aims to cement his authority independently of his father, striving to be recognized for his own achievements rather than his lineage. Weakness: girlfriend, Andrew's significant other, from another influential family in Santa City, exerts considerable influence over him. Her presence in his life is a double-edged sword, providing social leverage but also creating a potential for personal and professional compromise. Her influence can steer him into scenarios that amplify his weaknesses, impacting his judgment and actions in ways that can jeopardize his father's carefully laid plans and his own ambitions. After going through all the information, Don formed an idea. "All right, I think the best way to go about this will be to target the son, Andrew, first. And from the information you've provided, I think I have an idea of how to start, but I'll need some more information on a few things before I do." "Not a problem, sir. Ask away," Gary replied reassuringly. "All right then, I'll need a list of all the low-level gangs in the area, those on the level of the group that tried to attack me by the hotel on my first day. Next, I'll need to know the schedule of Andrew's girlfriend. In a broken bar, Don proceeded to list all the things he needed information on, even miscellaneous details. Gary listened with keen interest and nodded along every now and then, whereas Trixie quickly got bored of the conversation and turned her attention back to practicing erotic poses. After a few minutes, Don was finished listing everything he wanted to know, and Gary took note of it all. Very well, sir. Though I'll need to dig a little deeper for some of the information you've requested, so I'll do my research and compile everything before uploading it into the Gary Assist database. You'll be notified once it's done. It shouldn't take more than a day, Gary revealed, accepting the task without fuss. Great. Well, that's it for me. What about the matter of setting up a base here in the city? With nothing more to ask for, Don's interest shifted to what Gary wanted to discuss. Yes, that, Gary nodded as he remembered. Well, quite simply put, the young madam wanted to have a base set up for you in the city as quickly as possible. We could only manage to secure a set of warehouses no one was willing to buy in a more dangerous part of town. The problem is we won't be able to deploy much manpower from outside the city, hence we'd need to hire or recruit local forces. The same goes for equipment. If we try to bring in anything too eye-catching, we may draw unnecessary attention. I see your point, Don nodded in feigned understanding, having no real idea of the processes that surrounded forming a base and manning it. However, he was confident about one thing. But you can leave the recruitment of local forces to me. Gary gave a warm smile. Splendid, sir. I will upload all the additional information you will need to know about the base we're setting up on Gary Assist. After Gary gave his agreement, Don decided to end the call. All right then, you keep me posted if anything else comes up. Will do, sir, Gary replied while giving a simple bow. And before you go, if all goes well, we may even meet sometime next week. Though our presence isn't really required to get the base we want to set up there up and running, the young madam insists on us coming, as it's a good opportunity for her to see you again. Before Gary could finish, Elle's voice could be heard in the background yelling, Gary. Gary simply gave a warm smile and chuckled lightly. It seems my services are needed elsewhere. Until next time, Sir Don. Take care. And with that, the call came to an end, and the tab showing the video feed in Don's augmented reality vanished. Don let out a sigh as he began to remove his contact lenses. Seeing him do this, Trixie sat up from the bed and looked at him mischievously as she asked, Are you finally done with your boring world domination thingies? Far from it, Don answered as he placed the contact lenses back in their container along with the earbuds. His mind was still largely on what he and Gary had just discussed. I don't know if Gary and Elle coming to the city, even for a brief time, is a good idea, but I guess we'll just see. Don chose to brush off those worries for now and focus on more immediate matters. He turned toward Trixie, who was already eyeing him up and down with eager and mischievous eyes. He narrowed his eyes at her and asked, What are you thinking? To which Trixie gave him a big wide smile before asking back, Do you really want to know? Don gave it a quick thought before choosing to shake his head. You know what, never mind. But on a more grounded note, how knowledgeable are you about magic beings? Magic tricks? Trixie repeated the word with a bit of dissatisfaction in her tone, as if offended by Don's choice of words. She quickly corrected him, You mean the arcane? Is there really a difference? Don thought, but on the surface. He gave a simple nod, not really wanting to drift the conversation into an argument over something as silly as definitions. Yes, that. Trixie crossed her arms over her chest before answering, Yeah. Why wouldn't I know about them? I am one. Maybe I should have phrased it better, Don thought while holding back a sigh. It quickly became clear to him that he couldn't depend on Trixie for general knowledge on magica or rather, arcane beings. The way Trixie made it seem so obvious had Don worried that he might come across as too unknowledgeable on a topic that could be more common than he thought. It wasn't at all hard to research the various topics using the internet of this world, but he still wanted to try his luck with Trixie first. Having failed in that endeavor, he didn't persist and chose to end the topic there. I see. Never mind then. What do you mean, never mind? Trixie went from looking amused to confused again as Don quickly brushed off the topic entirely. Trixie was naturally curious and not easily let things go. "No, tell me what you want to ask or say. Why are you being annoying on purpose?" Don thought, but gave a nod on the surface. "You got me, but I also need to go for my afternoon training, so there's that. Anyway, I'll see you later." Don gave Trixie a subtle wave before walking toward the door and leaving the room entirely. Trixie remained moderately confused as she sat on the bed with her arms still crossed over her chest. "Humans are so weird," she muttered while shaking her head. "Anyway, back to practicing my poses. What more was I on?" She tapped her chin in thought. "Oh right, the child support." Meanwhile, at the same time, elsewhere, an angry-looking Harold Barkley was sitting in a sleek blue office chair inside a doctor's office. The walls and marble floor were white, with a large brown desk being the room's centerpiece. On one side of the desk was a large brown chair, bigger than the one Harold Barkley was sitting on. Directly opposite the desk sat a neat-looking desktop and other stenciled items on the surface, while the walls possessed posters and art pertaining to health. Harold sat on the other side of the desk impatiently, but in the next moment, the door behind him let out a click sound as it was swung open. An older-looking gentleman in a lab coat walked in. He had a slightly hunched posture and was clearly of older age, with medium-length black and gray hair and an equally black and gray beard. He walked slowly toward the large brown chair opposite Harold while saying, "Sorry for the delay, Mr. Barkley. Our hospital is still dealing with many of the patients who suffered in the attack on Central Mall, and before the doctor could continue, Harold gave him an annoyed glance before saying, "I don't care about all that, Dr. Manson. The whole reason I pay you so much to privately consult me is so I don't have to deal with the slowness of public procedure." Despite Harold's very rude and aggressive approach, Dr. Manson didn't seem fazed at all. He simply took his seat while maintaining a calm expression, as he replied in a low, hoarse voice, "I do apologize, Mr. Barkley. But like I told you before, that only applies during my consultation hours, which you and I had agreed upon. Right now, I am working as a public doctor, so you have to understand if the procedure is a bit slow now." Speaking of your son Andrew although clearly angered by Dr. Manson's words, Barkley didn't erupt further. Although he was very angry at this point, he didn't go so far as to damage a relationship that had taken him a long time to cultivate. Dr. Manson turned his attention toward his computer for a bit as he pulled up a report on Andrew's injuries, which he proceeded to read out loudly for Mr. Barkley. After doing this, he couldn't help but ask, "How did this happen?" "I thought your son wasn't yet doing field work." "He isn't," Harold bitterly responded before giving a not-so-true explanation. "He was sparring with one of the other members of the Elite Hero program, and the bastard went too far." Dr. Manson didn't show much reaction to the explanation, but he did momentarily give Harold a gaze that showed he didn't fully believe what he was hearing. Having worked for Harold, the doctor wasn't unaware of his habits and traits, and so he took the explanation with a pinch of salt. In the end, however, it didn't matter, so he simply sighed and nodded in understanding. "I see." His opponent was very brutal indeed. "It's like they were just targeting the liver." "Your son is lucky the broken ribs only punctured one lung." "You call that lucky?" Harold interrupted in an angry tone, but the doctor was merely stating the facts as he nodded to reaffirm his words. "Yes, I do. At the very least, he didn't suffer too much internal bleeding. Otherwise, his cells wouldn't have had enough energy to begin repairing some of the damage he suffered there, and he would have arrived here in a much more sorry state." "Whatever," Harold yelled out before demanding, "just tell me how much it will take and how long for him to be fully healthy again. I want the best treatments and the medicines." This time it was Dr. Manson who cut off Harold by simply nodding. "Yes, yes. Rest assured I will not provide anything less than the best to you, Mr. Barkley." "As you should have," Harold muttered. Dr. Manson was being professional in his words, but his anger remained, and today he found the doctor to be especially irritating. Before giving Harold an answer, the doctor decided to lean back into his chair and sighed. "The boy's physical injuries should heal within 6 months' time naturally, but if you choose to use treatments and medicines, he should be well and good in about 3 weeks. But as for the mental scars he suffered, That is beyond my area of expertise. Harold narrowed his eyes at this answer. What do you mean by mental scars? Does he have brain damage? Dr. Manson showed a small but noticeable smile as he shook his head. I'm sure you know what I mean, Mr. Harold. You've probably seen countless heroes beaten down to the point that they lose confidence in themselves. Such is very common among young aspiring heroes who find out the hard way that confronting individuals with no regard for human life isn't as easy as the media portrays it. Unless your scans revealed something is wrong with his brain, then I'm sure he will get over it. Dr. Manson then sat back up from his seat and simply pulled over his notebook, beginning to write something in it. Like I said, Mr. Barkley, it's not my area of expertise, so I won't disagree with you. I was merely stating an observation I had from seeing countless young heroes in a position like his. At the end of the day, the decision of how you choose to handle it is yours. After saying this, the doctor ripped off the paper he had scribbled on and handed it over to Harold Barkley, who snatched it aggressively before tucking it in his pocket. Will that be all? He asked coldly, but the doctor maintained a small smile before giving a nod. Yes. Saying nothing more, Harold turned and began to walk away. The doctor watched him go and simply shook his head, thinking, I have a feeling this won't end well. Mr. Barkley stormed out of Dr. Manson's office. He nearly collided with a young nurse just outside the door. She was an average-looking girl with brown hair tied into buns, green eyes that seemed too wide for her freckled face, and a figure that was neither remarkable nor unattractive. She appeared startled, almost dropping the clipboard she was holding. Watch where you're going, Mr. Barkley yelled, his voice full of irritation. The nurse, who had been the one to stumble backward from the encounter, quickly straightened up and began to apologize, patting herself down nervously. I'm so sorry, sir. I was in a hurry to inform the doctor that the patient is awake. Mr. Barkley's face twisted in annoyance. It's about time, he muttered through gritted teeth. Lead me there. The nurse hesitated, clearly taken aback by his commanding tone. I'm sorry, sir, but I'll need to inform the doctor first in case so far. Do you want to still have a job by the end of the day? Mr. Barkley interrupted sharply. His words cut through her stuttered explanation like a knife. Think twice about talking back again. Fear flickered across the nurse's face. She nodded quickly, swallowing her protest. This way, please, she said, turning on her heel and leading him down the quiet, sterile corridor. The wing they entered was one of the hospital's most private sections. It was eerily quiet and impeccably clean, unlike the bustling, chaotic atmosphere of the main hospital areas. The stark white walls were interrupted only by the occasional closed door or an emergency exit sign. No sounds of beeping machines or chattering staff could be heard, just the steady hum of the air conditioning. Finally, they reached a door. The nurse hesitated, her hand on the handle, and began to say, "It's here." But Mr. Barkley wasn't interested in pleasantries or protocols. He shoved the door open, not bothering to thank or even acknowledge her. He let himself in, his polished shoes clicking against the tiled floor. The room was small, but it was the best one available for such a critical patient. The blinds were partially drawn, casting thin lines of dim light across the floor and over the bed where Andrew lay. He looked like a shell of the arrogant young man he once was. Bandages wrapped tightly around his torso, a cast on his left arm, and bruises dotting his face. His expression was sour, eyes staring blankly at the ceiling until the door opened. As Andrew raised his head to see who had entered, his sour expression quickly morphed into one of worry. The sight of his father entering with an expression of barely concealed disgust sent a shiver down his spine. "Dad," Andrew said, his voice unsure, trailing off as his father came to stand at his bedside. Harold looked down at him with an expression of visible disdain. "If only you knew how pathetic you looked," Mr. Barkley began, his voice full of contempt. "Do you have any idea how humiliating it feels to call you my son?" Andrew swallowed hard, his throat dry. The words stung more than he expected, the memory of Don turning the tables on him flashing in his mind. He quickly tried to defend himself. "But Dad, you saw it for yourself. I was winning, and then suddenly he must be at least a ranker." Before Andrew could finish, his father's hand moved in a blur, delivering a backhand slap so forceful it echoed through the room. Smack! Andrew held his cheek in stunned disbelief, his eyes wide. He looked at his father with a mixture of confusion and anger. "You hit me," he muttered, his voice trembling with shock. "Yes, I hit you," Mr. Barkley replied coldly. "And what are you going to do about it?" "What can you do about it?" Andrew's eyes glistened with tears of humiliation, but he couldn't bring himself to speak. His father continued his tirade, voice rising with every word. "If you really hated getting beaten so much, you wouldn't have let a nobody beat you to the point where you need medical care." The sheer volume of his voice caused the nurse outside to flinch, her face pale with discomfort and fear. But Harold Barkley didn't waste another word on his son. He adjusted his tie, letting out a sigh of frustration, shaking his head in bitter disappointment. He put his hands behind his back, his posture rigid. "You will stay here and undergo treatment. Until then, no allowance and no contact with friends. Understand?" He turned to walk away, his decision final, when Andrew's voice, frail and desperate, called out. "What about Ashley?" he muttered out, his voice cracking. Mr. Barkley paused, turning his head just slightly to address the question. "What about her?" Andrew hesitated, clearly afraid of his father's response but feeling compelled to speak. She's my girlfriend." "You'll need to do as you're told," Mr. Barkley snapped, cutting him off without a second thought. "Remember, the only reason your pitiful self has any value in this world is because you have my name. Without it, you'd be less than nothing. Do you think your precious girlfriend would care for you then?" With those final, biting words, Mr. Barkley slammed the door shut behind him. After leaving the hospital, Harold Barkley strode across the polished pavement toward a pristine white Maybach that awaited him at the curb. The sun glinted off the car's sleek surface, emphasizing its spotless finish. The door was held open by a man who was impossible to ignore, standing at 6.5 feet tall, with intense blue eyes and short blonde hair, shaved at the sides. His muscular build made it clear he wasn't just a chauffeur but a bodyguard as well. As Mr. Barkley reached the car, he gave curt nod to the imposing figure. "Back to the office, Victor," he ordered, his tone more relaxed now. "Affirmative, sir," Victor replied in a slow, deep voice that matched his intimidating appearance. His expression remained stoic as he waited for Mr. Barkley to settle into the back seat before gently closing the door behind him. Inside, the car's interior was just as pristine and refined as its exterior. Soft leather seats cradled the occupants in luxury, and the faint scent of a high-end fragrance lingered in the air. Beside Mr. Barkley sat an alluring woman with a stern expression, her deep blue eyes focused on a digital tablet. She had long red hair that cascaded down her back, and she wore a vintage formal dress, which added a touch of elegance to her otherwise severe demeanor. In one hand, she held a glass of wine, which she occasionally sipped from as she read. Without looking up, she asked in a distant, uninterested tone, "How did it go?" Mr. Barkley clicked his tongue in irritation. "He'll live." "That's good enough." He then shifted his focus to her. "More importantly, Victoria, did you manage to get it done?" The woman gave an almost imperceptible nod, her finger still swiping across the tablet screen. "It's done," she confirmed calmly. "Who's handling it?" Mr. Barkley pressed, his gaze fixed on her. Victoria paused her swiping but didn't bother to look up. "It's being dealt with by a local force known for violence. It will be impossible to trace it back to us," she replied, her tone matter-of-fact. Mr. Barkley frowned, his dissatisfaction evident. "What about his family?" Victoria finally turned her head slightly, giving him a narrowed side glance. "Don't be too greedy," she advised coolly. "His family lives in one of the safest neighborhoods in the city. If anything out of the ordinary were to happen there, it would draw unwanted suspicion. We're already taking a significant risk with this." Mr. Barkley sighed deeply, leaning back into his seat, his frustration clear. Noticing his discomfort, Victoria added, "Don't worry. I'm already thinking of ways to get to them. But you'll need to show some patience." Mr. Barkley's expression softened slightly, and a small smile appeared at the corners of his lips. "I expect nothing less of you, Victoria," he said, his tone warmer now. Hours later, Don was driving back into the city after finishing his durability endurance training and telekinetic weight training. His muscles ached from the rigorous exercise, and his mental limits has been pushed. As he drove, He glanced at the dashboard clock. It was a little past 2 p.m., and he thought to himself that he should make a quick stop at home for a shower before heading out to East End Mall to meet up with Torai. After a quick shower, he changed into a fresh set of clothes and was back on the road, heading toward East End Mall. As he drove, he decided to give Torai a call to check in on her whereabouts. The phone rang for a few seconds before she picked up, her voice coming through the speaker with a raspy, familiar tone. "Hey, Don," Torai greeted him casually. "Hey," Don replied, keeping his eyes on the road. "I'm on my way to East End Mall now. Just pulled into the car park." "Same," Torai said. "I'll let you know when I'm there." "Cool," Don said, and the call ended. Almost immediately after hanging up, his phone buzzed again. This time it was Summer calling. He answered, and before he could say anything, she spoke up. "Hey, jerk," she greeted him in her usual bratty tone. "Can you come pick me up?" "Not with that attitude," Don replied with a smirk on his lips. Summer's voice softened a bit, though her annoyance was still apparent. "I'm just joking." "So, can you come or not?" "Sorry, can't," Don answered, his tone firm but not unkind. "I'm meeting up with a friend right now." "A friend?" Summer repeated, her tone carrying suspicion. "Since when do you have friends?" "Yes, my friend," Don confirmed, rolling his eyes even though she couldn't see it. "Look, in case I'm late, just tell Mum not to wait up, okay?" "Huh, wait, what?" Freya Summer tried to ask more questions, but Don ended the call and continued driving. After parking his car, Don made his way to the fast food joint he and Torai had agreed to meet at. As he approached, he could already see through the large glass windows that the place was packed with people, the noise of chatter and clattering trays audible from the outside. He stopped just outside, feeling the heat radiating from the crowded interior and wrinkling his nose at the unmistakable smell of sweat mingling with fried food. "I can smell the sweat from here," he thought, grimacing slightly. He quickly took out his phone and dialed Torai, who answered almost instantly. "Hey," she greeted, her voice still carrying that slightly hoarse quality. "Hey," Don replied, glancing around at the busy scene. "So, the place is packed. I'm thinking we should find somewhere else." "Shit," Torai muttered, sounding a little frustrated. "I should have known Fridays would be this hectic." "Okay, let's find another spot. There's a taco place nearby. How does that sound?" "Taco place sounds good," Don agreed, thinking he could hear the feminine tone in her voice a bit more clearly now. "So Torai is a she," he noted, filing the information away with mild surprise. "Cool, meet me outside the entrance then," Torai said. "I'm waving, wearing a white topper. You should see me." "Got it," Don replied, ending the call and pocketing his phone. He made his way toward the mall entrance, scanning the crowd until he spotted her standing near a metallic pillar. She was indeed waving, looking around nervously. As he approached, he took in her appearance: short, messy black hair, bright green eyes and an eyebrow piercing that added an edge to her otherwise youthful face. She had a slender but nicely shaped frame, modestly sized breasts, and was dressed in a strapless white top paired with dark blue ripped jeans. A choker necklace completed her look. She stood there with an awkward smile, her posture slightly stiff. Don made sure to keep his eyes on her face, avoiding letting his gaze wander as he got closer. "Hey," he greeted with a friendly nod. Torai's eyes did a quick once-over of Don before she managed a small smile and a little awkward wave. "Hi," she replied, her voice matching the hesitant smile on her face. "Well, this is awkward," Don thought, but he kept his expression calm, trying not to come on too strong given her apparent nervousness. "Nice to finally meet you," he said, extending a hand for a shake. "Likewise," Torai said, her smile becoming a bit more genuine as she took his hand. The handshake was firm but brief, and the initial awkwardness seemed to ease just slightly. "So, the taco place," Don started, releasing her hand. "It's not too far, right?" Torai nodded. "Yeah, about a 15-minute walk from here." "Cool," Don said, "lead the way." He didn't offer to use his car, not wanting to come off as too forward. It was their first meeting, and he didn't want to risk making her uncomfortable. He also avoided commenting on her looks. He knew how impactful those first impressions could be, especially for someone who might be self-conscious. They began walking away from the mall together, Don falling into step beside her. Across the street, parked along the curb, a white Toyota Corolla sat idling. The window on the passenger side rolled down slightly, and a lanky man leaned forward, squinting in the direction of Don and Torai. His features were sharp and gaunt, with a long nose and thin lips. His eyes were particularly unusual, as his pupils expanded and contracted like a camera lens adjusting its focus. He watched Don for a moment, before turning back inside the car. He held up a photo of Don, clearly taken without his knowledge, comparing it to the figure now walking down the street. "It's him," he confirmed, his voice raspy. "Should I call the boys, boss?" Next to him, the driver, a burly man with a shaved head, thick neck, and muscular arms, took a long drag of his cigarette. His jean jacket stretched tight across his broad shoulders. He tapped the ash into the overflowing ashtray on the dashboard. The burly man, clearly the boss, chuckled and shook his head. "No, we wait till he's alone. We'll hit him on the road," he said, his tone calm and confident. He took another puff of his cigarette, exhaling smoke slowly. "But tell the boys to be ready." The lanky man snorted a laugh, a grin spreading across his face. "Sure thing, boss," he said mockingly. Poor kid must have really pissed off the wrong guy. As he reached for his phone, he couldn't help but ask, "You think the reason the pay for this is so high is because the kid's dangerous?" The boss didn't even blink. "We're dangerous," he said simply, his voice low and sure. Unaware of the people stalking him, Don walked alongside Torai, matching her pace as they made their way to the taco place. The streets were full of life, but a comfortable silence settled between them as they walked through the crowd. Don was pondering over what topic to bring up next when Torai suddenly broke the silence. "So, how are you liking the city now that you're back? A broken bar and stuff?" she asked, her tone light but curious. Don showed a small smile, raising an eyebrow as he repeated, "And stuff?" His expression was questioning, almost teasing. Torai sighed, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks as she realized how awkwardly she'd phrased the question. She flashed a slightly embarrassed smile. "Ugh, you know what I mean," she muttered, her cheeks turning a shade rosier. Keeping his tone humorous, Don replied, "That's a bold assumption you're making there." Torai couldn't help but giggle. "You're way more annoying than I thought you'd be, dude." He shrugged playfully, saying, "I aim to exceed expectations." Torai rolled her eyes but kept smiling, the initial tension between them dissolving as they found a rhythm in their conversation. The more they talked, the more Don realized that Torai was much chattier than she first appeared. She had a lot to say, especially about games, which seemed to be her biggest passion. Every time she spoke about them, her eyes lit up, and her gestures became more animated. As they approached a taco truck parked on the side of the road, she was in the middle of passionately talking about joining the FPS League at Santos Hero University. "I can't wait to join the league and show all those misogynist guys what the fuck this chick can do," she declared with a fierce grin. Don listened, observing her excited expressions and energetic body language. It was clear that gaming was more than just a hobby for her. It was a significant part of her life and something she deeply cared about. It was also likely the strongest connection he had with her, though the current Don had limited knowledge of the games in this world. Because of this, he decided to mostly make comments or jokes, avoiding any in-depth discussions that might expose his lack of familiarity. The taco truck was small and quaint, with a bright red awning and colorful graffiti covering its sides. The smell of sizzling meat and freshly chopped vegetables wafted through the air. A middle-aged woman with a kind face, her dark hair tied back into a neat bun, was busy preparing orders. She wore a red apron with a few grease stains. As Torai approached, she greeted the woman in Spanish. "Hola tía, a inverted question mark c a tilde cubed most a tilde inverted exclamation mark s." The woman's face lit up with a smile. She glanced at Don and then back at Torai, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "A inverted question mark est joven guapo este novio?" "Is this handsome young man your boyfriend?" she asked. Torai's cheeks turned a deep shade of red. A inverted exclamation mark "No. Tr. Solo es un amigo." "No, auntie, just a friend." The woman turned her attention to Don and greeted him in slightly broken English. "Hello." "Do you speak Spanish?" Don answered smoothly. "Sa, Unpoco. Yes, a little. Torai let out a small groan, muttering, Tamora. Kill me now. The woman laughed, amused by Torai's embarrassment. No sees Tandram ticker. Natilda plus minus a. Es bueno que hables con un joven guapo que habla tan bien el espo a tilde plus minus ol. Sera un buen novio para ti. Don't be so dramatic, girl. It's nice that you're talking to a handsome young man who speaks such good Spanish. He'd make a good boyfriend for you. Before the woman could finish, Torai quickly cut her off, ta, por favor. Auntie, please, causing both the woman and Don to laugh. Torai's irritation was evident as she crossed her arms and muttered, well, aren't you two getting along just peachy? The woman waved it off with a chuckle. Just teasing. Natilda plus minus a. Now, what will you both have? After placing their orders, they moved to a small standing table nearby to wait. But just as they were settling in, Torai's phone rang. She glanced at the screen and immediately showed a worried expression. Without picking up, she looked at Don with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, but I need to go. It's a broken bar family thing. Is everything okay? Don asked. She nodded quickly but didn't elaborate. Yeah. It's fine. Just a broken bar family stuff, you know? I'm really sorry. She hesitated for a moment before rushing off, shouting over her shoulder, I'll call you later. Don watched her leave, a bit confused but choosing not to overthink it. Well, that went nothing like I thought it would, but not bad overall, I guess. He shrugged and thought that while he didn't have any pressing need to interact with Torai regularly, but it wouldn't hurt to have another friend outside his family. After collecting the orders, he made his way back to the mall's car park. A few minutes later, he was driving out of the lot, heading back toward the main road. Inside the white Toyota parked discreetly across the street, the lanky man, his eyes still narrowed in focus, suddenly shouted, Boss, he's leaving. The boss remained unfazed, casually tossing his cigarette out the window. I see him. He replied coolly. Just tell the boys it's time. The lanky man nodded, quickly grabbing his phone to send out a text. Sure thing, boss.